The whole world fell silent. When people realize that there is a god who suddenly threatens the whole world, the fear is unparalleled. But Carla immediately explained, "Don't be afraid, I'm not going to kill everyone. As I said, I will just kill the person responsible for launching the nuclear war. Maybe only 2 people need to be killed, you know." "No, I don't understand." "Well, it doesn't matter if you can't accept it." Carla continued to maintain a beautiful bright smile. "I never thought that someone could understand or support, because there is no need. If you don't do this, the world may be destroyed. That's something I don't want to see, because countless people will die, which is more terrible than any war before. So let me bear everything, bear your fear, bear your resentment and hatred, and even bear everything. Let me do all the crimes." Who called me a female Superman? At this moment, Carla does not have any negative emotions on her body. On the contrary, the green stew, blue stew, purple and green are all emitting light. It's the emotional spectrum of will, hope, love and compassion. 20. In addition, even the white light is shining, but the black light representing death has been silent. This means that Carla is not acting with the will of any personal grudge. On the contrary, it just proves that she is full of great love for the world, full of hope for all people, and a huge will of compassion. She definitely also knows that what she does must not be understood. But it is Carla's strong will. She doesn't need to be understood. As a superhero, she is always more or less not understood by others. If you can't even bear this, then don't be a superhero anymore. She is a female Superman. At the moment even Luo Xia is silent, although he has a firm belief in justice and will never compromise on everything except justice. However, Carla acts and speaks with the premise of saving the whole world. If it is said that hundreds of millions of people will be murdered once a nuclear war breaks out, isn't what she has done just the execution of justice? Whether it is a patron saint who protects villains or a demon who kills villains is worthy of love is always difficult to answer. Carla doesn't need an answer from anyone because she knows she's doing the right thing. But at this moment, Dr. Manhattan flew up. "Carla, that's enough," Dr. Manhattan said, stopping Carla's next move. Carla looked at Dr. Manhattan and asked with a smile, "Actually, you came to me for help just to make me do these things." Carla guessed that Dr. Manhattan was because he couldn't bear to do it, or because he was already weak in humanity. He was hesitant and confused, so he wouldn't do anything, so I came here by myself. Dr. Manhattan nodded, then shook his head. "Actually, I lied to you, Carla. I've known you for a long time." Carla felt at a loss, but immediately felt relieved. Her expression changed, and she asked, "Is it the future?" Dr. Manhattan nodded again. "Actually, I didn't travel from this world to find you. The time I actually traveled to the past was 10 years later. I used to think that I had completely lost my humanity, so when my world collapsed and destroyed at the time, I did not make any obstacles. In fact, this Dr. Manhattan came from a more distant future. He just said that he traveled to the past when Carla was 45 years old, but in which era in this world did he travel to the past? It turns out that in the original timeline, there was no intrusion of Carla. At that time, Dr. Manhattan chose the Pharaoh's strategy. According to the Pharaoh's choice, he brought a short-term peace to the world with lies. And because of her uncompromising relationship, Luo Xia was finally killed by Dr. Manhattan's hesitation for a long time. That is the original trajectory of the world. After that, Dr. Manhattan chose to leave. "You're right, I saw the future. The lies will be exposed one day, and utopia will be disintegrated one day. 30 years later, the world has come to an end. But I didn't make any changes, I just silently watched her usher in the end, and then left this galaxy. After I traveled to every corner of the universe in my world, I discovered your universe, and then I traveled through the past, but that was already when you were 45 years old." Here Carla raises her hands to cover her ears. "Don't talk to her about age. I have seen more things in your world, and at the beginning I thought there would be a war between you and me. Either you would destroy me, or I would destroy everything in the world. Before the doomsday bell rang, I had been in welcome to that moment. However, you gave me hope. Carla, you said there was a third option in the world, and my hope was never shattered. Jenny, Dr. Manhattan's ex-wife, is my humanity and hope. So I found you 10 years ago and brought you to my world. I wondered what you would do if it was you. I didn't expect that even if it wasn't your world, you would pay all the price to save her, and still full of hope for the world. I am very moved." Dr. Manhattan suddenly spoke a long paragraph, and briefly explained his own experience. Remember the foreshadowing of the previous quotation marks? In fact, this Dr. Manhattan is not him in this world and this timeline at all, but the Dr. Manhattan in the future at least 10 years later. Including that Dr. Manhattan found Carla at once, and even showed a strong interest in her and treated her differently since she appeared 197, which is enough to explain some problems. In fact, Dr. Manhattan has known Carla for a long time. It's just that for Carla, she's obviously meeting Dr. Manhattan for the first time, by personal experience. Perhaps for others, Dr. Manhattan's words have long made people dizzy. It is the past, the present and the future, and it has traveled through the world and time and space. What's going on? The Arabian Nights? In fact, it does not belong to time travel, because Dr. Manhattan can easily change history. He is equivalent to every point in time. Do you think he is talking to you in front of you? In fact, he may be talking to you 10 years ago. If there are any changes during the period, corresponding changes will be made now. For example, if he was sitting with someone drinking tea, but Dr. Manhattan suddenly killed someone 10 years ago, then at the moment he would have only himself in front of him. That's the power of Dr. Manhattan. But Carla was still confused. So, why did you come to me? Let me do what I have done before. Carla pointed to the photo in Dr. Manhattan's hand. Since Dr. Manhattan said that she had enlightened him in the future, is it possible that she should do it again now? Or has it been done, enlightened? But Dr. Manhattan shook his head. Actually, I want you to rewrite my fate. What? According to Dr. Manhattan's explanation, he already knew that the Pharaoh's plan seemed feasible, but in fact there were huge amounts of hidden dangers from the very beginning. Even without Luo Xia's diary, it would be exposed one day. After all, the most important part of Pharaoh's plan is the power of Dr. Manhattan, unless Dr. Manhattan comes out every once in a while to bring panic to the world. Even if that is done, the world will collapse even faster. In any case, the Pharaoh's plan is unlikely to succeed. Because world peace needs hope, not panic and lies, Dr. Manhattan said in a philosophical statement. However, Dr. Manhattan at that time chose to turn a blind eye to the next war in this world, so the world will eventually be destroyed. And that's when Dr. Manhattan traveled to Carla's universe, even though Pharaoh and the second generation Luo Xia went to find him. Actually, it is the plot of Doomsday Bell. In the end, it was Carla who awakened Dr. Manhattan's true humanity. In fact, he never abandoned his own humanity, but he forgot his true humanity. Dr. Manhattan's humanity is his wife Jenny from the beginning to the end, so he has always been fond of that photo, so it is not a silk soul. And from the moment he chose Silk Soul, it was a tragedy. At the same time, you also reminded me that it was because I influenced the outcome of that war that it was the fuse of everything. Since I choose not to make choices lightly, but let the world choose the future, then don't it's time to make a change from the beginning. So I want you to help me change my destiny, Dr. Manhattan said of his ultimate goal. It turned out that his purpose of coming to Carla was not to change the current situation, but the past. As I said before, even if you want to kill Dr. Manhattan before he gets the super ability due to an accident, it is not acceptable, including himself. Unless there is another strong man with the same strength, and also has his strength. I will give all my power to you. As long as you go to the past to prevent that accident, everything will change and the world will return to normal. At that time, the Watchmen will not exist, and everything that happened later, including that war, will return to official history. But correspondingly, Dr. Manhattan will also cease to exist. Is he really going to do this? Carla, Dr. Manhattan called Carla's name, and said in a gentle tone, you once told me that you would never watch what happens in the future world, because the future does not determine the present, but the present determines the future. So no matter what the future looks like, you will only live in the present and live wonderfully. So I also want to do it all over again. In fact, I have always had a daydream, please help me realize it. Carla scratched her hair in trouble, but in the face of Dr. Manhattan's eager eyes, she could only agree in the end, since you have said so, but are you sure? You have to know that your power is not an exaggeration to say that you are God. In this world, you can truly be called God. Do you really want to give up this power? It's enough. Dr. Manhattan showed a satisfied smile. I have experienced a longer period of time than anyone else. I have observed the beginning of the universe and predicted the end of the universe. I have witnessed with my own eyes when human beings, those who walk upright and have witnessed the high-tech civilization of the last generation of human beings are enough. And my Jenny is waiting for me in the past. Carla pointed to the screen in the sky. No, your Jenny is watching you dislike the current her and plan to go back to the past to find her young and beautiful. Unexpectedly, Dr. Manhattan laughed suddenly, showing a smile full of humanity. No, what I like is not the young and beautiful Jenny, but because we were in love at that time. In fact, the failed marriage between Dr. Manhattan and Jenny is not entirely the fault of Dr. Manhattan. When he became a little blue man, Jenny's attitude also changed. After all, what she is facing is Jonathan, who is no longer an ordinary person, and there will definitely be pressure and other changes, which is human nature. So Dr. Manhattan wanted to go back to the past when everything hadn't happened. He asked Carla to prevent that accident from happening. He hoped that the world would return to the way it was before, because he also knew that he helped a certain country win that battle. The world has evolved into what it is now. However, if nothing had changed from the beginning, and there hadn't been a single super ability user in this world, then these things wouldn't have happened in this world. I see, Carla nodded, and fully agreed to Dr. Manhattan's request, but the premise is that I don't want to become like you, and don't leave your ugly face between my eyebrows. Look. Suddenly Carla was taken aback, and Dr. Manhattan looked at her and smiled. Did Carla expect it? I will transfer all my powers to you, but don't worry, because you don't need to reorganize your body, so you won't become like me, and you will retain your own humanity. Don't worry about losing you. Relatively speaking, me and the quantum realm are integrated with each other, and you are more like controlling this power. As Dr. Manhattan spoke, he took Carla's hands gently, and it was about to start. Dr. Manhattan's body suddenly burst into dazzling blue light, and even turned into countless lightning-like electric lights visible to the naked eye, guiding immeasurable quantum particles to transfer to Carla's body. When Carla first came into contact with the power of the quantum realm, and when she began to accept and obtain the power of countless quantum, her eyes turned blue, and the blue tights on her body also began to emit blue light. Finally, it wasn't until Dr. Manhattan slowly disappeared and turned into a crystal clear spot of light that Carla gradually regained her composure. She looked down at her hands. Unlike before, she only saw the quantum realm for a while. At the moment, she can already completely control the power of the quantum realm. If she was just a passerby before, then now, she, Wang Zhao, is more like the queen of the quantum realm. Dr. Manhattan said that Carla is different from him. Dr. Manhattan is more like a quantum observer. His relationship with the quantum field is very complicated, almost in an integrated state. But Carla is different, she is harnessing this power. At this moment, even without the power of the 10-lamp ring, Carla can already manipulate time, and even easily rewrite history. At the moment, she seems to be in every 10 time points. The past, the present, the future, every minute and every second, she tells everywhere. This feeling is very strange. For example, Carla can even see that 5 seconds later, Luo Xia will be surprised to ask about the whereabouts of Dr. Manhattan, and ask Carla what happened to Dr. Manhattan. What about John? What happened to him? Sure enough, Luo Xia asked. Carla tilted her head and said to Luo Xia with a smile, he's married and had children. Luo Xia said, huh, what the hell? At the moment Carla can exist in the past, present and future if she chooses. It can also be said that anything that happens at any time can be called now for her, because she can not only watch the time, but can really participate in the time. For example, Dr. Manhattan often loses the concept of time. Sometimes he will say some inexplicable words, which actually creates confusion. He regards what happened at a certain moment in the future as the present, or to him it is now. But Carla shook her head and put away the ability. Dr. Manhattan was right, Carla didn't want to do that. If you watch a movie over and over again, and watch it all the time, it's too annoying, right? Carla snorted lightly, she wouldn't do that, otherwise it would be her, will gradually lose the interest in the world. The most important thing is that she will not let the so-called future affect her current choice. She will not let herself lose the opportunity to choose now because of the future like Dr. Manhattan. In that case, 953 would rather not know what will happen in the future. Is it too bad to kill the present self for the sake of the future self? After putting away the supernatural power, Carla suddenly noticed that the surrounding—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Area was full of people at some point. Those are all the people she and Dr. Manhattan just rescued. They were killed by the Pharaoh's conspiracy, and now they are all resurrected. Carla has nothing to worry about at this time, because this is not her own universe, and she definitely doesn't have to consider the huge changes that may be caused by rewriting history. She just won't affect the present because of the future, but in her own universe, she won't rewrite the past history because she wants to save Krypton. Otherwise, even her own history may be rewritten. For example, she no longer fell to the Earth with Clark, but stayed on Krypton, because the ammonia planet did not perish after all. Then they couldn't become Superman because of the red sun, and finally died because of some accidents. Is it okay to kill yourself? The universe is dangerous. At this time Carla also noticed that everyone was silently watching here and her. You killed him? Luo Xia questioned Carla. Maybe people all over the world think so? The conversation between Carla and Dr. Manhattan, as well as what happened just now, they did not hide their backs from others. Carla shrugged. Well, it seems that I don't need to stay here anymore, and you have also heard the conversation between me and Dr. Manhattan, so I will go to the past to change history, and then save the world in that way. As she said that, Carla's body began to change. She had already mastered some control over time under the inspiration of Dr. Manhattan, and now she has become more proficient. It seems that Dr. Manhattan has foreshadowed it from the very beginning, even including saying that when Carla returns to her universe, she will have her own way. Now it seems that Dr. Manhattan has already predicted it, but Carla didn't know what he thought at the time. Finally, Carla crossed time, disappeared in the now, and came to another time point in the now. On a certain day in 1959, in a Western restaurant, Jonathan at the moment has become lovers with Jenny and they are dining here. The young Jonathan and Jenny are really a pair of children, and even Carla, who is hidden by the side, gave them a loyal blessing. But at this moment, Jonathan stood up suddenly. Sorry Jenny, when we reset the quantum position in the morning, I left the white coat there, and I put your watch in the pocket of the white coat together. As he said that, he was about to go back to get it. Wait for me a little bit. If he had gone back, the accident would have happened. But suddenly, Jonathan took out a delicate lady's watch from his suit pocket, calf, with a blank expression. Jonathan swears that he absolutely fumbled through his pockets just now, and he is pretty sure that he has indeed left his watch behind. But what's going on here? Jenny doesn't know how Jonathan feels, laughs and says, are you kidding me on purpose? Jonathan. Jenny walked around the dining table, took the watch from Jonathan and put it in her pocket, while her lips were on Jonathan's cheek. Carla just witnessed Jonathan's happiness and a different life. A few months later, the young couple got engaged, and then completed their wedding with the blessing of the family. 3 years later, Jonathan and Jenny's first child was born, a beautiful girl with blonde hair, whom they named Carla. And then they had a son a few years later, they named it Clark. Carla showed her aunt a smile. Jonathan, although that child is also called Carla, but don't try to take advantage of me. My adoptive father is another Jonathan. Well, I really saw a perfect show. Carla smiled contentedly. Now she is like a time observer. Maybe it is the same as when Dr. Manhattan observed time before. Thank you, Carla. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared beside Carla. Carla turned his head and glanced. He was Dr. Manhattan, but he was in a very bad condition. Carla knows that because she changed his origin story, Dr. Manhattan started disappearing. If he wanted, he could still hide in the quantum realm and escape unharmed. But Dr. Manhattan also looked at his daydream with a happy face. He chose to close his eyes, and his whole body gradually became transparent. Eventually, Dr. Manhattan disappeared completely. Carla didn't leave in a hurry, but looked forward to the future of the world for a rare moment. Because there is no Dr. Manhattan to help a certain country win the losing war, the world is back on track, and everything develops as it happened in the real world history. Although a certain country still took the opportunity to develop and became the hegemon of the world. However, at least during the Cold War, there was no crisis of nuclear war breaking out, although it might also break out, but in the end it still didn't happen. Carla felt relieved. She finally lived up to Dr. Manhattan's request and entrustment. I can finally go home. Carla didn't take any pictures. After silently saying goodbye to Jonathan's family, she used the power of a prince like Dr. Manhattan was at her house before. Opened a tunnel that can travel through the universe. Carla stepped in without any hesitation. At the moment, she even surpasses Dr. Manhattan's relationship with the quantum field. Perhaps her control of quantum mechanics is not as proficient as Dr. Manhattan. But Carla believes that sooner or later she will master this power, and it won't be too long. Once again venturing into the quantum realm, Carla is still amazed and fresh about the world around her. And unlike the outsider who seemed to be out of it last time, at the moment Carla seemed to be able to feel that the huge and microscopic world in the entire quantum field was all cheering. The world is welcoming their queen, and Carla is now equivalent to the queen of the quantum realm. She can control everything in this world, provided that she needs some time to adapt. Now she can decompose and analyze any form of existence, as well as understand its principle and essence, and can also reorganize it. Theoretically speaking, through the combination of elementary particles, it is even possible to create a new life. The previous Dr. Manhattan has reached this level, but he hasn't had time to conduct experiments, and it will take a long time. In addition, there are many newly acquired abilities, such as the power that may be infinitely larger than that of an ordinary universe, the ability to read the potential memories hidden in the thinking of all living beings, and the fact that Dr. Manhattan can copy himself infinitely, the ability blah blah blah. Even Carla's sense of reflexes has become faster, and her reaction speed can now be said to be on the level of Planck time. Time, for ordinary people, the shortest time may be 1 second. However, few people know that there is a shorter time in the second. Milliseconds, a second 1,000 seconds. And 1 millisecond is equal to 1,000 microseconds, 1 microsecond is equal to 1,000 nanoseconds, 1 nanosecond is equal to 1,000 picoseconds, 1 picosecond is equal to 1,000 femtoseconds, and 1,000 femtoseconds is equal to 1,000 attoseconds. According to rumors, it is completely rumors. Some experimenters and laboratories have used stable high-speed lasers to generate light pulses that last only 250 attoseconds for experiments. Don't ask me why it is 250 attoseconds. So this experiment successfully verified the existence of attoseconds. But although this time interval is unimaginably short, it is not very long compared with the Planck time. Simply put, 1 attosecond is equivalent to 10 to the minus 18th power, and Planck time is equivalent to 10 to the minus 43rd power. If 1 attosecond is to 1 second of time, it is like 1 second to 31.7 billion years, that is to say, 1 second to the senses of ordinary people, and the senses in 1 attosecond have already passed more than 30 billion years. Then, relative to the Planck time, it is likely to be multiplied by several thousand. 1 attosecond may be billions of Planck times. Even if it has not reached the point where time stops, but for the observation of Planck time, it is no different from time stop. Because a Planck time, perhaps equivalent to the time from the birth of a universe to the present, can easily exceed hundreds of billions of years. This is Carla's awareness and speed of reaction now. Perhaps the senses are too exaggerated, but in fact it is not exaggerated at all. To know the fastest speed force, let alone the ability to travel through time and space, the speed alone can reach a speed far exceeding the speed of light. It is rumored that at the fastest time, it is speculated that it may reach a speed of 13 trillion times the speed of light, or even 9 trillion times the speed of light. Definitely this is fan speculation, unofficial setting. But it can also be seen how fast this speed is. And Superman has always claimed that it can be compared with the power of the speed force, and it can be seen that the speed of Superman originally is not slow. Carla just increased the speed to this level ahead of time. Even without the power of the quantum realm, she would be able to reach it sooner or later. While observing the quantum realm that now belongs to her, Carla strolled on the road home. Suddenly, with a bang sound, Carla only felt a pain in the forehead, and involuntarily took several steps back. It hurt so much. Carla raised her hand and rubbed her forehead, but she was surprised in her heart. With her current steel body and physical fitness, it made her feel the pain. Subconsciously raising her head, Carla gasped, finally knowing why she was in pain. It turned out that Carla's ignorance of the front caused her to accidentally bump into the wall of origin. That's right, Carla once again came to the wall of origin. The reason why Carla took a breath was because she even had the fear and danger of the wall of origin. Most people are not qualified to know the existence of the wall of origin. If you touch it, otherwise you will be glued to it and you will never be able to get rid of it, and you will even lose your consciousness, or you will be killed by the power of the great gods stuck on the wall. The wall of origin is densely packed with people everywhere. They used to be great gods and figures in various universes, and there are also gods who originally came from various myths and stories. 0 for flowers. But now they are all glued to it, not only can't break free, even their own consciousness is gone. The wall of origin is terrifying, but at the same time, the wall of origin is also protecting every universe. Not only is the wall of origin separating each universe, the most important thing is that the wall of origin also separates certain parts of the outside world thing. But what was even more strange to Carla was that she raised her hands, subconsciously pressed them against the wall of origin in front of her, and then took them away. Sure enough, she was perfectly fine. Oh, didn't it stick to it? Carla was both surprised and happy. She was so surprised that she bumped into it without noticing just now. Isn't she too stupid? What if she gets glued to it? The good news is that she doesn't seem to be bound by the wall of origin. How is this going? Carla fell into deep thought. It has nothing to do with the power of the quantum realm. It should have nothing to do with the quantum realm. So what is going on? Could it be because of the boss who protected him outside the wall of origin? It shouldn't be. She is already at the wall of origin. If it is the blessing of that big brother, she should be able to feel it. It's the power of the emotional spectrum. Carla's eyes lit up, and suddenly she seemed to realize that the power of the emotional spectrum is not the power of the universe inside the wall of origin. In fact, the origin of the emotional spectrum comes from outside the wall of origin. Here, the wall of origin is called origin, and it can be said to be the answer to everything, the source of all existence. Definitely this does not mean that the wall of origin is the answer and source of everything, but refers to the outside of the wall. Carla still doesn't know what lies beyond the wall, but she begins to realize that the power of the emotional spectrum is by no means simple. Even if there are black lights, white lights, and first lights, the power of the 7 lights is also at the level of creation, which can be regarded as the origin one of the strengths. If you create and imagine with the full power of the emotional spectrum, you can even create a real existence. Carla looked down at her hands. First a ball of light with all colors burst out, and then, in her hands was created a round ball. That is no longer an energy body, but a real entity. Carla is in creation, and she has had initial contact with the reality-altering power 9. Carla at the moment is right in front of the wall of origin, which also allows her to understand the power and origin of the emotional spectrum more clearly. In fact, the emotional spectrum comes from outside the wall of origin, and even has an inseparable relationship with the wall of origin. For example, the Asgardian little blue people have warned that if the emotional spectrum is abused, it may lead to the destruction of the universe. However, Carla can now know that the first to be destroyed by the abuse of the emotional spectrum is actually the wall of origin, which will lead to the collapse of the wall of origin. However, no one knows to what extent this so-called abuse refers to. At the same time, Carla understands better that the emotional spectrum is by no means simple, and even involves the power to create the world. Therefore, the ability possessed by Chudeng can actually be achieved as long as it is combined with the power of the emotional spectrum, because Chudeng is also a collection of all the powers of the emotional spectrum. So Ka-170 after some experimentation, she created a planet. That small ball is not an ordinary stone ball, but a planet, which has all the ingredients and structure of a planet, but the file size is too small. It was created by Carla with the power of the emotional spectrum, no longer a creation of imagination like the green light ring, but a real existence. The power of the emotional spectrum is the power of creation, and it can even truly create a world and a universe, Carla realized, holding her own planet in both hands, and making new changes. I saw that the planet became brighter, and exuded a scorching temperature, and finally transformed into a small fixed star small sun. Carla, after all, had parsed the sun, spent 5 years doing it, and only recently returned home. And under the power of the emotional spectrum, she combined the results of her own investigations to create a little sun that belonged to her alone. Theoretically, there is no difference between this small sun and the real sun, except for the difference in file size, quality, and temperature. So when Carla held it in front of her, she felt that every cell in her body was full of strength. I have to say that Kryptonians are the most unreasonable people in the world, because they only need to shine on the sun, which is more powerful than any solar energy equipment. They don't need the temperature of the sun, nor the mass of the sun, just the light of the sun. So even an artificial solar ray emitter, such as an artificial sun bath machine, can also enhance the power of Kryptonians, provided that it must be golden sunlight. Carla suddenly put her hands together and disbanded the fixed star she had created. Now is not the time to bask in the sun. Carla looked up, and suddenly she made an astonishing decision, and Carla quickly flew up, heading straight to the top of the origin wall. There is no doubt about the grandeur and scale of the wall of origin. This is a huge barrier that can separate the multi-universe, enough to enclose an entire universe. There are tens of billions of fixed stars like the Sun in the Milky Way, and even more, which means that there may be tens of billions of galaxies like the solar system in the Milky Way. However, in the universe, there are more and more galaxies than the Milky Way, which shows how vast and infinite a universe is. One can also imagine the grandeur of the Wall of Origin. Even at Carla's speed, it took her a full day and a half to get to the top. This time and speed are enough for her to go around the universe. But at least Carla is finally on top of the Wall of Origins, and she's about to fly over to see the world beyond. But just when Carla landed on the wall and was about to look to the other side, her eyes suddenly went blank, as if she was blind. All she could see was white, and there was no other color except white. You're too early, Carla. Suddenly, a voice exploded in Carla's ears, making her unable to tell where the voice came from, or even whether the owner of the voice was a man or a woman. And Carla faintly noticed that she couldn't understand the other party's language, but it wasn't that the lantern ring had the effect of translation, it was more like the other party wanted her to understand clearly, so she understood. Carla, keep growing. Although you have reached the 5th dimension, you are only at the level of a single universe. I need you to reach the supreme, at least the 10th dimension of the omnipotent universe. I need your help, Carla. I will continue to bless you until you reach the level I need, and I will come to you. So now you go back first. Suddenly, all the white in front of Carla's eyes receded, almost disappearing in an instant. Then what appeared in front of Carla was an Earth, or another universe 0. In the DC universe, no matter how big the galaxy is, or how vast the universe is, however, the Earth is considered to be the center of the universe. The Asgardians think that the OUA star is the center of the universe. In fact, they are wrong. Even though there are infinitely many infinite multi-universes, what Carla sees are Earths one after another. The Earth represents the infinite multi of DC universe, even the 52 universes later. So it's not new 52 yet. Carla frowned. She was more concerned about the white just now. That whiteness made her unable to even have any feelings. At that time, she seemed to be nothingness, as if she didn't exist, but she did exist. She can hear but cannot speak, she can see but cannot recognize, she can imagine but cannot associate with whiteness. What is that? Some unknown being? A new piece of the universe? Or something else? Carla doesn't know, but she only knows that her patron is very big, very big. The almighty universe? 10th dimension? Supreme? You really think highly of me. Carla put her hands on her forehead and showed a wry smile. If it is said according to the dimensions, the 3rd dimension is the level of ordinary people, the 4th dimension can already observe the concept of time, and the 5th dimension can distort reality, change time, and even easily eliminate a universe. For example, the Troublemaker and the Batmite are the most famous people in the 5th dimension. 2.1 The white voice said that Carla has also reached the 5th dimension, so she can easily do those things now. Definitely Carla wouldn't do that. And above the 5th dimension, there is also the 6th dimension, and even the 10th dimension. People from the 10th dimension have appeared before, and they especially like to eat people from the 5th dimension, almost driving all troublemakers out. So if you ask if there are people from the 10th dimension, it seems that there really are. Including the higher dimensional Carla that appeared in the comics, even the troublemaker is as small as a mosquito in her hands. However, for the current Carla at the moment, let alone the 10th dimension, she doesn't even understand the 6th dimension. P.S. Someone may already know who Carla's patron is. It doesn't matter if you don't know, it will be mentioned later. It may be difficult to understand dimensions, but Carla has a little understanding of cosmology. It is not cosmology in the ordinary sense, let alone astronomy or space science, but personal strength. According to the division of strength, you can do this. The level of ordinary people is the strength of normal and healthy ordinary people. Then there is the Superman level, which has power beyond the level and scope of ordinary people, such as Batman Bruce and Pharaoh Adrian have reached the limit of human beings. In addition, it can be divided into city level, power can destroy a city, national level, can destroy a country. Then to the level planet, you can already blow up a planet. At the galaxy level, the power of an individual is equivalent to a galaxy, from a single solar system to the largest galaxy and so on. Then there are level single universes, multiple level universes, super level universes, super universe levels, and finally the almighty universe level. According to the theory that there are infinite multi-universes can form a super-universe, and a super-universe is an infinite number of super-universes, and finally the infinite number of super-universes is the last 20 omnipotent universes. The omnipotent universe can create countless multi-universes and even infinite super-universes at will. Definitely, if the timeline develops to New 52, this setting will lose its foothold, but now it seems an infinite multi-universe appeared in front of Carla. According to the latest comics, the New 52 was led by Dr. Manhattan. He stole 10 years of time from the main universe, and single-handedly led out many major events and the concept of the New 52. Now, the timeline from 10 years ago has changed. At least for now is the concept of an infinite multi-universe. Carla took a deep breath. The pure white voice had completely disappeared, and it seemed that the other party would not appear again until she reached the so-called supremacy. Who is that voice? Carla may have a vague guess, but she feels it is absurd, so she doesn't think about it. In short, it shouldn't be a bad thing. With the blessing of that existence, Carla will be much more convenient. At least for now, I should go home, Carla said with averted eyes, and turned to face her own universe. In fact, she doesn't even grasp the corresponding power of the 5th dimension now, it should be because she doesn't touch it herself. She doesn't want to manipulate time at will. People who play with time will not end well in the end, because time will play jokes on you. The most important thing is that Carla doesn't want to lose hope and surprise for the future. She doesn't want to end up like Dr. Manhattan, lose fun, and even despair about the future. If you knew that something bad might happen when you go out 1 second late, what would you choose? You wouldn't make a good choice, would you? But isn't it that I have obliterated my own choice? I have obliterated the future that I would go out 1 second late. Carla didn't want to do that. So she temporarily ignored the words of the pure white voice, turned around and flew into the wall of origin, and was about to go home. But at this moment, a terrible violent wind hit. Carla was shocked, and with a thought, she had already gone away, flying to a place several light years away. Turning her head to look, Carla found that there was a terrifying big hand, almost brushing past her position just now. On this side of the wall of origin, there is a guy with huge amounts of, a pair of terrifying long horns on his head, and a mouthful of fangs, staring at Carla fiercely. You thief, what did you take away? Did you steal my power of origin? It is unforgivable. Yuga-Khan's power must not be peeped at by anyone, roared, that terrifying existence even from the power of origin support your upper body against the wall. Shouldn't he be glued to the wall of origin? Even Carla was terrified. What a terrifying existence, can it even break free from the wall of origin? Carla didn't even think about it. Her eyes turned red, and in the next moment she released 2 heat vision rays with a temperature of 20 million degrees Celsius, and went straight to the opponent's chest. Boom! The huge amounts of body were slammed against the wall by Carla again, and were stuck there firmly. Carla breathed a sigh of relief. If he escaped, maybe there would be a lot of trouble. Your strength is too weak. But suddenly, that terrifying existence named Yuga-Khan sneered. So, I thought you stole my strength, but now it seems that I think too highly of you now, little bug. You are not qualified to touch the power of Yuga-Khan. And your ray is far inferior to my son. His name is Darkseid, and he is the new king of gods on Apocalypse. You should listen. Have you said that? Darkseid? Is that him? Carla was shocked. She finally knew who Yuga-Khan, that is, who this guy was. He is Darkseid's father, formerly known as Zonas, who guides and brings the new Protoss of Apocalypse to this height. Because of his existence, the Apocalypse star became a new Protoss. Actually, the new Protoss is not limited to the Apocalypse star, there is another planet. Let's not mention this for now. Carla swallowed. There is no doubt that Darkseid is powerful, and it can be said to be one of the most successful villains in history. Even Marvel's Thanos claims to pay tribute to Darkseid. Anyone who has watched the Marvel movie universe must know how successful Thanos' creation is. It not only brought destruction to Avengers, but even destroyed half of the life in the universe. However, in a joint work between the two companies, Darkseid beat up Thanos, who held the Infinity Gauntlet, and even snatched the Infinity Gauntlet away. It's a pity that the power of the Infinity Gauntlet has no effect in the DC universe, so Darkseid lost the Infinity Gauntlet again. That's right, it's lost. It can be seen how domineering and terrifying Darkseid is. However, in front of Yuga-Khan, Darkseid is a stinky brother, no, a stinky son. Even if he only saw Yuga-Khan, Darkseid would turn around and run away in fright. And now, Carla is facing Yuga-Khan. Carla swallowed again, even she felt cold sweat on her palms. Did you and Ran meet this guy here? But she cares more about one thing, why are you glued to it? Yuga-Khan snorted coldly. I was glued on purposely, because my power comes from the power of origin, including the power of my new gods, all come from the wall of origin. How can you mortals come from the wall of origin? You will understand that the gods of the universe, the old gods and the new gods, have all been blessed by the wall of origin. Even if the gods die, they will return to the wall of origin and will not really die. This is where the old gods retire place. That's it. Carla raised her hands in shame and wiped off the cold sweat. Except for Yuga-Khan, she believed that no one would be willing to stick herself to the wall of origin. Having said that, so the so-called Protoss got the blessing of the wall of origin. So what if the Earth got the blessing of the wall of origin? Just when Carla had a whim, if the Earth was blessed by the wall of origin, wouldn't it be that human beings would become a new race of gods? It's not that simple, unless you can defeat us, and we defeated the old gods to become the new gods. Can you do it? Yuga-Khan laughed loudly, mocking Carla wantonly. Carla let out a cold snort. What's the air? 100,000 years ago, I don't know whose army was beaten to pieces by our Kryptonian. Yuga-Khan was taken aback. Are you a Kryptonian? Damn it, haven't you already been destroyed? Unexpectedly, even he knew about the destruction of Krypton. And 100,000 years ago, Yuga-Khan at that time should not have been glued to the wall of origin, and he might even have participated in the battle with chlorine. At least Yuga-Khan knows the horror of Krypton, especially the doomsday created by the corpse of the Kryptonian who turned into Superman, which is the most terrifying biochemical weapon in the universe. Normally speaking, the power of Doomsday is stronger than that of Superman, because Doomsday was transformed based on the power of Superman. So can you imagine the horror of a 100,000 Doomsday army? That is the power that can easily destroy a galaxy civilization. Even the Apocalypse Star, which is a new Protoss, was stopped by the army of the Doomsday to expand the universe. It also includes Krypton's own space-wide colonization plan. As far as the civilization that can pose a threat to Apocalypse, there is only Krypton at present. One is that Krypton is absolutely not bad in terms of civilization, and the other is in terms of strength. With enough rays of the golden sun, everyone will become Superman one by one. It's a pity that Krypton still missed the opportunity to replace the new Protoss. Yuga-Khan was stunned for a moment, then immediately sneered, if it's only with your strength, it seems that Krypton is nothing more than that. Carla frowned, and boundless anger rose in her heart. How dare you look down on me and Krypton? I'll kill you. As she said that, Carla's hands lit up in all kinds of colors, even activating the power of the entire quantum universe. Yuga-Khan's complexion finally changed. Maybe Carla's thermal vision rays were not taken seriously by him, because Darkseid's Omega rays were indeed stronger than Superman's thermal vision rays in terms of setting. However, Carla's powers go beyond her heat vision ray, which is just one of her many abilities. In particular, the power of the entire emotional spectrum and the power of the quantum realm completely changed Yuga-Khan's face. Damn it, you crazy woman, are you crazy? How dare you arouse the power of such a huge emotional spectrum at the Wall of Origin? Are you going to destroy the Wall of Origin? Even Yuga-Khan startled by Carla's actions. As mentioned above, there is a close relationship between the power of the emotional spectrum and the Wall of Origin. Even abuse of the power of the emotional spectrum may lead to the collapse of the Wall of Origin. At that time, no one knows what crisis will happen, and it is possible that the universe will perish. Carla clenched her fists and glared at Yuga-Khan. Apologize. Huh. Yuga-Khan was puzzled. Carla shouted, apologize to me, otherwise everyone will finish playing together. Anyway, Krypton has been destroyed, but your apocalypse planet has not been destroyed, right? At worst, everyone will die together. So apologize to me. Yuga-Khan was speechless. He had never seen this kind of post. But he could feel that Carla's anger was serious. He didn't know if Carla would really do that, but he didn't dare to try. Okay, you won. I take back what I said earlier. I recognize the power of Krypton. Even Yuga-Khan had to apologize to Carla. Only then did Carla snort in satisfaction, putting away all her strength. And after this battle, Carla's fear of Yuga-Khan disappeared. She even turned back to a distance of several light years ago, and began to zoom in all over her body, and finally reached a height of tens of thousands of meters. This time it was her turn to be condescending. He looked at Yuga-Khan. Yuga-Khan's body is huge, but in front of Carla, who is 10,000 meters long, he is too short. Although Yuga-Khan was glued to the Wall of Origin, Yuga-Khan said just now that his power is called the Power of Origin, and it came from the Wall of Origin, so he can be said to be the only one who still retains the power of origin, self-awareness, and the existence that can barely move the body. Even in the fury of mistakenly thinking that Carla was here to steal his power, he almost got rid of the Wall of Origin and came down from it. No wonder even Carla was panicked at first, but it was not enough to be afraid. Carla looked at Yuga-Khan nearby, and became very interested in him. So, you stuck yourself to death. Like a moth to a flame? Yuga-Khan snorted angrily, the origin of my power comes from here. This place is not any threat to me. As long as I understand the power of origin, I can naturally get rid of the power of friction at any time. She actually said that he was trying to die or something. What a bold woman, even that Xingquang Shixing and Heavenly Father would not dare to do so. Finally mentioned. In fact, the new Protoss has not only the Apocalypse Star, but also the new Creation Star. The two planets can be said to be brothers, including the relationship between Yuga-Khan and the so-called Heavenly Father. They originally defeated the old gods together and became the new gods. But later they separated and became opposing camps. If the Apocalypse Star is hell, or even an evil god that is infinitely worse than hell, then the new Creation Star is the so-called heaven. Therefore, the leader of the new Creation Star calls himself Father. The reason why the Apocalypse Star has not expanded to the outside world in the past 100,000 years, except for being defeated by Krypton at the beginning, the biggest reason is the new Creation Star. It's just that Carla raised another question that Yuga-Khan couldn't refute. Then how many years have you been sticking here? Yuga-Khan was silent for a while and said, 100,000 years. Carla said, then have you got it? Your so-called power of origin? Obviously not, otherwise wouldn't he have broken free long ago? Carla gave a thumbs up. You really are a small, get it, hand. Yuga-Khan didn't understand what Carla meant, but he knew that the other party was definitely not praising him, so he couldn't help but glared. Stop provoking me, little guy, I can see that you are very young, unless you don't care about being destroyed by me. Carla shrugged, why don't we try? Facing Carla's malicious eyes, Yuga-Khan suddenly came to his senses. Wait a minute, he was stuck on the Wall of Origin. Even though he seemed to have almost gotten rid of it before, it was already very tricky. Even if it is him, it is impossible to break free from the Wall of Origin unless he really obtains the power of origin. So when he saw Carla approaching little by little with clenched fists and a sneer, Yuga-Khan yelled angrily, stinky girl, how dare you take a position? Bang bang bang. What did you say? I won't let you go. Bang bang bang. Not this one. I dare not. For Yuga-Khan, this day was definitely the most humiliating moment in history. Carla was taking revenge. She didn't let it go. It was obviously retaliation for Yuga-Khan's daring to belittle Krypton, and she didn't care that Yuga-Khan was trapped on the Wall of Origin and could not move, almost riding on him, with both hands bowing left and right. Yuga-Khan's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. This is an invincible victory, and Yuga-Khan was stuck on the Wall of Origin, unable to fight back at all. And Yuga-Khan underestimated Carla's power after all. If her power is exerted on the Earth, it can even tear the Earth into pieces easily. Don't forget that Dr. Manhattan can move the entire universe. Now that power has been inherited by Carla, plus her own original power, it is equivalent to the power of more than a dozen universes acting on Yuga-Khan. No matter how powerful Yuga-Khan is, he cannot withstand such a terrifying attack. Carla was able to shred the Earth 5 years ago, and even claimed to be able to drag dozens of suns to fly 5 years later. And the reason why Dr. Manhattan dragged the entire universe was just to let himself have the effect of moving the position, and it was very easy, indicating that he might be able to drag more universes with all his strength. Now Carla beat Yuga-Khan almost with all her strength, only to hear a drum beating that seemed to spread throughout the universe, and finally even Yuga-Khan had to give in. I've already apologized, damn it, what else do you want? Do you really think 853 I can't resist? Damn, I'm just not as crazy as you, and I don't want to destroy the wall of origin, Yuga-Khan roared. If Carla continued, he might really have to resist desperately. But Carla didn't care, stepped on Yuga-Khan's chest, looked down at the new God King, and said with a sneer, even the so-called gods are not immortal, you should be more powerful than me, clear. Didn't Yuga-Khan personally admit that the new gods defeated the old gods and replaced them? In this way, the new gods were not gods before that, and since they have defeated the old gods, it proves that they can also be defeated. Carla has a deeper understanding of the power and mystery of the emotional spectrum. At the moment, she raised her right hand, activated the power of the black lamp ring, and created a sickle. Do you think I really can't kill you? Carla's expression became a little ferocious, and she pointed the sickle in her hand at Yuga-Khan. The black lamp represents the concept of death. Even the existence that claims to be immortal can give the concept of death. Even Carla knew that all the emotional spectrum comes from outside the wall of origin. To put it bluntly, the emotional spectrum is also a kind of source power. That's why Yuga-Khan mistook Carla for stealing his power. But now, Yuga-Khan's expression changed, and the black light made him terrified. It's strange, how can there be light in black? But in fact, it emitted black light, and Carla tilted her head, as if looking for where to start. Yuga-Khan finally felt threatened, and it was fatal. But he didn't beg for mercy anymore. That's not his character. The reason why he begs for mercy just now is because he doesn't want to be beaten by a junior who almost rides on his body with old fists. That's even more embarrassing. But now, he has nothing to fear. Suddenly, a hoarse and icy voice sounded that made the hair stand on end of ordinary people. Yes, that's it. Kill everyone. Bring death to everyone. Let this world perish. Ha 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 ha. Fuck off. Carla turned her head abruptly, and cursed at an empty void. In the next second, a black figure suddenly appeared in the place that should have been empty. It was a skeleton in a black robe. That's right, it's a skeleton that seems to be alive, or in fact, he symbolizes death. He is the real body of death, the Black Death Emperor. The Black Death Emperor suddenly appeared in front of Carla, with his own logo engraved on the forehead of the skeleton, which is the pattern represented by the black fried ring. And in the hands of the Black Death Emperor, he also held a huge amounts of black sickle. Kill him. The Black Death Emperor came in front of Carla and seduced Carla with a bewitching tone. He is the God King of the new God race. He has huge vitality and is almost immortal. But as long as you kill him, Carla, that power belongs to you. You can devour all his life, and the new gods will drop their godhead after death. You can become a new god. You can become a real death god. So Carla, kill him, and you will become the master of the universe. Kill him, and you can gain power beyond 1,000,000 years, beyond tens of millions of years. Kill him, and you can even make the Kryptonians a new Protoss. You, Kal-El, Hall, and the rest of the survivors will all become new gods. So kill him. Black Death tried his best to seduce Carla. To tell you the truth, my sister's heart is really moved, Carla said honestly, and her heart was moved. If it is really possible to devour Yuga-Khan's power, and even get Yuga-Khan's godhead, maybe even the power of origin can be obtained. Who wouldn't be moved? But, who are you so meowing at? Carla swung his hand fiercely and slashed at the Black Death Emperor. When the Black Death Emperor's reaction was already very fast, and he even blocked Carla's attack. But Carla's strength was beyond his ability, and he was sent flying by one blow, and even crossed half of the universe, returning to a certain place in the universe. Carla picked her ears. I'm so annoying. My sister has principles. No one who should be damned will be spared, and anyone who shouldn't be damned will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. As for you, Carla glanced at Yuga-Khan in front of him again, and snorted softly, at least the crime is not worthy of death, and I'll beat you up too, so we'll be clean. God damn it, it's clear, you put people on the wall of origin and beat them up, or are you taking advantage of people's dangers? How come you are clear? Yuga-Khan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. We are not finished, Kryptonian stinking girl, I will find you. Carla shrugged. Uncle, we don't have a date. Also, don't threaten me anymore. I like to cut grass and roots to avoid future troubles. Or do you want to give me godhead and your power? This is also one of Carla's principles. If Yuga-Khan is really a master of death, she will never mind taking the opportunity to let him die successfully. Yuga-Khan finally stopped talking. Regardless of what Yuga-Khan thought, Carla didn't take the matter of beating him up to heart. Because it is impossible for Yuga-Khan to obtain the power of origin, so if he always wants to obtain the power of origin, he may have to stay here for a lifetime. Carla could forget him in an instant. Carla is not talking nonsense. The real power of origin is terrifying. It even involves the creation of the multi-universe, the power of the entire DC universe, and may even touch her white patron. As for the identity of the white, perhaps Carla has already guessed. If it's him, then the fun will be great. I'm afraid my sister will be invincible. Carla bid farewell to Yuga-Khan. She did not kill Yuga-Khan after all. But Carla is not worried about Yuga-Khan's revenge. One is that Carla did not disclose her information. The universe is so big that it is difficult for Yuga-Khan to find herself. What's more, he probably won't be able to escape the wall of origin in this life. In other words, the power of origin he wants to obtain is far from being so easy to obtain. So Carla left with peace of mind, and did not kill Yuga-Khan because of the bewitchment of the Black Death Emperor. In fact, she was not sure whether she could really kill Yuga-Khan. Leaving the wall of origin, Carla flew to the distance quickly. Instead of returning to the Earth, she released the quantum realm and flew into the universe. Carla came from the direction where Hayseedi was knocked into the air by her, and her speed was far faster than that of Hayseedi, and she had already caught up with Hayseedi while he was still flying backwards in the universe. Even Carla intercepted the Black Death Emperor even faster. Tell me, how many Kryptonian survivors are there? You seem to know something, Carla said. There is a reason for chasing after the Black Death Emperor. She just heard the Black Death Emperor mention the Kryptonian survivors. Not counting Carla and Clark, there is at least one named Hall, and there seem to be other survivors. What Carla came to ask was the whereabouts of those survivors. Did she not expect that there are other survivors on Krypton? But the Black Death Emperor looked at Carla with a sneer, and suddenly roared, "You don't deserve it." Huh. Carla tilted her head, and the sickle in her hand was replaced by a big sword. Are you courting death? So what if it is the embodiment of death? The black lamp of death held by Carla is as powerful as the Black Death Emperor, and what she holds in her hand is the original lamp ring, which is on an equal footing with the lamp beasts. So even the Black Death Emperor, who is the embodiment of death, she can kill. Don't you dare to tell me. Carla narrowed her eyes slightly. The cloak was fluttering wildly with a strong murderous intent on her body. This is a more direct and terrifying killing intent than Yuga-Khan just now. Yuga-Khan only offended Carla verbally, but the Black Death Emperor is really trying to die now. You want to threaten me? But we are also going to settle accounts with you. The Black Death Emperor was not afraid at all, and with his loud shout, the surrounding space was suddenly illuminated. A ball of white dazzling light illuminated the place, and a beautiful girl in a long white dress came over. She was walking in the void of the universe. She was still a few light years away in the last second, but she was already here in the next second. She is not the appearance of the Earthlings, but the image of an alien, but she is also very beautiful from the aesthetic point of view of the Earthlings. The spirit of existence. Carla recognized her identity. It is the white lantern beast that represents life, and it is also the embodied existence that represents life. The Black Lantern Black Death Emperor is a skeleton dressed in black, which symbolizes death. The spirit of the existence of the white lamp is a woman in white, which symbolizes life. Kryptonian Carla, you did not get the approval of the spirit of existence, and privately stealed the power of the white lamp. I am here to judge your spirit of existence, said in a flat tone. Carla suddenly felt that the spirit of existence might be more difficult to deal with than the Black Death Emperor, but she definitely didn't take it to heart. Then you come and take it. Carla sneered and handed out her right hand, pointing her little finger at the spirit of existence. It not only showed the white light ring of the little finger, now it looks like a white string, but also had another meaning. Just like raising the middle finger, it's impolite to raise the little finger to someone, so don't imitate it. The spirit of existence frowned, with an ugly expression on his face. At this moment, suddenly more colors rushed to sleep here. Carla looked subconsciously and found that it was 7 colors, which corresponded to the colors of the 7 Lantern Corps. But Carla frowned again, and found that among the 7 colors, there was another color that shouldn't appear, that is the yellow of fear. What's going on? Did the parallax come out again? Carla sneered. It seems that you are really trying to die. This time, Carla may not show mercy. All of a sudden, all the lantern beasts gathered here, appeared in front of Carla, and surrounded her. The Black Lantern Black Death Emperor, the White Lantern Existence Spirit, and the Yellow Parallax Monster that Carla once personally solved. When Carla looked over, the parallax immediately flew to another place, hiding behind other lantern beasts, not daring to look at Carla. It's really cute. Definitely only Carla would think so. In addition, Carla is the first time to see the other emotional spectrum materialized. The red light bloody bull, that is a bison that is bright red as if it is burning with raging flames. Carla wonders if it will roast itself. How does it taste? Orange lantern desire is a huge amounts of star python that can easily wrap around a planet. At the moment it was looking at Carla with a pair of greedy eyes. Zero looking for flowers. It definitely wasn't greedy for anything else, but looked at Carla's hands, and roared angrily, don't want anything else, don't want anything else, as long as the orange light is enough. Song's orange light is enough. The Orange Lantern, or should be called the Orange Lantern Warrior, is the most greedy, and the corresponding lantern beast is also the most possessive. Not only is it greedy for the power of the emotional spectrum of other colors, it is even unwilling to let its warriors choose other rings. But Carla is wearing all 10 rings, which makes her feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. Carla also looked at it eagerly. Such a long snake is enough to stew a big pot. There is also the blue-colored octopus, which is definitely the lantern beast of the Blue Lantern. The lantern beast of Purple Lantern is a huge amounts of alien-like monster called Old. It is generally believed that love is big love, but love also includes small love, especially the selfish love between men and women, which is the most selfish and exclusive, so the realization of purple love is the predatory beast. As for the Blue Lantern beast, it is a huge amounts of blue phoenix named Yaeshiwang. The concept of the phoenix always gives people a sense of hope, such as the legend of the phoenix's nirvana, which means that the phoenix will never die, and death is also a new life. There is also the final green light. The embodiment of the green will is the Ion Shark, which is a beautiful green shark, swimming around freely. Only Ion Shark showed no hostility towards Carla, but moved to Carla's side full of curiosity, took a closer look and then ran away. So what the hell are you here for? Ion Shark, what on earth are you here for? Even the other lantern beasts became suspicious. Especially the Blood Butcher, who roared in a disdainful tone, "It's okay if you don't need it. Krypton girl Carla, your anger has already calmed down in your heart. If that's the case, hand over the original red light ring to me." Carla understood that the reason why these lantern beasts suddenly appeared collectively was that they had only one purpose, and that was to take back the crucial original lantern ring from here. Carla now also understands that the power of the lantern ring and the emotional spectrum is far from that simple. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a kind of power of origin, and it can even create the world. That being the case, she definitely will not give up easily. Carla glanced at all the lantern beasts with deep eyes, and licked her lips inadvertently. "Hey, how about letting me taste your taste?" All the lantern beasts were taken aback. Among them, the parallax monster, which represents fear, even turned around and ran away. No person knows Carla's horror better than parallax monster. Even if it represents the power of fear, it also produces instinctive fear from the bottom of its heart. Because Carla is its natural enemy, Carla aided and preyed on the previous generation of parallax monsters, so Carla began to become the natural enemy of parallax monsters, and she made the fearful parallax monsters feel fear. This is simply unbelievable, and even the lantern beasts showed expressions of disbelief. It's the original light ring. She has the original yellow light of fear, so she can scare the parallax. Damn, she can also threaten us with other original light rings at the same time. The octopus discovered the truth. Can make parallax monsters who are originally fearful, definitely can't be done by ordinary means. But what if Carla had the same powers as parallax? Originally, the original Lamp 557 ring can sit on an equal footing with the Lamp Beast, and Carla's power exceeds that of the parallax monster, so it can naturally bring fear to fear. So this is why we came here. To defeat her, we must replenish our original power. The original lamp ring must not be worn by anyone, because no one is qualified, said the blood-slaughtered cow, the grumpiest one, because it's exactly what anger originally was. I don't think there is any benefit in doing this, but there is also a gentle voice among them saying this, not the spirit of existence representing life, but Yaeshiwang representing hope. She spread out a pair of beautiful blue wings, and when the other lantern beasts showed hostility, she spread her wings to stop Carla, and said to the other lantern beasts, since she has been approved by the original lantern ring, it proves that she has enough qualifications. Obtain this power. Even we cannot have the will of the emotional spectrum. Although they are various manifestations of the emotional spectrum, even they cannot fully control the original power of the emotional spectrum, otherwise the original lantern ring would not appear. To put it bluntly again, if they are so powerful, why should they face Carla in person? It's not that they can't control the original light ring, both sides occupy half of the power of the emotional spectrum, so they can't control the original light ring, just as Carla can't use the original light ring to order them. Originally, everyone could stay in the same place, but Carla can use the power of the emotional spectrum, but it does not affect the lantern beasts and can continue to control the power of the emotional spectrum. But they got together at the moment, wanting to be hostile to Carla. Carla smiled, little bird, you go and watch first. There are also ion sharks and parallax monsters. As long as you don't make a move, I won't touch you. As for the others, Carla glanced at the 6 colors, white light, black light, red light, orange light, purple light and blue light. There are 9 lantern beasts in total, 3 of them may not need to be considered now, and the remaining 6 seem to have decided to make an enemy of Carla. That being the case, Carla is not too polite, including the Black Death Emperor. I will boil your bones into soup, and then chop up and stew the other lantern beasts. I want to see how arrogant you are and dare to follow, I yelled. The taste of arrogance? Hey, their arrogance is not because they are confident in their taste, it has nothing to do with that, they don't intend to be eaten. The Black Death Emperor was even more unbelievable, it was full of bones, but Carla didn't intend to let it go, but used it to make big bone soup or something. The spirit of existence shivered, and then shouted strong and calm, stop talking nonsense with her, it seems that we must take back those original lamp rings by force. Don't forget that is our original power. Kill. The Black Death Emperor roared together with the bloody bull, and was also the first to rush towards Carla. Blood Slaughter Bull is a huge amount of bison. It not only has a majestic and huge body, but also has a bloody mouth and a pair of sharp horns. At the moment's pair of horns became its deadly weapon, lowered its head, and charged directly at Carla. The Black Death Emperor followed closely behind, and at the moment also jumped on the back of the blood-slaughtered bull, holding his terrifying death scythe in his hand, and came straight to Carla. Other lantern beasts also responded one after another, wanting to swallow Carla with its big mouth. Because of its huge body and the unique characteristic of snakes, it can swallow prey larger than its size. This one mouthful could swallow a whole planet. The converted octopus has many huge amounts of tentacles, like a combination of an octopus and an octopus, waving dozens of large tentacles to entangle Carla. There are also plundering beasts and the spirit of existence, not to be outdone, using their own means to attack from left to right. All the lantern beasts rushed forward except Yaoshi Wang, Ion Shark, and the panicked parallax monster. Carla was unflappable. She still maintained a height of tens of thousands of meters at the moment. With a sneer, a special ring suddenly appeared on the thumb of her left hand. That ring originally has all the colors of the light ring, but there is an additional 10th color gathered. It is the first light ring in the true sense, and the only light ring that condenses all the power of the emotional spectrum. If other light rings are called original light rings, then only the first light rings are qualified to be called initial light rings. The original and the original may have the same meaning in the sense, but the original refers to the original meaning, and it is also the first meaning. The original lamp ring can only be behind it. At the moment, Carla suddenly revealed the first lamp ring, which bloomed more dazzling light, corresponding to each lamp beast in various colors, huge amounts of power from the same root, and suddenly subdued all the lamp beasts. As I said from the very beginning, the early lamp ring is a power that surpasses all lamp rings, but now, Carla uses this power to control almost all lamp beasts at the same time. Is that the first lamp? How is it possible? Isn't the first lamp in the hands of that person? Why does she have the first lamp? The lamp beasts shouted one after another, because even they 1.5 didn't know that the Chudeng ring was also in Carla's hand. The reason was that the origin of the Chudeng ring was very mysterious. It traveled through time and space to find Carla, and Chudeng had no lights. There is no need to say oaths or welcome words. So almost no one knows that Chudeng has appeared in this world. No, there are lantern beasts who know about it, such as parallax monsters. Carla looked at the parallax monster, who lowered his head guiltily. It seems that it didn't tell the other lantern beasts. Do you want to test me and see if I will be eliminated? Or do you simply want to trick other lantern beasts? Carla sneered secretly, but was too lazy to care. Turning her head, Carla smiled maliciously at the lantern beasts. Then we are about to start. Who should we start with first? Sure enough, let's do the skeleton first. There is no doubt about the power of the lantern beasts. They can even destroy a planet at every turn. For example, the parallax demon almost threatened the entire galaxy before, but he shouldn't provoke and threaten the Earth. But the lantern beasts are not invincible, including the parallax monster, which was defeated by Carla himself, and that was 5 years ago. After Carla lived in the sun for 5 years, she became extremely powerful and gained the power of Dr. Manhattan. If she wanted, she could even turn these realized lantern beasts back into the original molecules and atoms. Also, Carla's experience in the Wall of Origin is that she holds the Holen Ring, which controls all the lantern beasts almost instantly. And now, Carla began to think about how to chop these extras and stew them in a pot. I need a pot the size of a planet, Carla thought, starting to create a pot in front of her that was going to be used next. The pot was so big that people even mistakenly thought that what Carla was going to cook next was not those lantern beasts, but other planets. The lantern beasts were completely controlled. They couldn't even make a sound, let alone move. The suppression of them by the Chudeng ring is incomparable, even if they are the embodiment of the emotional spectrum. At the moment is like an ordinary animal being tied up, unable to break free. Carla, you can't do that. Suddenly, Ion Shark cruising in front of Carla, persuading. Yaoshi Wang also spread its wings and flew over. First, it looked at Carla and the lantern beasts with a strange expression. It didn't expect her partner to be so free. Fortunately, she had spoken and worried about this girl before. Krypton girl Carla, if the lanterns die, the emotional spectrum will be messed up, Yaoshi Wang persuaded softly. Only the parallax monsters dared to hide in the distance, especially when they saw that Carla had even prepared the pot. He shivered and retreated further away. Facing the persuasion from Ion Shark and Yaoshi Huang, Carla was even more curious. By the way, what are you here for? Since you are not my enemy, why did you follow me into muddy water? Ion Shark and Yaoshi Huang exchanged glances. Ion Shark made a quick turn around Carla and said, I came to play with you. I am impressed by your unwavering willpower. I like you, Carla. Carla grinned. She seems to be particularly fond of small animals, although Ion Sharks are not small animals. Yaoshi Huang said, I heard about your deeds. You defeated the parallax monster's misconduct. I came to thank you for your contribution to the universe. At the same time, when I heard that they wanted to recover, I also planned to help you when I heard about the original lantern ring. But now it seems that I don't need it. Carla pointed at the parallax monster, Ion Shark. No matter what, you shouldn't let it run around casually, right? If it takes the opportunity to escape, how will you explain to me? Unexpectedly, Ion Shark suddenly said these words. Actually, it also wants to see you very much, so it begged to come together. And it is not your enemy, Carla. It originally wanted to help you. Huh. Carla was baffled. Why? Because to it, you may seem like a mother. Are you kidding me? Carla was almost overwhelmed. But the Ion Shark is not like a joke, it's like the first person they see when the chicks are hatched, or when the cubs just open their eyes. Although you are not the biological mother of the parallax monster, you are indeed. You gave birth to the second-generation parallax monster, so you exist like its mother. Didn't you say that it respects and loves you and fears you? Wait a minute, the last time I met it, it was scared twice by me and passed out. Carla disagreed. It's not like she hadn't visited the second-generation parallax stall when it was scared to death up. The ion shark looked at Carla, and said in a strange tone, it just saw its mother grow up like this, so it felt desperate and distraught. Carla used to be self-righteous and thought that the little parallax remembered the fear that he brought to it like a natural enemy, thinking that it was scared to death by herself. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all. Carla, the parallax monster is not what it used to be. The previous generation of parallax monster was killed by you. This generation of parallax monster was completely evolved by you and was born in your hands. You are like its mother. Even if it represents the embodiment of fear, it still respects you, Ion Shark said to Carla seriously. No matter how life and death are fought between the Lantern Corps, and no matter how antagonistic the Lantern Beasts seem to be, it is undeniable that the relationship between the emotional spectrum is inseparable. Including the Lantern Beasts, they also fought back and forth, but they always had a tacit understanding and size. That's why Ion Shark interceded for Parallax. But Carla's expression is very strange, joking, let her recognize such a worm-like son? She is not the heroine of the opposite sex, please stop joking. In other words, in fact, from the perspective of parallax monsters, she seems to be hard to see. It's just that once this incredible relationship is revealed, it always feels unacceptable. But what the Ion Shark said made Carla unable to refute, because she did eat the previous generation of parallax monsters, and then helped to promote the birth of the second generation of parallax monsters in order to prevent the universe from dying. How should I put it? I wasn't the one who hatched it, Carla shrugged, remembering that what she handed over was a golden egg, so it's only right that someone else hatched it. The Ion Shark asked back, you don't really think we are animals, do you? We are not ordinary creatures. We have existed independently since the beginning of consciousness. Since you created it in the yellow spectrum of fear, it is hatching. And you are the first person to touch it, and the first person it recognizes and remembers the smell and information. Carla's shoulders slumped, don't be kidding, don't you want me to recognize this son? Don't make trouble, I'm a bachelor, I don't even have a boyfriend, and I don't plan to have one. Ion Shark quickly explained, it's not like that, I just want you not to have too much hostility towards Parallax Monster, and don't have too much opinion on us. It turned out that it was a matter of avoiding the important and taking the light of the light, going around in circles to intercede. Carla was relieved, as long as she didn't recognize a bug son. Turning around, Carla glanced at the Lantern Beasts who had calmed down, and nodded with a smile, don't worry, I promise to keep their second generation. Ion Shark sighed helplessly, but remained silent. Just when Ion Shark and Yaoshi Huang looked at each other feeling helpless, suddenly, several little blue figures appeared in front of Carla. Carla gets annoyed when she sees them, why are they here again? These little blue people are the Asgardians of the universe. When the cosmic Asgardians suddenly came in front of Carla, not only Carla was upset and bored, even the little blue people looked at the cauldron that Carla had prepared with black lines. Oh, dear Carla, don't tell me you're going to stew these lantern beasts, exclaimed the female Asgardian who had received Carla before, feeling incredulous. Why not? Carla snorted softly, in fact, that's what I planned. And can you not always come out after things are resolved? Otherwise, you will always cause some conflicts yourself? Are you Asgardian or not? Vandal. Carla, even you can't slander us, an Asgardian showed an unhappy expression. But Carla didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, she turned around and used psychokinesis to pick up the cauldron that was enough to throw the planet into the cooking pot. After watching it carefully, she nodded, it should be able to be stewed in one pot. Everyone, including the beasts, was covered in cold sweat. They finally knew Carla was serious. Carla, give them to us, we promise that no lantern beast will escape and harass you again. The little blue people tried their best to persuade Carla. Even if you do what you did before, at least you have to keep new dire beasts, an Asgardian said, referring to what Carla did with the parallax monsters. Although she killed the parallax monsters at the time, she created new ones. Carla shivered, subconsciously glanced at the parallax monster hiding in the distance, and then at the Ion Shark. She had to admit that the Ion Shark actually scared her. Did the little parallax think of herself as her mother? But looking at the little parallax monster who obviously had the opportunity to escape but didn't do that, but looked at himself secretly, it seems that there is something like what the Ion Shark said. Carla quickly waved her hand, damn Ion Sharks, why do you have to say that? Damn it. Well, I won't eat them. Ion Shark boldly walked around Carla, and said with a smile, Carla, I knew you were not bad. Yaoshi Wang also smiled and flapped her wings, I praise you, Carla, you are so beautiful. Carla sneered in her heart, forget it, she might be ugly in the eyes of the lamp beast. She knew it from the mouth of the Ion Shark, so the last time the little parallax monster fainted was because of her ugly relationship. Damn, that unfilial son. Carla gritted her teeth and stared at the parallax monster in the distance. Is she ugly? The parallax monster looked at a loss, and wanted to get closer, but was timid and didn't dare to approach easily. But before letting go of the lantern beasts, Carla didn't forget that she still had questions to answer. She came in front of the Black Death Emperor, stretched out her hand and pulled the Black Death Emperor's collar. She didn't even need the Black Death Emperor to speak. She had already explored his thoughts with Dr. Manhattan's ability. Then Carla found the memory she wanted. With its special power, when Krypton was dying, the Black Death Emperor felt inspired to go to the vicinity of Krypton, cheering for the life of a planet that died at once. Carla gritted her teeth, seeing Krypton's demise again, almost made her want to slap the Black Death Emperor to death, because he dared to cheer. But at this moment, a scene appeared in the memory that shocked Carla. Just when Krypton was about to collapse and be destroyed, a mechanical spaceship suddenly broke in outside the atmosphere of Krypton, which looked like a human head. Then the spaceship emitted a shrinking ray, which actually reduced the capital of Krypton to a sand table file size, and then was placed in a bottle-like device and taken away. Carla's eyes widened, and she froze there for a moment. Did the capital of Krypton survive? No matter how the Black Death Emperor jumped on his feet and yelled and cursed in his own memory, the image of that moment was deeply imprinted in Carla's mind. The capital of Krypton was taken away by someone who turned it into a city in a bottle by special means. By the way, when the Black Death Emperor was yelling and cursing, he called the name of the owner of the spaceship, which seemed to be Brainiac. Well, no matter who you are, and no matter what your original purpose is, you'd better make sure you didn't destroy my hometown and my parents there, or I'll let you know. Sometimes death is the ultimate relief, Carla thought silently in her heart. She already knew who it was, Brainiac, a collector from cities who liked to collect civilizations. And when Krypton was about to be destroyed, Feng Xing's capital was also taken away by him. But for Carla now, this is really a good thing, because of what Brainiac has done, at least the capital of Krypton does not have to be destroyed with Krypton. And most importantly, Carla's parents and family, as well as Clark's parents, they are all people who live there. Maybe, her and Clark's parents are still alive? Thinking of this, Carla couldn't help being excited, and she didn't care about those lantern beasts anymore. Then I'll leave it to you, Carla said hastily before turning around and leaving. By the way, before leaving, Carla did not forget to leave a threat to those lantern beasts. Next time you dare to provoke me, I will definitely eat you. If these little blue people dare to hinder me again, I will even kill them. Read it together. Do what you say. The Asgardians looked at each other, knowing that Carla was already dissatisfied with them. But they shrugged and didn't take it seriously. And the Parallax, Carla noticed, the little Parallax with a look of disappointment. She just felt weird in her heart, but she still turned around and said without looking back, Parallax, don't make any wrong decisions again, or I will kill you anyway. Then she flew away without looking back, turned into a ray of light, spanned countless light years in an instant, and almost traveled through the entire universe to the extent of the Milky Way. Carla glanced at the direction of her home planet, Nyo-Wang, from a distance, but was threatened by the red sun's rays. She just took a long look and then retracted her gaze, and then continued to fly in the direction of home. After crossing the Milky Way and coming to the starry sky of the solar system on the other side, Carla returned to the Earth smoothly. As Dr. Manhattan said earlier, when Carla returned home, it was exactly 3 days later. The first day goes to the Watcher universe, the second day rewrites history for Dr. Manhattan, and the third day is all the encounters before that. Carla just got home. Before she could change her clothes, she opened the door and called downstairs, "Mom, don't forget to bring my dinner tonight." Immediately downstairs came the echoes of Martha and Jonathan. Carla shouted again, "I have something to say to Clark, and I'll talk to you when I get back." Then she left the house again to find Clark, to share the good news with her brother that their biological parents might still be alive. After Carla's previous suggestion, Clark finally started working while traveling. He is different from Carla. Clark's travel is more like the improvement of life experience and the maturity and growth of mentality. He needs to walk around and see. So Carla suggested that Clark should live among the crowd instead of avoiding the crowd, which would make him more and more distant from humanity. The biggest difference between Superman and Dr. Manhattan is that although Superman has the power of God, he maintains the most perfect quality and humanity of human beings. Dr. Manhattan suddenly changed from an ordinary person to a god, and then lost his humanity, and was more inclined to divinity. Carla didn't want Clark to become such a cold existence in the end. It's not that injustice goes beyond the world line. What Clark was looking for was a temporary job. He worked in a hotel, the kind of tavern that was built near the road, and drivers of long-distance trains often came to take a rest when they stopped. Carla found Clark, but she didn't disturb his work. After all, she was still wearing a battlesuit, so it was not easy to show up. So Carla shrunk down to an ant file size, sat on the roof, raised her head with her hands on her chin and looked up at the sky, with a smile full of 917 expectations on her mouth. Because of the time zone, the time here is a few hours behind the metropolitan side. It was already late at night, and the sky was full of bright stars. Carla found the galaxy where Krypton was located. Because Krypton in this world is self-destructive, not because of the destruction of the sun, so it is just that Krypton exploded, but the red sun is still alive. Carla looked at the place where Krypton was before it was destroyed, which is now a cemetery, and the debris of Krypton's destruction is everywhere around it. But Carla didn't feel sad anymore, because she found clues that maybe her biological parents were still alive, including the capital of Krypton, even the parents of her cousin Clark, and the Krypton survivors in the whole city. Next, as long as you tell Clark the good news, and then go back and tell the adoptive parents, Carla may embark on a space journey again to find the whereabouts of the survivors in her hometown. Brainiac, I hope he doesn't die. Carla would not mind saying thank you if his hometown and family were preserved intact by him. But if Brainiac wants to die, Carla will definitely give him a taste of real fear. Okay. Just when Carla was thinking wildly, she suddenly felt down and looked down. Through the roof, Carla noticed that there was a dispute in the bar below her and it was related to her brother Clark. It turned out that the waitress in the bar was molested by a truck driver. The upright Clark definitely couldn't see it, so he went up to rescue the waitress. But he was entangled by several people on the opposite side. With Clark's strength, he is definitely fearless, but he was stopped by the waitress, telling him not to have the same knowledge as these scumbags. Clark also suppressed his temper and did not explode. But those people went further and further, thinking that Clark had confessed, so they made more mockery and sarcasm. Carla couldn't stand it anymore. With a cold expression, she opened Time Changhe and flipped through the past, found the truck corresponding to the truck driver, and knew which car he was. Then what Carla has to do is also very simple, directly split the car into countless parts from the quantum standpoint, and then gather them together to form an iron lump. Dr. Manhattan once achieved a similar effect, even what he squeezed into an iron ball was a tank. Carla snorted softly, but didn't do anything to those scumbags originally, but this lesson should be enough. After a while, Clark bid farewell to the boss here, changed back into his own clothes and walked out. Carla jumped straight off the roof, onto Clark's head. Clark stood in front of that iron lump, and said with a wry smile speechlessly, "Sister, you've gone too far." Carla sat cross-legged on top of Clark's head, hid it in his hair, and snorted softly, "Stop talking nonsense. How dare you bully my younger brother? You're courting death. I'd done my best not to throw them on the moon." Clark just smiled and shook his head, almost throwing Carla out. Carla grabbed one of Clark's hair and protested, "Be careful to pull out your hair." "Okay Clark, find a place where no one is around, I have something to say." Clark agreed, but didn't dare to nod, and walked stiffly and quickly in a remote direction. Carla suppressed a smile. It seemed that Clark didn't want to be bald either. After Clark left the nearby small town and hid in a nearby forest, Carla appeared and changed back to the original file size in front of Clark. Carl, Carla called the name she hadn't called for a long time. It was Clark's Kryptonian name, and Clark was stunned for a moment before realizing that her sister was calling him by that name. Carl, Carla grabbed Clark's arm, exchanged his Kryptonian names again, and then said excitedly, "I found it. I know a clue. Maybe Krypton is not completely destroyed. At least there is a city possibly survived. Even my parents and your parents are still alive, and there are survivors in 10 cities." Clark's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Is what you said true, sister?" Carla nodded heavily, but shook her head immediately. "Actually, I haven't fully confirmed it yet. I want to share the good news with you first. But it doesn't matter. I will confirm it right away, and then find the survivors, and then help them rebuild the homeland again. I will take you home after all this is done. But we will not give up our second home on the Earth, and we can live back and forth between the two hometowns." The more Carla talked, the more excited she became, and she even began to plan for the future, but in fact she was right. In fact, she had not confirmed the situation in that city, and she was not sure that the people in the city were still alive. After all, the city was laid off. Leniac took it away. But Carla is unwilling to give up hope. She hopes that everyone is still alive. In that case, she and Clark can have two hometowns. "Parents, I want to go together too," Clark said with a serious face. "I can't let my sister do this alone, and I have to do my part too." Carla did not laugh at Clark, but reached out and rubbed Clark's head. "My Clark has grown up. If my uncle and aunt see it, they will definitely praise me." In fact, Clark has never even met his parents, because he was sent away when he was born. Instead, Carla remembered her parents and Clark's parents. But Carla still refused. "Clark, your task now is to continue to grow until you finally have the qualifications to wear this battle suit. You will not really grow up until then." In fact, Carla's battle suit is not something anyone can wear casually. Even children of the Al family must complete the corresponding assessment to be eligible to wear it. Even Carla, although she had been taking exams when she was on Krypton, her grades had always been barely, and strictly speaking, wearing this dress was barely. Not to mention Clark, so Clark's spaceship does not have his battle suit. In addition, Clark was too young at the time, so no preparations were made for him. Up to now, only Carla has a family battle suit. Maybe that's why Carla had to spend 3 years to practice before, and now she wants Clark to do the same. Carla hopes that she won't feel unqualified when she wears this dress. Although Carla shared the good news with Clark, she also said that it has not been confirmed yet, and she will go to confirm it and then tell Clark the good news. As for Clark, he still needs to continue to complete his experience. After that, Carla said goodbye to Clark. She doesn't need to worry about Clark. He is Superman. There is nothing to worry about. Back home, a sumptuous dinner is ready. It smells so good. Carla followed the smell to the kitchen, and couldn't wait to secretly pick up a piece of meat and put it into her mouth. Martha gave her a funny and angry look, but because of Carla's compliment, she didn't reprimand her daughter for stealing, but asked her to help deliver the food to the dining table. "How is Clark?" Jonathan sat on the sofa and watched TV, pretending not to care, but he cared more than anyone else. Carla suppressed a smile and said something about Clark's current situation. He's fine, Dad. Why don't you guys care about me more? Are you in trouble again? Jonathan turned off the TV and looked at Carla with concern. But Carla was upset. She didn't mean this kind of concern, and why did she say again? Do I often get into trouble? Carla snorted softly, turned and went into the kitchen, and complained to Martha, he's too much, I'm a superhero, I'm a female Superman. 11. Jonathan muttered outside, even if you are a superhero or a female Superman, that is still my daughter. Martha shoved the plate to Carla with a funny face, and asked her to continue to help carry out the dinner. Carla doesn't have the arrogance to beat Yuga-Khan, the cosmic Asgardians and lantern beasts who dare not shout, and the one who is ordered by the adoptive parents is just a little waiter. Well, she is actually 35 years old, but she still looks like a girl who is less than 20 years old. After a while, the dining table was filled with delicacies. Although there were only 3 members of the family, a large table was filled. Martha knew it wouldn't go to waste, and with Carla's growing appetite, it was absolutely edible. By the way, Mom and Dad, I seem to have found traces of Kryptonian survivors in the universe, or in other words, Clark's biological parents and I were among them. Carla suddenly proposed her discovery at the dinner table. She has always been bad at lying to her family, and she doesn't want to hide anything from them, because they are her closest people on Earth, and even before she found out about this news, they were the closest people in the entire universe. So there's no reason to hide either. Martha froze, and Jonathan put down the tableware in his hand. The old couple looked at Carla together. We'll be happy for you, kid, Jonathan said earnestly, and if that was true, he would just wish his daughter's family was still alive. Martha's expression became a bit reluctant. Carla, are you going to leave us and this house? Are you going home? And you want to take Clark away? Martha, don't be so excited, Jonathan hurriedly called out to Martha. But Martha shed tears and felt very sad. Carla quickly stood up and went around Martha, squatted down on her lap, raised her head, just like she liked to do when she was a child, and wrapped around Martha in the afternoon, watching her hug the young Clark, waiting for her to tell herself a story. How come, Mom, although you and Dad are not the biological parents of me and Clark, but you are the adoptive parents who raised us. If you don't have the gift of procreation, you have the gift of nurturing. How could we leave you? It's just a second home. The Earth and Krypton are our home planets. Here and another home are our home. You and our biological parents are our parents, Carla said sincerely. Martha finally couldn't bear it anymore, put her arms around Carla's shoulders, and cried, I'm sorry, I don't want to do this, but as long as I think that I may lose you at any time, I can't help it. You are the children I love the most, and our only, second, child. We really can't imagine what would happen if we lost you. I will also bless you, my most beloved daughter. 0 for flowers 00. Thank you, Mom. Carla smiled and thanked her adoptive mother with a warm heart. Okay, how old are you, and you still like to act like a baby? Jonathan on the other side couldn't stand it anymore, and Carla felt like being struck by lightning with one sentence. But Carla noticed that Jonathan couldn't help but secretly wiped his tears, so he said that, and suddenly felt dumbfounded. I said I won't leave, you can't drive me away, I will stay at home, I will depend on it for the rest of my life. Anyway, I don't intend to marry. But Jonathan and Martha looked at each other without speaking. 0. They raised Carla and Clark with their own hands. How could they not know what their children wanted to express? The reason why Carla told them this was because she had already explained it. She would definitely look for that Krypton next. Clues from the alien survivors, as well as her parents. So she must have to leave this home again, so Martha's reaction was so intense. Next, the atmosphere of the family of 3 was a little silent, and she said that Carla was unwilling to lie to her family, even if it was comfort, and she didn't want to lie to her parents when they guessed that she was leaving. Finally, a phone ringing interrupted the atmosphere. Carla stood up to answer the phone, never expecting that it was Perry calling. Carla felt strange. Brother Perry? How do you know I'm back? Jonathan behind said, is it White, Perry's surname, Perry White? He has been calling to ask you these days. It just so happened that Perry also explained, I have already said hello to Jennifer and Danny. If you come back, let them notify me. I said Miss Kent file size, when do you have to wait until you come to work? I don't care where you have been for the past 5 years, should you come back. Carla could hear Perry's resentment, but, I'm sorry Brother Perry, I might have to leave again. How about I help you write some outer space adventures? Carla laughed heartlessly. Perry was almost speechless. I don't want your adventures in outer space, I don't know anything. Perry is a smart man. He knows too well what can be reported and what should not be easily involved. For example, the identity of the superhero cannot be reported, especially if it involves his junior sister, otherwise it will cause too much trouble for Carla. At that time, not only Carla's enemies, but even the officials will ask her for a cup of coffee. Even Carla revealed something. She actually ran into the universe in outer space. No wonder it took 5 years to disappear. But Perry acted as if he hadn't heard anything, and he didn't know anything. Carla also admired Perry's wisdom. People on Earth are not ready to accept information from outer space. If it is suddenly said that aliens have appeared on the Earth, one can imagine how much sensation it will cause. At that time, the whole Earth may be thrown into chaos due to panic. Perry doesn't necessarily know, or 630 definitely doesn't know that Carla is an alien. But why did Carla go to outer space? Isn't there aliens involved? Perry didn't want her adventures in outer space, and urged Carla to write him a few chapters of the column before leaving. That's a column for you, your exclusive column, okay? You disappeared for 5 years without saying a word, Carla. You have to be responsible for the newspaper, readers, and your fans, Perry said strongly. Request, Carla has to go back. Carla smacked her lips. Tisk. Did you smack your lips? Perry obviously heard it, and roared angrily, I have kept everything for you, your position, your column, including your office, and you smacked your lips. Okay, I'll go there when I find time. My apartment should still be there, right? Carla still couldn't refuse Perry, because he had indeed been taking care of himself all the time, returning from the age of 27, it has been 8 years since I was 35 years old. This is not counting the period when I was in the school's news club. Danny and Jennifer helped you pay the rent, and I helped you clean up the room and open the windows for you to ventilate. I didn't expect Perry and the others to do so much. If only Danny and Jennifer were about the same. But Carla also knows that Jennifer will not mention it. She has married to Gotham City, and the original job has not been given up, so there is almost no time to come back. Not to mention Danny, she is still hanging out with Amanda, going wherever she needs it, and she is not in the metropolis most of the time. Seems like Perry is taking care of everything for Carla, like her apartment or something. After bearing so many favors, it is still very troublesome to pay back. Carla sighed, I see, I will rush back tomorrow morning, and I can stay for a week at most. During this week, I will try to write as much as possible. Is it okay? Perry was satisfied. Speaking of which, why is senior brother Perry staring at me so hard? Carla felt dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Perry said, don't forget that you have been the golden signboard of the planet daily from the past, including now, and you have never imagined how many people are looking forward to and waiting for your return. Carla shrugged, thinking Perry couldn't see, and said, honestly. Well, Carla, the Daily Planet is facing a crisis, Perry said truthfully. In fact, the current timeline has entered the 2000s, which is around 2010. So, it was 1985 when Carla and Clark came to Earth? It seems that something has been revealed. In 1990, Carla was 15, and Clark was 5. In 2000, Carla was 25, and Clark was 15. Now it is 10 years, Carla is 35, and Clark is 25 age. As the era enters this period, the world has finally begun to usher in the era of intelligence. The first is the reform of computers, televisions, internet, and mobile phones, etc. Smartphones have finally become popular. Although the wireless network is still in the 3G era, it has also begun to develop into the 4G era. All this makes people's life more colorful. But the impact on something as old-fashioned as a newspaper is huge amounts of. Everyone can browse things on the internet at any time with their mobile phones. Who would sit on a chair and read the news with a newspaper? And now mobile phones can watch videos and play games, so there are too many choices. And laptops are becoming more and more convenient to carry. Most people like to sit outside the coffee shop, prepare a cup of coffee, a dessert, and then turn on the computer or work, or surf the internet boringly. Gone are the days when newspapers were popular among the people. Perry is very anxious, but what can he do? He can only struggle while struggling, but he has to usher in the decline of the era of newspapers and paper newspapers. That's why Carla's return made him so eager and concerned, because he saw the light of day in Carla. But Perry never imagined that Carla would leave again as soon as she came back. She must go, Carla must go to confirm whether the survivors of Krypton are real, and her parents, as well as Clark's parents want to go whereabouts. Carla wouldn't bother if she didn't owe Perry too much. But now, Carla decided to go back to the Daily Planet, at least give back. I'll go too, Martha said suddenly, wiping away the tears from her face. Carla and Jonathan look at her together. Huh? I said I would go with my daughter, and I would spend the last few days with her. Well, otherwise. Halfway through the speech, Martha began to cry again. Carla didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said she would come back. But then Carla had to admit that her mother's intuition was very keen, and Martha might have sensed something. For example, that she was gone forever and would not return until a few years later. Here Carla hung up the phone and made an appointment with Perry to meet at the company tomorrow. Then she turned back to Martha's side, leaned on 1.0's mother's shoulder, comforted her softly, and managed to calm Martha down. However, Carla also promised Martha because of this, that their mother and daughter will go to the metropolis together tomorrow, and Martha will live in the metropolis for a few days, in the name of taking good care of Carla. Jonathan expressed helplessness. What about me? Dad, come with me. Carla simply invited her adoptive father to live in the metropolis for a few days. We can go around together when we have time. Jonathan and Martha exchanged glances. It seems very nice. All right then. Jonathan didn't reject his daughter's suggestion, but readily agreed. In this way, the family of 3 decided to go to the metropolis with Carla tomorrow. The reason is that she will leave soon, and the old couple are reluctant to spend more time with her, or let her spend more time with them. Early the next morning, the Kent family got up and started making preparations. Martha is making breakfast, while Jonathan is arranging the things that need to be taken care of at home. They should live in the metropolis for several days, and the home must be prepared. In addition, Carla is responsible for moving them to the car for changing clothes and so on when going to the metropolis these days. They have to drive their own car to save trouble when they come back. After everything was prepared, the family drove to the metropolis after breakfast. Speaking of which, Carla hasn't been back to Metropolis for 5 years. Although she has looked at the Earth from the sun, she can't come back here in person. So Carla couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. The previous apartment building is still there, because someone has been paying the rent for her, so when Carla came back, everything was the same and nothing changed. Including Carla's clothes. Perry said that when Danny is resting, he will come to help Carla tidy up, and I would like to thank Danny if I find a chance. As for Jennifer, she has money now anyway. After Carla came back, she had to change into a decent OL outfit before her butt was warmed up, bid farewell to her parents, walked out of the house, and rushed to the Daily Planet. At the moment, she tied her long hair into a single ponytail, and put on her eyes 20 times, a white shirt, a blue suit jacket and suit trousers, plus a pair of men's leather shoes. Very teacher and very beautiful. It was the fact that she always wore men's clothes that Martha always complained about. Even the shoes are men's leather shoes, because the heels of women's leather shoes are a bit high. Carla is already 1.9 meters tall, and she doesn't want to break through to 2 meters, which is too high. The height of 1.9 meters is just right, not too much shorter than others. No matter standing with Clark, Bruce, or Hal, she will not appear weaker than them. Few people know that. In terms of settings, both Bruce and Hal are 1.88 meters, and Clark is now 1.92 meters. Carla really doesn't stand out around them. On the contrary, if it is too short, it will have no sense of existence. Among the giants of the Justice League, even without mentioning the 2-meter-high Martian Manhunter, the Flashberry is 1.83 meters, Aquaman is 1.86 meters, Cyborg is 1.98 meters, and even Diana Wonder Woman is 1.83. Among this group of tall people, Carla really doesn't stand out too much. If she is the only one who is 1.7-1.6 meters, she is too that. The only shortcoming? Because she didn't have her own car, she didn't have time to buy it at that time, and the last car had already been blown up, damn her heart. So Carla had to call a taxi to the Daily Planet. When Carla reappeared in the company after 5 years, almost everyone was shocked. Carla glanced at the people in the company and found many, many new faces, as well as some familiar ones. Among the acquaintances, Kate Grant is still there, and there are some classmates from school days that Carla is familiar with but can't name. Although many newcomers have come here in the past 5 years, since they are in Metropolis, they all obviously know Carla. The main reason is that she has not changed at all during these 5 years, as she looked like 5 years ago. Even if someone knows what Carla looked like in high school, she will definitely be shocked. She has been like this since high school, not that she is old, but that she has been so many years, as if time has not passed on her. She is still the same as before. Among these people, Carla also noticed a person. Lois, isn't this my dear brother's girlfriend, Louise? Carla's eyes lit up, and seeing Louise in the crowd, Lois immediately walked over. When Louise saw Carla, her eyes lit up first, but then she showed a look of disappointment, and said, "Miss Carla, Clark and I have already broken up." She hesitated for a moment. If she had done it before, she might have called Carla sister, because that was what Carla had strongly requested before. But now their relationship has become rusty. That's really... Carla didn't know what to say. Can they break up? In almost all of Superman's stories, Louise is Clark's only true love. Let alone how much role Louise plays, as long as there are Superman's works, there is Louise. Can they break up too? Carla shook her head. Don't worry, Louise, unless you already have someone else you like. When Clark comes back, he will definitely pursue you back. Trust me. Louise smiled wryly. How do you ask her to answer? Said believe it? As if she was expecting the same. Believe it or not. Carla is right, she has no one else in her heart, otherwise she wouldn't have shown that look in her eyes when talking about breaking up with Clark. But Louise bit her lip and snorted coldly, that scumbag. I said that I want him to work here with me, and then he can develop for a few years to consider for the future, but he doesn't know where he went, what to say. Travel the world. It was Carla's turn to smile wryly. Brother and sister, it was my sister who asked him to do that, so do you have any dissatisfaction? Carla and Louise talked for a while, then walked to Kate. Hello Kitty, I'm back, Carla joked with a smile. Kate gave Carla a blank look. I've said it many times, even if my name is Carter, I can force it. But my name is 847 Kate, which is far from a cat. But Carla shrugs, and Kate can also be spelled Kate and pronounced cat without much difficulty. I'm Pussy Pie. Carla winked at Kate. Kate wondered what the hell. At this moment, the door of the editor-in-chief's office was pushed open, and Perry stood there with his arms folded, looking at Carla. Go ahead, Kate smiled and pushed Carla down. Carla then walked towards Perry. The two entered Perry's office one after the other. His office is made of thick glass walls, and the inside can be seen from the outside, but the sound insulation effect of the thick glass walls is very good, so they still can't hear the conversation contents. In the office, Perry breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally here. Carla felt amused. Please persevere, don't show your timidity so quickly. It's okay if you stick to that deputy editor-in-chief's posture. Perry glared at Carla, but knew that with their old friendship, Inla didn't care. Okay, I didn't let anyone touch your office, you can go back to work now. including your information, etc. Carla, the current situation of the newspaper office is very bad. We need you to turn the tide, Perry sincerely said. Carla also nodded seriously. I'll try my best. Carla also felt some pressure from Perry. Could it be said that the era of paper newspapers has really been impacted by such huge amounts of impact? Later, she learned that the sales volume of newspapers and periodicals has indeed dropped a lot, but it has not reached the point of life and death, at least before the advent of the 4G era. It has not yet reached that time. In fact, Carla is also very curious, why didn't Perry choose to transfer to the internet? Now that the internet age has come, why not make a change? But this is not up to Carla to decide. Unless she doesn't plan to leave, she won't have time to stay and help Perry make a complete overhaul. It is not so easy to build a complete news website. First of all, will various sponsors agree? And secondly, how to set up the website? What about the web page? Hope Perry can find a good helper who can help him. As for Carla's mission, after returning to her office, she buried her head in her work. Perry is right, her office has not changed at all, because Perry never thought that she would disappear for 5 years in one go, and 10 always thought that she would come back soon. Maybe come back next month? Then after 1 month, we waited until the next month, and then the next month, until today, 5 years later. But, it's not like not to replace the old computer 5 years ago, right? Carla was dumbfounded when she noticed that her own computer was the only old antique in the whole company. It's because I don't know what important data is stored in her hard drive, so only her device is the oldest big-headed son. Even if the boot time is slower than others, Carla definitely doesn't care, and it's not for playing games, but it can still complete the work. Carla started, back to the old working days, and it didn't feel rusty at all. After all, she has a photographic memory. Carla recalled her previous memories a little, and immediately thought of what to write. Carla even completed several small columns, linking articles one by one, using several columns as a series, from seafood, to raw meat, to beef and mutton, and poultry, and so on. Each series is prepared to write at least 10 issues, and there are at least 40 issues in total. According to 1 issue per week, there are 4 weeks in a month, and it can last for about 9 months. This is Carla's repayment for Perry's favor. In order to complete these tasks within a week, Carla even had to work overtime when she returned home, and split into more than a dozen duplications, and then created the most advanced computer out of thin air with quantum ability. It took less than 1 night in total in time, all these tasks were completed. Duplication, that is not Carla's own ability, but the division with the quantum ability given by Dr. Manhattan. So Carla can now replicate herself almost unlimitedly like Dr. Manhattan, and each duplication has its own thinking ability, which is also like the ontology. It's just that because each duplication has its own thinking, Carla will be restrained. She is worried that if one of her duplications gets out of control and develops an independent consciousness of absolute self, it will be bad. She doesn't want to face herself as an enemy in the future, and she doesn't want to have too much self-awareness because of duplication, and then cause split personality when returning to the original body. Isn't that crazy? This is not cursing, and she doesn't scold herself either. Split personality is indeed a kind of mental illness. Is it okay to turn yourself into a psychopath? Because the work was finished ahead of schedule, Carla took her parents around the metropolis the next day. As a result, Perry called immediately. After hearing that Carla had completed the content of 40 issues, he began to urge her to write more, worrying that she would leave this time and not know how many years it would be before she came back. Carla didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but in the end she promised Perry that after spending a few days with her parents, she would give him another 100 issues before leaving. This time, Carla chose to classify according to Chinese and Western food. In the 50 episodes of Chinese food, some representative dishes are selected from each cuisine. Western food is simpler. From the first appetizer to the final dessert, each set of dishes is 1 episode. Carla also worked really hard, and these journals alone are enough for Perry to publish for a year or 2. Even Perry couldn't speak now, because Carla said that even if she left, it was impossible not to come back for more than 5 years this time. Perry also believed in her evil. Who would have thought that it would be 8 years later when Carla came back again? Afterwards, Carla will wholeheartedly accompany her parents, taking them around the metropolis, or going to a certain hotel for dinner, or going to an amusement park, or visiting a zoo or something. A big city is definitely incomparable to a small town. It's just that Martha and Jonathan didn't really yearn for the big city, and they were more focused on Carla. They really had an intuition that the separation from their daughter this time might be longer than the previous 5 years. Carla also called out Kate and Louise, especially Louise. When she heard that she was going to visit Clark's parents, she also brought a child, a little boy, who was almost 4 years old. Carla was shocked. It was obvious whose child it was, and Louise didn't hide it. The reason why she complained about Clark was because of this child. Definitely Louise hadn't told Clark, so Clark didn't even know that he already had a son. His name is Little Jonathan. Kent. Louise said the child's name. Jonathan was extremely excited. This was a tribute to himself. Clark could think of using this name, which was enough to prove Clark's love for this adoptive father. For example, Alexander Jr. and Robert Downey Jr. Pole. It's normal for Louise to be in a situation like this. She gave birth to this child after her college days ended and she graduated from university. There are many girls who are single mothers. The appearance of this child brought huge amounts of surprise to the Kent family. Carla even hugged the child and did not let go. What surprised Louise was that the child stayed in her arms, she and Lise, without crying or fussing, even though it was the first time she saw her aunt. Carla hugged her nephew, and couldn't help but recall the time when she hugged Clark when she was a child. Clark was the same at that time. He liked to cling to me very much. Sometimes as long as I hug him, he will become obedient. It is said that the crushing of age is an absolute rule. For siblings who are 10 years apart, the younger brother is fully qualified for authority. As long as Carla casually mentions some dark childhood history of Clark, he is completely helpless. Louise, let me give him another name. Suddenly, Carla raised her head and said to Louise, let's call him Kent. Clark. L. Louise didn't know the origin of the name and its mystery, but Martha and Jonathan looked at each other. Kent represents Jonathan's surname, Clark is Martha's previous surname, and L, needless to say, is the family name of Carla and Clark. This means that Carla has admitted that this child is the next generation of the Al family. Even Carla never expected that Louise would be so bold that she would give birth to a newborn baby for Clark and their Al family. The arrival of this descendant is really a complete surprise. Carla couldn't even control her excitement. After giving him a Kryptonian name, she hugged the child's soft body and secretly shed a few tears. Krypton was destroyed, and the Al family was also destroyed. She was still not sure about the authenticity of the news. The existence of this child was too important. There is no need to doubt the authenticity of the child. Some people may think that Superman's physical fitness is too strong, and it is difficult for ordinary Earthlings to have offspring. But in fact, Louise and Superman did have children in their story. Carla also witnessed it secretly. She didn't suspect that the child was not Clark's, but she was worried that the child was of mixed race and might have some hidden dangers. Later, she was relieved that although the child was of mixed race, he perfectly inherited the advantages of the Kryptonian. When the sun's rays shone on him, the child's physical fitness was being strengthened. It's just because originally didn't know that he had great power, so no matter whether it was Louise or this child, there was no abnormality yet. Carla couldn't help but make a 467 reminder to Louise, if anything unusual happens to this child, I must bring it to my parents to take care of. Louise didn't understand at first, but maybe she will understand later. Now Carla doesn't want to tell Louise the real identity of herself and Clark, but sooner or later, Clark will tell her. That's what Clark should be doing, not Carla. Jonathan and Martha had given the best guidance to the growing Clark, and Carla hoped that the child would also grow up smoothly. So, Carla raised her head and looked at Louise with a nasty expression. You haven't forgotten my brother either. But don't be angry, I asked him to travel. As for why he did this, I think you will understand later. Louise was a little embarrassed. The relationship between her and Clark could be said to be predestined. They were each other's fate, and they would be inseparable throughout their lives. What made Louise angry was that she was pregnant at the time, so she wanted Clark to plan their future with her. But Clark chose to travel all over the world, which made Louise feel that Clark was irresponsible. However, Louise did not tell Clark about the existence of the child, and she herself had an unshirkable responsibility. Louise must still love Clark, otherwise she would not have given birth to this child bravely. Even for him, Louise almost broke with the family. Louise's identity is not simple. She has a father who is a military leader, General Lois. Anyone who knows will remember that although this general is Louise's father, he is also the person who most opposes aliens as the savior and always wants to capture Superman. If General Lois knew that his son-in-law was actually that Superman, he didn't know how he would feel. There is quite a relationship between the Green Titan Hulk of the Marvel family next door and General Ross. General Ross devoted his whole life to catching Hulk, but his daughter is also Hulk's girlfriend. This complicated relationship is completely a bloody family soap opera. Far away, Carla didn't change her mind about leaving because of the existence of this child. Instead, she was even more eager to confirm those clues, and even more eager to save the Kryptonian survivors that might exist. When they were separated from Louise, Carla held the child reluctantly and refused to let go, including the child who also hugged her aunt's neck tightly, and even Louise couldn't help him. Carla also said to Louise, I think you should have told Clark sooner. Louise shook her head and expressed her thoughts. I don't want to change his mind because of this child. I don't want to use this child to restrain him. What if he already has someone else he likes during this period? Then just let him change his mind. Unless he has not changed his mind as you said, I will find a chance to tell him. No wonder Louise would bring this child here. In fact, it was mainly because Carla said before that unless Louise already had someone else in her heart, Clark still loved her all to pursue her again as soon as he came back. And Louise is now proving that there is no one else in her heart, only Clark. Okay, little Chiao, it's time for you to go home with Mom. Carla patted his nephew's junior gently, and kindly gave him a nickname. But little Jonathan shook his head, and whispered in Carla's ear, no. Carla was shocked because it was Kryptonian? How did this kid learn it? Was it born? He might be a genius. Carla wanted to hug him more, but in the end she handed him over to Louise to take him back. Before leaving, little Jonathan couldn't help turning his head to look at Carla. Carla's heart was broken by that little aggrieved look of reluctance. Taking a deep breath, Carla made a decision. Mom and Dad, I decided to leave tonight. Martha was surprised, so anxious. Carla said without turning her head, I want to follow those clues to find the truth as soon as possible. No matter what, I want to solve this matter as soon as possible so that I can rush back to accompany the child. Since you have decided, then do it, Jonathan said decisively, choosing to support Carla, and comforting Carla, don't worry about us, we will go back by ourselves tomorrow. Since you decided to leave today, then go ahead. Hope you can find your family, my dear daughter. Carla stared deeply at the two parents on Earth, and nodded heavily, then I'll set off. Martha's eyes were full of reluctance, but she finally chose to bless, everything goes well. Okay, Carla agreed and got down, then turned her head and took off into the sky with a sharp leap. With her speed, even Jonathan and Martha, who had been staring at her, couldn't see Carla's movements clearly, so no one noticed the strangeness here. Carla flew directly outside the atmosphere, and in an instant came to outer space. Carla first tore off the OL outfit and the glasses used as camouflage, and stretched out her beautiful long golden hair, revealing the most perfect and peerless face again. Looking down at the surface of the Earth, Carla murmured, "Goodbye, Mom and Dad." Then she flew off into the distance. The appearance of new members of the family made Carla want to find clues and whereabouts of Krypton survivors, especially her biological parents might still be alive. This news made her so excited. At Carla's speed, she arrived at the galaxy where Krypton used to be, almost immediately after leaving the Earth. The location of Krypton and the solar system where the Earth is located are just at the two ends of the Milky Way. Carla came to the other end of the Milky Way, and she looked at the red giant star emitting red light from a distance, which was the sun of her hometown. In fact, the sun is just the Earth's name for the fixed star of its own galaxy, but she couldn't find any other adjectives for a while, so let's call it the red sun. Carla didn't approach easily, but after defending herself with the energy shield of the lamp ring, she slowly moved forward. The golden sun's rays can strengthen the power of Kryptonians, making them have Superman-like powers. But the light of the red sun is the Achilles heel of Kryptonians. Although it is not as deadly as kryptonite, it is more terrifying and direct than kryptonite in terms of weakening kryptonite's physical fitness. Kryptonite has the advantages of kryptonite. For Kryptonians, the radioactive substances emitted by kryptonite are deadly poisons. But in terms of weakening the power of Kryptonians, the light of the red sun is the most direct and effective, and it can turn Superman into an ordinary person in an instant. Not even Carla had to be careful. Carla at the moment is covered with shields of various colors, green, blue, yellow, orange, red, cyan, purple and even black and white. This allowed Carla to keep the red sun's rays out of the energy shield, and when she began to enter the galaxy, she was not weakened by it. She even uses her own psychokinesis to form the tightest final shield. In this way, Carla ignored the light of the red sun, and slowly flew to the former trajectory of Krypton. This is the trace and location where Krypton once existed, and Carla couldn't help but shed a tear. She is not such a sentimental and fragile girl, she is a supergirl, she is a female Superman, she is also a girl. But it's not just the love for her home planet from her genes, even emotionally, she is also feeling sad for the destruction of her home star and the death of countless compatriots. And even after 25 years, the fragments of Krypton have not completely disappeared. The planet that was once full of life has now turned into countless meteorite groups, and the entire planet has exploded, covering the surrounding tracks. And because of the huge gravitational force and huge mass and volume of the red giant, even those meteorite groups are being swallowed by it. Once the life of the red giant comes to an end and turns into a black hole, the entire galaxy will be swallowed by it. Just like the core of the Milky Way, some astronomers speculate that the core of the Milky Way is a super huge black hole composed of countless fixed stars turned into black holes, so the entire Milky Way will revolve around the core, including other fixed stars also around the core of the Milky Way revolutionary. Sooner or later, the core of the Milky Way will devour everything in the entire Milky Way, but this process takes at least billions of years, which is too long for human beings, so I won't talk about it. Carla came to the place where her mother star used to be. She put away her sad feelings, took a deep breath, and her eyes slowly revealed a touch of mysterious depth. At the moment, she didn't care too much, she was opening the long river of time, and then she turned back the time as if she was watching a video or flipping through an ebook. She is not like Dr. Manhattan, who seems to exist in every minute and every second of the timeline at the same time. She does not want to interfere with the past history, nor does she want to change the ending of the destruction of Krypton in the past. Carla is now more like an ordinary fifth-dimensional creature, controlling the flow of time as she pleases. She can speed up time to see the future, or go back in time to see the past. Carla is going to the timeline of the past. She is not sure about the news and clues provided by the Black Death Emperor, so she wants to see it for herself and go to see what happened when Krypton was destroyed. The time was 25 years ago. At that time, Carla was only 10 years old, an innocent girl who didn't understand anything. At that time, Carl was just a baby. He has just been born, and Carla likes this brother very much, because she is about to become an older sister. At the same time, Carl also likes this cousin very much. When Carla hugs Carl, he is always happy. Look, Carla, your brother is smiling at you. That's Carl's mother, Carla's aunt, Laura. Actually, there are many translations of Laura. Here is the transliteration of the title in Man of Steel. Carla's mother Alura also said, as a big sister, Carla must take good care of her younger brother Carl. At that time, Carla only cared about her cousin, and didn't pay much attention to the adults' conversation. Brothers Jor-El and Zor-El were also in the corner of the room, talking nervously and seriously about something. Ask for flowers. Now Carla can hear it, they have foreseen the destruction of the planet. The bastards in the parliament can't see the future crisis at all. No, it has already started now. The earthquakes are getting more frequent, more volcanoes are erupting, mountains and rivers are also collapsing, and Krypton is about to end. Jor-El, he cursed angrily. Krypton has no country distinctions. Krypton is Krypton, and Kryptonians are Kryptonians. There is only a unified race and civilization, so there are no emperors or kings. Krypton adopts a parliamentary system. There is a group of council elders who decide on major issues. Simply put, they argue in the council. In the end, whoever has the better point of view, everyone votes for it. Simply. Zor-El reminded, be careful they catch you. 0. Allura glanced sideways at her husband, I should arrest you, Zor-El gave a wry smile, which was overheard by his wife. Laura snickered. But at this moment, an accident happened. Headed by General Zod, as an army guarding Krypton, they rebelled. They launched a rebellion, especially launched a siege to the city of Krypton's capital, and quickly broke through the siege, temporarily controlling the situation. He did it anyway, even if we caught Astra, he still took the risk alone. Allura raised her head and looked out the window. With the high-tech civilization of Krypton, the houses they live in are hundreds of meters high, and they have to drive a kind of hover car every time they travel. Some are like cars, some are simple hoverboards like skateboards, or there are suspension bikes and so on. When Allura mentioned Astra, Carla couldn't help feeling a little sad. She still remembers that Allura used her daughter Carla to contact Astra in order to deceive Astra. Because Astra's favorite is this little niece. Allura and Astra's sisters are twins, so this aunt has always regarded Carla as her own. Allura took advantage of this, and originally wanted to prevent her sister from launching a rebellion with General Zod. Although Astra was a female general, in fact, her army and the soldiers under her were not inferior to Zod at all. German general. The two of them are the two biggest generals of Krypton. Once they join forces, can they even easily overthrow the existing system of Krypton? General Zod's rebellion begins. Now that Krypton is about to end, he chooses to save his home planet by his own means. He does not betray Krypton, but wants to save Krypton in his own way. Over the past 100,000 years, as the code of life determines the birth of newborns, almost all Kryptonians have become slaves of their mother planet. That's right, it can be said that everyone is a failure, including Carla. All Kryptonians have their souls and future bound by themselves, and they must be loyal to their home planet. If it wasn't for protecting Carl, if it wasn't for the parents' decision, Carla would not have left in the first place. Sometimes people doubt that with Krypton's high technology, it is completely possible to leave in a spaceship when the planet is destroyed. That's right, but Krypton's genes determine that they will not leave their home planet. Everyone is a failure. 380. Brothers Jor-El and Zor-El already know it well. The code of life has made Krypton a more advanced civilization and society, except for General Zod's rebellion. Krypton, it is the most peaceful planet in the world. Kryptonians will not fight with their own people, let alone have any disputes, and there will be no crimes, no thieves, no robberies, and no bad things. Because everything is decided from birth, and there is no possibility of becoming a bad person. Everything seems to be perfect, but there are huge amounts of flaws hidden in it. Kryptonians are robbed of their own future and unpredictable potential. Only Carl, the first natural birth in 100,000 years, is special. Carla doesn't envy jealousy, that's her brother. And Carla has now returned to 25 years ago, and in front of her, the destruction of Krypton happened again. Carla also knew more clearly what happened back then. General Zod's rebellion failed in the end, because he lost the assistance of General Astra, and his army alone was surrounded and suppressed by other generals who responded later. And taking advantage of the chaos, Jor-El stole the code of life and stored it in Carl's genes. Carl alone is equivalent to the entire Krypton, and his genes are equivalent to the genes of all the people who have lived on Krypton for 100,000 years. He is Krypton's last hope. Later, General Zod was sentenced to exile, and he and his confidants were all imprisoned in the cell of the Phantom Space, and General Astra and her confidants were also there. As a result, they never expected that they survived the destruction of Krypton after being exiled, but they could only watch the destruction of the parent star outside the Phantom Zone, but they could do nothing. The Phantom Zone is a domain independent of space and time, in which many criminals from other cosmic races are imprisoned, and it is the strictest prison cell. That's why Tomare said that there is cooperation between him and Krypton. Many prisoners were captured with the help of Kryptonians, including many dangerous people he captured. In the end, Krypton exploded, and such an advanced civilization was destroyed. Carla clenched her fists tightly. She was afraid that she couldn't help rushing out to change this history, but she also understood the danger of doing so. Once the past history is easily changed, everything in the future will cease to exist and will also be rewritten. If Krypton does not perish, naturally there is no need to send Carla and Carl to Earth, so that everything Carla experiences will never exist. In fact, this will also cause a paradox. Since Carla has never been to the Earth, many things will not happen later. She will not meet Dr. Manhattan, and she will not be selected and recognized by the Ring of 10 Lights. Just an ordinary person. then naturally the current situation will not happen, and she does not have enough strength to travel back to the present through time. Even Carla's soul can make mistakes. When she escaped from her home planet, she integrated with the soul of a traveler, or the soul of a traveler integrated Carla. In short, if she rewrites the current history, then everything will cease to exist. Carla had to endure not to change the tragedy that was happening before her eyes. Until Krypton began to collapse, first the core of the planet could not bear the increasing mining of Krypton, and the exhaustion of energy sources, and finally collapsed. Then it was conveyed to the surface, and the composition and structure of a large number of planets were collapsing, turning into countless fragments and drifting away into the distance. Finally, the gravity of Krypton disappeared completely, because the atmosphere also lost control in an instant. That day was a nightmare and doomsday for Kryptonians. When Carla saw this, her heart ached like a knife, but she could only watch and do nothing. The entire planet Krypton is collapsing, cities are collapsing, volcanoes are erupting, and even the core of Krypton is exploding. But Carla noticed something strange, that is, the capital of Krypton was the last to be affected. Even when the entire capital began to shake, starting from the foundation of the entire city, a huge city suddenly rose out of thin air, as if it had been dug out of the ground by an invisible hand. This is what Carla has been waiting for. Suddenly looks in the direction of the city flying up. Carla saw that a spaceship with huge amounts of appeared at some point in the sky above the city. From the outside, the shape of the spaceship seemed to be the head of an unknown alien with huge amounts of. At the moment, 2 huge amounts of light clusters burst out from the eyes of the alien's brain to cover the entire city. As the Kryptonian capital got closer to the spaceship, its volume suddenly began to shrink, and finally turned into a sandbox file size. Then it was taken away by the spaceship. Next, Krypton finally completely exploded into countless fragments. A powerful civilized race that was once incomparably brilliant and even had the opportunity to replace Apocalypse as the new Protoss finally died completely. Carla didn't care about this anymore. She saw that the spaceship immediately left at superluminal speed after taking away her hometown, and hurriedly followed. Carla's current state is very special, unless she wants 0.4 to intervene in this timeline, otherwise she is more detached now, as if someone is watching a movie outside the screen. It is impossible for the characters in the movie to spot her. This is the high-dimensional dimensionality reduction strike. Unless Carla is willing to show up, no one will be able to spot her even if she walks in front of others. Naturally, the spaceship did not find Carla either. Carla abandoned her home planet and easily caught up with the spaceship. She wanted to see where it was going, and pay attention to what happened to the city that was taken away, including her parents' home. People. Later Carla found out that the person who took the city and the owner of the spaceship was named Brainiac, and the reason why he did this was for no other purpose. It is to make cities smaller and put them in bottles as collectibles. The city in a bottle for short. Brainiac, a bald alien with green skin. I don't know when it started. It seems that a bald head represents a symbol of great strength. For example, Dr. Manhattan. For example, a certain punch Superman, and this Brainiac also has good strength. The first is wisdom, and Brainiac is known as the smartest person. There is no doubt that there are several people with such titles, such as Pharaoh, Batman, etc., including Superman, who also claimed to have the smartest brain in a certain period. It's just that Superman is a bit miserable, and what he has always shown is funeral. In addition, Brainiac even claims to have Superman-level stamina and strength, which is likely to be comparable to the real Superman. This is a bit scary. Brainiac is also a master of ability, who can control energy waves and explosions, and control the electric current through the body, and even copy other people's skills and self-evolution, repair, etc. He is also a master of strategy, language, fighting and technology. Simply an all-around formidable opponent. And now, Carla is looking for him to fight 20 times, and she must get back the city shrunk down into a bottle, mainly the Kryptonian survivors inside. In the vast expanse of space, Brainiac's spaceship is cruising aimlessly, or maybe he is heading in a certain direction, maybe he is eyeing a certain civilized city again. This is the goal of his actions, and he will now only collect cities as his own collection. At this moment, the spacecraft suddenly sounded an alarm. The cabin has been damaged, there is an enemy invasion. According to the detection and analysis, it is Kryptonian. The spacecraft issued an alarm, and even Carla's identity was analyzed. Brainiac at the moment is in some kind of special device, with tubes stuck in his head. It was actually the device he used to download the data. No matter how smart Brainiac was, he couldn't learn all the information of civilization in a short time. So Brainiac has a special method. He can let the robot collect the information of various civilizations, then upload it to the server, and finally input it into his own brain. This kind of technological means is already very high level. Doesn't it mean that as long as they have this kind of device, everyone can become a scholar? Brainiac was indifferent at first, but said silently, "Send troops to suppress." Brainiac has an army of steel robots he built, controlled by the ship's intelligence system. And those robots are helping Brainiac collect data and intelligence, equipped with certain special devices. For example, they can shoot weapons that can easily penetrate the human body and reveal them from the palm of their hands, and then forcibly absorb the memory of the other party, and then upload them to the spaceship server. This is how Brainiac got the information he needed. And now, Carla, who broke into the spaceship, has been attacked by robots. Carla tracked Brainiac's spaceship from the past timeline all the way to here. She followed it for a full 25 years and then broke in after confirming that she had returned to the present timeline. Her hand, Duanya, was very simple, smashing the wall of Brainiac's spaceship with one punch, and then broke in. But immediately, when Carla went to the spaceship to find her home city, a team of 10 steel robots appeared in front of her. Kryptonian, your hasty awakening has violated the law, please catch him without a fight, otherwise we will arrest you. Before the leader robot could finish speaking, it turned into a pile of fragments and fell down with a muffled sound. Carla didn't even bother to make a move herself, raised her hand to those robots, and used quantum mechanics to break them down into atoms and molecules, then squeezed them into iron lumps and threw them on the ground, and then continued walking forward. But at the next corner, more than a dozen robots came oncoming, and this time they stopped talking nonsense, and raised their arms to Carla one by one, releasing long string-like weapons from the palms of their hands, with a sharp, like spikes or arrow feathers. Carla snorted coldly, her body turned into a phantom and disappeared. Almost instantly, all the robots turned into a pile of parts. This time it was Carla who did it herself. At an unknown number of times faster than the speed of light, and then with a Planck-level reaction, she dismantled all the robots as she passed them. In this way, Carla broke into Brainiac's spaceship, and rushed straight to the main drive room of the spaceship, where Brainiac placed the city in a bottle, and it was also where Brainiac was. Location. As Carla goes deeper, she encounters more and more robot obstacles in the spaceship. In the end, there was a passage full of robots. As soon as Carla appeared, he was locked on the whole body by them, and then he was attacked by concentrated fire. Carla, too lazy to dodge or defend, activated psychokinesis and blasted out like an air cannon. Terrible force emptied the entire aisle in an instant. Carla continued to move forward, and Brainiac's steel army was completely unable to stop her, not even stopping a step, and Carla came to the door of the final main drive room in such a destructive lil car. Raising her hand, Carla grabbed the doorknob, but suddenly, a dazzling electric light burst from Carla's hand, and it turned out that the door was connected to a powerful electric current. This terrible electric current, if it is an ordinary person, will definitely be electrocuted to death. Even if Superman is suddenly attacked, he will suffer a lot if he is unprepared. 840. But Carla is different. She didn't let go because of this powerful electric current, and she didn't rush to open the door, but sneered. I said, maybe I haven't said it all this time, but in fact, I am Thunder, disciple of the God of Lightning, also known as the God of Lightning. You use lightning to deal with the God of Thunder. Why does Carla have this identity again? In fact, it is a plot that has not been explained. Everyone should remember that Carla once went to the Rock of Eternity when she was 15 years old, and almost took over the inheritance from the old magician Shazam. However, in the end Carla chose to give up, because the so-called power of the 6 gods didn't matter to her at all, and she even beat Yuga-Khan violently, although she took advantage of others' danger. But when he left, the necromancer Shazam gave Carla the magic book, which is equivalent to having a master-student relationship. However, few people know that necromancer Shazam's real name is Mama Lagang, who is known as the Australian God of Lightning. After the big event in the comics, the Dark Side War, because the old gods were replaced, in order to retain the power of Shazam, the necromancer Shazam had to find the power of 6 new gods for him. Among them, the necromancer Shazam is the power that Mama Lagan lent to Shazam, which is the power of the thunder and lightning. And the reason why Shazam is also called Thunder Shazam is because whenever he calls Shazam's name, magic spell, he will transform with a flash of lightning. Lightning is not a problem for Carla because she has learned spellbooks from necromancer Shazam. After all, her teacher is the God of Lightning. Although Carla didn't know why the God of Lightning finally entered the Rock of Eternity and formed the Eternal Council, and even changed his name to Necromancer. He's actually called a Necromancer instead of Shazam? Okay, that's all for now. Carla yanked, and she ripped off the entire heavy hatch. Carla stepped in and found that there were no longer a large number of useless robots in the main drive room, but only a green-skinned alien with a big bald head standing there. Brainiac, who had awoken from his slumber after noticing Carla's intrusive intrusion. He took off the data transmission device and wore some kind of special battle armor. He was even taller than Carla, nearly 2 meters tall. Looking at Carla, Brainiac said, is there even a wild Kryptonian surviving? And strengthened by the yellow sun rays, I'm interested in you. Carla frowned. Originally, I wanted to spare your life for the sake of at least saving a Kryptonian city. It is not impossible to say thank you, but your attitude and tone disgust me, and I might kill you. As a result, Brainiac raised his head and laughed loudly. Crazy Kryptonians, I have mastered your civilization and all your secrets. I know why you are so powerful, and I also know your Achilles heel. Let's talk nonsense. Tell me, I want to know what you have been through these years. As he said that, Brainiac controlled the spaceship with his thoughts, and a special device suddenly activated around him, and 10 sturdy ministers shot out to catch Carla. But that won't catch Carla. She showed a disgusted expression. As a girl, she must feel disgusted when she sees things like tentacles. At that moment, Carla raised her hand, activated the power of the quantum realm, and split all the tentacles into atoms and molecules in an instant. Brainiac was taken aback for a moment, but he calmed down immediately, and went straight to Carla with open big hands. Brainiac's strength and physical fitness are very strong, and his speed is not slow. It gives Carla the feeling that if the current Clark is against him, it is likely that Clark will lose. But Carla is no Clark. Boom, Carla bumped into Brainiac head-on, and the two hands pressed against each other, conducting the most primitive and direct contest of strength. That's all. Carla's expression was very relaxed. She looked at Brainiac and sneered, and began to exert force little by little. Not all of a sudden let Brainiac feel the huge gap between the two. Instead, let him gradually feel hopeless. In the end, Carla grabbed Brainiac's hand violently and exerted force that he could not resist, like carrying a sandbag and smashing him down on the spaceship deck under his feet. Have you seen the clip where the Green Titan beats Odin's Mori brothers? Although Loki was picked up, he has always been the adopted son of the Odin Mori family in the movie, and this remains the same. That's the situation. Carla took Brainiac and smashed it hard, once, twice. If at the moment looks at the spaceship from the outside, you will find that the entire spaceship is vibrating, and there is a terrible sound, as if someone is using a sledgehammer for decoration. In the end, Carla almost smashed through the solid deck of the main drive room, and then threw Brainiac out, hitting the far wall and falling slowly. Competing strength with my sister? Are you looking for death? Carla clapped her hands. So far, no one can surprise her on the Imperial side except Dr. Manhattan and Yuga-Khan. Not even Brainiac. Not to mention that Dr. Manhattan can drag the universe, and it looks very relaxed. Yuga-Khan is the one who is about to break free from the Wall of Origin, extremely powerful and terrifying. But even so, Carla almost swollen the nose and face of Yuga-Khan, let alone Brainiac. Give me back the city of Krypton, and we won't have any festivals. If there is a chance in the future, I may even return you a favor. Otherwise, I will kill you. Carla did not continue chasing, but still thought to resolve peacefully. After all, no matter what his original motivation was, Brainiac saved the city and the Kryptonians in it, and Carla still didn't want to tear his face apart. Otherwise, it would be too ungrateful to repay the favor, wouldn't it? Although she was already a little rude, not only destroyed the other spaceship, but also wiped out half of the robot army, and even beat the person involved violently. Brainiac got up from the ground, glanced at Carla, and said with a sneer, Kryptonians, as I said, I already know your weaknesses, and you will stop being arrogant right away. As he said that, Brainiac suddenly issued an instruction, and a round spherical lamp suddenly appeared above Carla's head, emitting red light. No, that's not an ordinary lamp, it's the sun that Brainiac built based on the principle of fixed star, which can simulate the red sunlight of a red giant star. Just like the Kryptonians once created an artificial golden sun, this is an artificial red sun imitated by Brainiac. It turns out that he has been saying that he knows the Kryptonians' weakness. Carla thought in her heart, cooperated with her hands, raised her hands to cover her head, squatted down, pretended to be weak and shouted, Ah, my head, my strength, I am so weak, I lied to you. Not even willing to perform a full set of acting, Carla stood up indifferently, with her left hand on her hips, tilted her head to the left, and raised her right hand in a palm gesture. I said, what can such a small fixed star do? It can even be used for lighting. None of them work. Why don't you get a bigger one? No matter how big it is, it's useless. Can't the artificial fixed star compare with the real fixed star? And Carla has tried it before. She is under the protection of various ability shields, even her own psychokinesis, even under the irradiation of the red sun. She is no longer indifferent. How should I put it? It's like some kind of glass that can cut off ultraviolet, Deleuze, rays, and it cuts off certain ultraviolet rays, so that even vampires are not afraid of the sun. Although Carla is not a vampire, the shield of psychokinesis can make her ignore some substance in the red sun that can weaken her. Don't forget that Carla has stayed on the sun for 5 years. If you ask the person who knows the sun best in the world, whoever it is, it must be that Carla didn't run away. Referring to the sun, the other fixed stars are not actually called the sun. Brainiac couldn't help being taken aback. The information he got said that Kryptonians are afraid of the red sun's rays. That's all you can do. Carla changed into a posture with her arms folded, leaning her upper body slightly, and asked, Do you want to surrender? Brainiac's face was ugly. Don't be arrogant, this is my trump card. Shouting, Brainiac suddenly took out a green knife out of nowhere. Carla's expression also became serious, because she recognized it as kryptonite. Brainiac obviously didn't lie. He did download all the information about Krypton. Even the Achilles heel of Kryptonians has been mastered. Besides the red sun rays, kryptonite is their deadliest weapon. Even the red sun rays just weaken the Kryptonians and make them normal, and kryptonite is the deadly. Kryptonite and red sun rays each have their own strengths. Red sun rays can turn Kryptonians into ordinary people the fastest and weaken their strength. And the threat of kryptonite is deadly. Carla has only experimented that she can ignore the weakening of the red sun's light, but she has not tried the influence of kryptonite, so she can't help but feel a little dignified. I want to use it to dissect you. You will become my best experimental material and information, and I will make you into my specimen. Brainiac shouted angrily because of the embarrassment just now. But he doesn't know he's playing dead, and he angers Carla. Carla has never been the kind of person who is rational and rational than emotional and emotional. There is a reason why Carla is favored by the red light ring. In fact, Carla has almost been called a runaway state more than once. And now, Brainiac dares to go a step further and irritate Carla? You're looking for death, Carla yelled, his eyes turned red, and he suddenly released blue heat vision rays with a temperature as high as 20 million degrees Celsius. Brainiac was startled, and before he could react, Carla's heat vision rays had already hit the kryptonite knife in his hand. Crack! The knife made of kryptonite suddenly fell apart. Then the heat vision ray hit Brainiac in an instant. No, Brainiac groaned, although he was wearing armor with strong defense, but the terrible temperature still almost melted his armor in an instant. When Carla shot in anger, she no longer showed any mercy, because Brainiac's words made her feel shocked. She was worried that Brainiac had really done such a thing, worried that he would really put Krypton survivors were dissected as test subjects. What if her parents were hurt? If Carl's parents died, how would she explain to him? Go to hell, you big bald head, Carla roared. The lasers in his eyes radiated to the limit, and finally melted the armor on Brainiac's body, piercing his vitals. Although he is an alien, Brainiac still has a heart, and his heart is the key. However, Carla was still not relieved, and walked towards Brainiac. The heat vision rays in his eyes continued until he was completely vaporized. Carla then closed her eyes and put away the heat vision rays. Then, Carla turned around and looked at another place. Just behind Brainiac's special device, she saw glass windows hung by ropes and the like, and among those bottle-like inside the window, there are one city after another. Those cities are not figurines or sand tables, but real, living cities, which were shrunk down to such a large size by Brainiac with a shrinking ray, and then put into bottles as a collection of cities in bottles. Carla was about to walk forward while looking for the target. But suddenly, with a click, Carla looked down subconsciously, and a fragment of kryptonite turned into finer debris under her feet. Carla squatted down, carefully picked up a small piece of debris and held it in her hand to examine it, feeling her own condition all the time. The next second, she suddenly made a shocking move. She raised her hand and hooked her fingers to accurately throw the kryptonite fragments into her mouth, then bit her teeth lightly, and there was a burst of screaming crushed the kryptonite shards. She even made a swallowing motion and ate the kryptonite. That's all, the taste is not bad. Carla licked the corner of her mouth, confirming one thing, now even chloride has nothing to do with her. In fact, Bai Yincheo did have the experience of eating kryptonite as a snack in the comics, and Carla just replayed that episode, Kadi, again. And unlike Silver Super, Carla has a 10-lamp ring, is also the queen of the quantum realm, and has stayed on the sun for another 5 years. With her current power, she completely ignores the threat of red sun rays and kryptonite. Who else can beat her now? Darkseid? Even Yuga Khan has been beaten by Carla. If Carla hadn't had her own persistence and belief, Carla might have killed Yujiake if the Black Death Emperor's bewitching power was higher. Khan took his strength away. Later, Carla was also worried about the plots and schemes of the Black Death Emperor. Don't be used as a gunman, and don't let it be that the Black Death Emperor got the greatest benefit after she killed Yuga Khan. That's Sister Ruan. Clapping her hands, Carla stood up and continued walking over there. Arriving in front of Brainiac's collection, Carla quickly found her target after circling around. The city of Krypton is actually in the middle and the largest one. Carla leaned closer and looked inside, only to feel that the sockets of her eyes were hot, and tears fell down all of a sudden. I saw that the city inside was exactly the same as in Carla's original memory, and even the people inside were still alive, but now they are all lying in various places in the city as if everything is still. This is Brainiac's technique. He used this method to almost stop the time in the bottle at the moment it was put in. It is equivalent to the Krypton city in the bottle staying at the time of 25 years ago, stopped at the day when Carla left. Carla also used supervision to find her biological parents, Zor-El and Alura. When the couple sent Carla away, they hugged each other tightly, both to comfort each other's grief of having to send away their only beloved daughter. It is also welcoming the arrival of the end of the world together. And Jor-El and Laura. It seems that Brainiac at least did not touch her parents and uncles and aunts. There are also quite a few other Kryptonians. There may be more than 5 million Kryptonians in the entire city. This is the capital of Krypton, and even the members of the House of Representatives have been preserved intact. Carla also noticed their existence, and suddenly she made a choice to transfer all those elders outside with the power of the quantum realm. Before the elders could wake up, a blue light flashed, and they had already turned into the most primitive quantum particles. Quantum particles are the smallest, molecules are the largest, then atoms, and finally quantum. At least among the same elements, molecules are composed of atoms, and quantum is the smallest. In theory, quantum and molecules have no direct relationship with atoms, but quantum can directly analyze and form molecules and atoms, etc. In a word, it is quantum molecules and atoms can be controlled, the target can be decomposed into the most primitive state, or formed into a new structure, etc. And those elders have become quantum particles, and no one can recognize who they are anymore. Carla suddenly killed the most important elders on Krypton. Why did she suddenly make such a choice and decision? In fact, this was not sudden. First of all, not only General Zod, but also General Astra, including Brother Al, felt deeply dissatisfied with the Presbyterian Church. Even if Krypton has reached the moment of life and death of destruction, they can still argue. In General Zod's words, even at this time, they are just constantly delaying the problem. The existence of this council has seriously delayed the resolution of the problem, and even originally became the existence of the problem. And most importantly, since Carla wants to save these millions of survivors, the next step is to rebuild the homeland. She didn't want to have such a group of old people who didn't do anything and would only drag things down. At least to a certain point, Carla actually approves of General Zod's approach, but General Zod's methods are too radical. He aimed his sword at his compatriots and clansmen, and he involved ordinary people. Otherwise even Brother Al would help him. Including General Astra, Carla's mother Alura wanted to stop her sister because the general who was supposed to protect the people should not hurt his own people. You can kill the elders, but you cannot hurt the people. If all the Kryptonians are wiped out, why stop the destruction of Krypton? Carla won't admit that because her favorite aunt was judged by these old guys who don't do anything, there is absolutely no selfishness. She's not avenging herself, absolutely not. Then Carla looked at the city in a bottle in front of her. Apart from the capital of Krypton, there were many cities from other civilizations and planets around, and Carla did not abandon them. Opening her hands, Carla's body began to grow bigger, while using psychokinesis to gather all the cities in the bottle into her hands. In the end, Carla turned into a titan with a height of 1,000 meters. At the moment, her palm can hold all the cities in bottles. Among them, Carla's huge body inevitably caused damage to the interior of the spaceship that cannot be ignored. Even after Carla got all the cities in the bottle, he simply used huge amounts of body and fists to start destroying the entire spaceship. With every punch, she can easily destroy the spaceship with huge amounts of holes, and destroy the entire spaceship to pieces in a short while. Then Carla jumped out, turned her head and aimed her eyes at the huge amounts of spaceship, and released 2 terrifying heat vision rays. No matter in size or power, they were enough to completely vaporize the spaceship. Carla is worried that with Brainiac's means and high technology, there is no one who can back him up. What if he can rebuild his body and resurrect? Doesn't that leave hidden dangers? That's why Carla has to cut the roots to avoid future troubles. The evidence including personally killing the elders of Krypton was also completely wiped out. Even if someone asks her in the future, she will not admit it. Elders? She didn't know what elders were. It wasn't until the last part of the spaceship was vaporized that no trace could be found, and Carla turned and left in peace. But she didn't go back directly in a hurry, but traveled across the universe to Oua Star. The arrival of Carla has attracted the attention of many Green Lanterns, because this time she did not move at the speed of light, but flew in from outside. Many Green Lanterns were eyeing Carla, and one Green Lantern caught Carla's mind. Carla opened her mouth wide and stared at the above of Oa Star in astonishment, only to see a big guy with a green light all over his body and a pattern of the Green Lantern Corps logo clearly standing there. She is too huge, because she is simply a planet. That's Green Lantern Mago. Don't look at her as a planet. She is actually alive, even in terms of life level. It is higher than humans on Earth, and even many races in the universe, said Tamare greeted. West Carla introduced Mose. Mago's voice directly reached Carla's heart. Hi Carla, I've heard about your deeds. You're amazing. You're great. It was a clear, pleasant, and gentle voice, and it was a girl. Hi girl, hello, Carla echoed. It's just that her address made everyone around have weird expressions. Moge also muttered, in fact, if you calculate my age according to the time of the Earth, how old are you? Comparing the age with a planet? I'm afraid it's not a pit in the head. Carla's head was not fooled, so she cleverly ignored Mago's words. Turning around, Carla said, I'm here to find those little blue men. I saved some cities here. I destroyed Brainiac. Have you heard of it? Zero looking for flowers. Brainiac. Everyone who heard this name was shocked. After Carla defeated Brainiac, she also rescued bottle cities of many other civilizations at the same time, and it can be learned that Brainiac definitely attacked many planets. So there must be many people who know about his name, especially the Green Lantern Corps. It's even possible that quite a few Green Lantern Corps planets have been attacked. It's all possible. However, Brainiac is too strong. Don't look at Carla hitting his Iron Legion as easily as tearing a piece of paper. But in fact, Brainiac's Legion is also very famous in the universe. Not to mention Brainiac's originally powerful powers, even his super wisdom and arguably the man with the most secrets in the universe. 0. From the fact that he can prepare red sun rays and kryptonite, it can be seen that even though the Kryptonians were once considered extinct, he still made tactical preparations in advance. So even if Brainiac acts recklessly in the universe, he has been at ease until now. And don't take the Green Lantern Corps so noble. Carla knows that the Apocalypse Star is an area that they absolutely cannot set foot in, except for the Kryptonians who helped serve as Green Lantern before they dared to manage the sector where the Apocalypse Star is located. The Green Lantern Corps once had a very humiliating history. When they first discovered the Apocalypse Star and Darkseid, they used 3,600 Green Lanterns, and almost all the Green Lantern Corps were dispatched, intended to overthrow Darkseid's rule on Apocalypse. But after sacrificing 2/3 of the members to come before Darkseid, the Lanterns and Asgardians in the universe found that they were powerless to contend with it. Even this attack was deliberately arranged by Darkseid to see the strength of the Legion. In the end, the Asgardians in the universe negotiated with Darkseid to make the Apocalypse Star a field that the Legion could not interfere. Don't Asgardians know that Darkseid and Apocalypse are also expanding abroad? Even the Earth was attacked by the Apocalypse Star in the ancient times, when Atlantis should have not fallen. But what about the Green Lantern Corps? So be it. Until Carla beat Brainiac and came with those collected cities in bottles. After hearing the news, all the Green Lanterns who received the news hurried over. Again, when Carla came to the holy place, the surrounding sky was filled with Green Lanterns. Some of them looked excited, some showed admiration, and many Green Lanterns looked at Carla with respectful eyes. At the moment, Carla slowly shrinks to a file size of more than 100 meters high, and still holds the cities that have been shrunk into the bottle in the palm of her hand. In addition to the city of Krypton's capital city, those cities in bottles also include civilizations from many planets, as well as many aliens of various kinds living in those cities. Now Carla has given everything to the Asgardians except the bottle from her hometown. I will trouble you to arrange them properly, and the life in the bottle is obviously in a special state, and I also need to know how to wake them up from 903. Carla looked down at the hometown in her hand. Although the people inside can preserve their physical state in a state similar to deep sleep or hibernation, it is not an option to continue like this. But Carla didn't know how to wake up the people inside. She also thought about interrogating Brainiac before, but she gave up after thinking about it. She was worried that Brainiac was playing some tricks. The main reason is that she understands that the other party will definitely not tell her, and even if she does, she will not believe it easily, so it is better to simply kill the enemy, and then come to OUA to ask these little blue people who claim to be the most intelligent in the world. That's right, when it comes to the smartest people in the world, these little blue people also have such a title. I don't even know what most means. Facing Carla's inquiry, the Asgardians gave an answer. Actually, Brainiac's device switch is in these bottle cities. If we guessed correctly, as long as you break the bottle, everyone can be revived. It's just that we still need to study how to crack Brainiac's shrinking ray. Carla was relieved now. And Carla don't look at these little blue people as unreliable. They always make all kinds of big incidents. But at least their technology and technological level can still be believed, including this OUA star, which is actually full of high technology. In fact, even OU-Using's method of using the power of the emotional spectrum is on the scientific side, not the magical or mysterious side. As I said before, the Green Lantern ring has many functions that even Green Lantern is not familiar with. Even the green light ring can be used as a semi-automatic computer, like a translator for various alien languages in the universe and so on. These are the most basic functions. Now that they said so, Carla didn't want to bother. Otherwise, with her own gradual control of the quantum realm, she could also master the ability to zoom in and out. For example, technology like PIM particles. Although the technology of PIM particles comes from the Marvel universe next door, since it can make people bigger and smaller, even subatomic file size, and even enter the quantum realm. That being the case, Carla naturally has the opportunity to deduce the effect of enlargement, not to mention that she originally has the ability to become larger and smaller. But that would obviously take a long time. Carla thought about it. It would be better to wait for the little blue people to study for her. What's more, there are so many cities in bottles that can be experimented with. She is definitely not in a hurry or worried. In this way, Carla had to stay in OA Star. The Asgardians were going to arrange a room for Carla, but Carla ran to Mago in the outer space of OA Star. Green Lantern Mago, its body turned out to be a planet, but this planet produced self-awareness. Because the Green Lantern ring represents the power of will, as long as it has its own will, it may become a Green Lantern. Undoubtedly, Mago is a planet with the will of justice and fraternity. When it comes to a planet with life and self-awareness, perhaps the first thing that comes to mind is Ego from Marvel Next Door, who is the father of Star-Lord who appeared in Guardians of Galaxy 2. Speaking of which, because of the special relationship between Marvel and DC and so many years of entanglement, many things are unclear. For example, about Captain Marvel and Thunder Shazam, Superman and Sentry, Darkseid and Thanos, Doomsday and Green Titan Hulk. Definitely Doomsday and Hulk's relationship is a bit far-fetched. Such examples abound, and it cannot be said that they are plagiarized, borrowed from, or paid tribute to each other. The two companies are always getting together and parting ways. When things are good, they are family. They have also launched two cooperative products, DC vs Marvel, Justice League vs Avengers, etc. Zero. Definitely, if he has a dark heart in his heart, it is also Mission Impossible. But when it comes to Mago and Yugo, both of them are actually latecomers. In the earliest novel traction based on the expansion of the Thulhu mythology system, Ramsey Campbell created an existence named Gehi-Ross as early as the Last World. The appearance of Geras is described as a planet with huge amounts of rusty red, composed of gas, ash, and hot liquid iron. The outer shell is full of faults and rifts, and it often forms a planet with a vast ocean of liquid iron below it. Giant eyes. Definitely, the main thing mentioned here must be Mago. She is a huge planet, even in front of OUA seeing. Because of the huge amounts of body troubles, Mago could only stay outside OA Star. After all, OA Star couldn't provide her with a place to rest. When Carla came to Mago, she found that Mago was a young planet full of life and vitality. According to the human concept, she was about 18 or 19 years old. Relatively speaking, the Earth is about to enter the middle age stage. Instead, the Sun is still young. No way, the lifespan of a planet cannot be calculated from the perspective of human beings. Mago also welcomed Carla's arrival, and said happily, "I'll build you a house." Talking 5.8, in front of Carla, Mago built a huge amount of palace on his own surface out of thin air, like a royal palace. Carla was speechless secretly, and felt a little weird. She always felt as if a human being said to the bird, "Come on, let me build you a nest with my hair." Speaking of which, Mago might as well give us Yuxing as our home planet. Carla said suddenly. Unexpectedly, Mago agreed without any hesitation, "Okay, but because I am an Asgardian in our sector, I may have to move around. Can you come with me?" What a nice girl. Carla sat down on the floor and reached out to pat the ground, making huge amounts of thumping noises. Mago didn't mind either, it was equivalent to a pat on the shoulder between human beings. "Thank you Mago, but no need, I will revive our actor." "Wait a minute, Carla, you said you want to revive Krypton." Suddenly, a team of Green Lanterns also flew over from planet OA. Carla knew two of them, the leader was Tomare, and besides Hal Jordan. Hal, Carla, and he hadn't seen each other for 5 years, and when they met again they nodded to each other. For the past 5 years, Hal has been active as a Green Lantern. In addition to his own city, Seaside City, he will also obey the orders of OA Star, or help patrol other sectors, or help other Green Lanterns arrest prisoner and so on. He has become more and more mature, and has even become an indispensable existence among the elite, almost replacing Sinestro's position. Speaking of Sinestro, he has left the Green Lantern Corps in the past few years and his whereabouts are unknown. Everyone knew that Sinestro's departure had something to do with Carla, but no one said it, no one was that stupid. Carla didn't care about Sinestro's news. It was Tomare who asked the question just now, and he exclaimed, 20 Carla, are you going to rewrite the history of the destruction of Krypton? Are you going to overthrow everything that happened before? That is very dangerous, and it will even endanger to the entire universe. Even the other Green Lanterns were surprised. Carla rolled her eyes angrily, I'm not crazy yet, if I change the history of the past, wouldn't it be equal to self-denial? Changing my past is also equivalent to completely denying my own past, why would I do that? She hadn't gotten to the point of self-denial yet. Don't worry, what I mean by resurrecting Krypton is literally, I want to repair the destroyed Krypton, or even recreate a new Krypton, Carla originally planned in this way, but her words are even more frightening. She wants to create a new planet? And a planet with life? Is this possible? This is definitely no problem. Don't forget that Carla did create a fixed star in front of the wall of origin. In fact, fixed star is more difficult to create than planet, and what is Carla coming to Mago for? She has mastered some understanding of planet through doing calculations. Even Carla said to Mago, if you have time in the future, why not help me create Krypton together? I like your style and the appearance of your planet. Mago was very happy, as if a human girl was praised for her beauty. She immediately agreed, no problem, I will give you some advice. That's a deal. Tomare and the others looked at each other in dismay. Another black line, these two big sisters, do you know what you are talking about? You are talking about creating the world. If people on Earth regard the Earth as the world, this is not equal to creating the world. In order to entertain Carla and the others, Mago also moved some fruit trees. Some Carla knew, such as apples and bananas, and there were also fruits she didn't know, which were obviously unique to Mago. There is a kind of fruit that looks like a stone, but it is full of chocolate in one bite, but it is not greasy, but very refreshing. Carla said that she will transplant it in New Krypton in the future. They were also chatting about some interesting stories, especially about Mago. Tomare, who is considered the oldest, knows an interesting story. There was once an arrogant but capable warrior in the universe. He was very powerful, but he was very warlike. He almost regarded fighting as a 3-day battle. The meal is so ordinary. Later, he heard about Mago from nowhere, so he wanted to find Mago and fight her all over the universe. Mago ignored it at first, but somehow, that arrogant warrior still found Mago, and ran on Mago's planet to wreak havoc. It turned out that person didn't know Mago's true face at all. He mistakenly thought that Mago lived on this planet. How could he know that this planet was Mago? Later, Moge couldn't stand his harassment, and shot him to death as soon as he thought of it. Remember that the setting of the green light ring is that the stronger the will, the stronger the power exerted. So with the will of a planet, how powerful is Mago? This story has been around for a long time, but it has always been a story that people still talk about and explain to newcomers when they talk about Mago. Mago was a little embarrassed. If planets also have gender, Mago is a girl, Ego must be a boy, and her character is very docile and shy. This makes Carla like her very much, and the last thing Carla likes is the kind of guy who is like a bluffing neurotic, Harley Quinn, or a green tea whore, Rachel. Mago was the type she would like to befriend. So Carla and Mago quickly became friends. After that, Carla also met another little girl under the introduction of Moge, who was a real girl. A bee becomes a Green Lantern, and her figure is no different from that of a normal bee. The two of them are still partners, and they are in charge of a sector together. It can be said that they are the pair with the biggest difference in stature. Carla also felt speechless, the gap is too big. One is a huge planet not smaller than the Earth, and the other is an ordinary bee. No matter how you think about it, they can't go together. But although the BBZZD is small in stature, she is definitely competent as a Green Lantern, and she has also experienced many battles and gained recognition. It's just that compared to other Green Lanterns, what should I say about BZZD's fighting style? She prefers to transform into giant weapons, such as large drills. Carla subconsciously clutched her cheeks, only felt that her teeth were cold. Even Kryptonians would have toothaches, especially when they first came to Earth. Carla also needed to see a dentist. Then left a psychological shadow. Compared with the previous life, when it was only around the 1980s, the medical methods were really too backward and terrible. When Carla communicated with Mago and the others, the group of little blue people quickly worked out how to crack the technology of shrinking rays. At the same time they also heard something and had to find Carla. "We heard you're going to resurrect Krypton," the Asgardians inquired. Carla thought that they were also here to ask her if she planned to rewrite the past history, so she interrupted impatiently. "Don't worry, I don't want to rewrite history, otherwise why would I bother to find my compatriots so hard?" The Asgardians explained, "We've definitely heard about your decision not to rewrite history, and we wanted to say, since you already have the Ring of Lights, why not become an Asgardian in the sector where Krypton is? We want you to be with Tomare, form a partner to guard and manage that sector together. Some Green Lanterns are partners in groups of 2, such as Mago and BZZD, and Sinestro and Abinsu used to be partners, even mentors and apprentices. And Tomare has only one person, so when Krypton was destroyed, he was the only one who was trying to save it, but the result was still. So if Carla wants to, she can officially become a member of the Green Lantern Corps at any time." But Carla refused without even thinking about it. "But come on, I have to obey your orders and work for you? I can't use a fatal attack easily? Don't be kidding, I won't do it. In the Battle of Green Lantern, it is not allowed to use fatal attacks, otherwise you will be judged by the Asgardians in the universe." Carla is because she holds the original lamp ring, so she can completely ignore the wishes of Asgardian and Oua seeing. But other people can't, even if they have lanterns. The total energy comes from the total battery of O-Star after all. Once they are judged by the Asgardians, they will no longer be supported by power. Even the Asgardians can strip Green Lantern of his ring at will. Only Carla is helpless even to them. They want to bring Carla into submission now? Carla is not fooled. "I heard that you have developed the technology to decipher the shrinking rays? Then give it to me. I have to go back. There are still many things to do." The city finds a new home, and even rebuilds the ruined planet Krypton. With Carla's current power, it's nothing to rebuild the destroyed Krypton. To be honest, even if the Earth is destroyed, she can recreate it in the next second. Carla's power is getting more and more terrifying, because she has personally seen the Wall of Origin, and finally knows that the emotional spectrum is actually a kind of power of origin. The power including the quantum field can build all physical things in the world, and even build proteins, and single cells can then develop life on this basis. Dr. Manhattan has also passed this level 1 section, and now it has been conveyed to Carla. Carla is still not as good as Dr. Manhattan in some respects. For example, Carla does not have a quantum body, and her body is still her own flesh and blood, which is the body and genes of Kryptonians. But Carla has surpassed Dr. Manhattan in more aspects, and she is already a real fifth-dimensional person. So Carla bid farewell to Oua seeing, and finally chose to leave. Also leaving with Carla are Tomare, Mago and BZZD, who left together. Carla also took her hometown and sat on Mago, allowing Mago to travel faster than the speed of light and open the door of space jump to the galaxy on the other side of the Earth. This is the hometown of Carla and the Kryptonians, but now it seems to be dead. Because of the tragedy of that year, except for the red giant star, the current galaxy is still intact, and the other planets are damaged. Even if there may have been living planets, they are almost extinct now. Carla returned to the fragmented meteorite group of Krypton, still showing a touch of sadness. But she quickly calmed down, turned around, and came to the city in a bottle. Carla took a deep breath, suddenly tensed up. But now that the Asgardians had promised, Carla reached out and lightly smashed the bottle outside the city in a bottle, trying not to hurt anything inside. With the rupture of the bottle, the sleeping people in the city woke up one after another. Carla also noticed that above the city, there was a small man-made simulated sun emitting red light, which was crushed neatly in his hand. Carla's move also shocked the compatriots who just woke up and were at a loss, because now they only have a super mini file size, maybe not as big as an ant. Many people are exclaiming, thinking that the end of the world has arrived. Carla smiled secretly, the end of the world has passed. Smiling and laughing, she shed tears, reached out from above the city, and carefully picked up the two little people. Carla. In Carla's hands, Zor-El and Alura exclaimed in disbelief. They even recognized their grown-up daughter right away. But that doesn't seem to be surprising. Carla lowered her head and buried her face in front of her parents in the palm of her hand. "Mom and Dad, we finally meet again. It's so good that you didn't die. I really want to thank that damn Brainiac, that dead bald, thank him for saving you." When Carla mentioned Brainiac, the Kryptonians in the city below finally remembered. By the way, when Krypton was about to perish, we were captured by Brainiac who suddenly appeared. He shrunk us down with the city and bottled us up for his collection. Damn it, where is that guy? We're going to fight him. As the capital of Krypton, this city has a population of at least 5 million people, and there are many brave fighters among them. After all, this was the Guardian army that defeated General Zod's rebellion, and most of them were General Astra's troops. It can be seen how much General Zod lost the support of General Astra. Originally, if they joined forces, they could completely overthrow the previous Kryptonian parliament. It's a pity that General Astra was tricked by Alura with Carla, and then sent to the Phantom Zone in one fell swoop. Later, General Zod was also defeated and was also exiled to the Phantom Zone. Let's not mention those now. Carla held her little parents and shed tears. Since returning to her hometown, she has become sentimental. But these were tears of joy and excitement and hope, and there was no joy left for parents after the end of the world. At this time, a spaceship flew over the city of Krypton. Even Carla, who is an ordinary person, is equivalent to a person with an ear in the current city. The spaceship fell into Carla's hands, the door opened, and Jor-El and Laura stepped out. Carla, where is Karl? Is he okay? Laura hurriedly asked. She found that there was no shadow of her son around, and she would definitely not mistake a BZZD for her own child, or Thomas aliens like Ray, let alone Mago. Xiao-El also showed a worried expression, and Zor-El and Alura also quickly asked for help. Carla, shouldn't you protect Karl? What about the child? Knowing that they still don't understand the situation, Carla quickly explained, it's a long story, but it's actually been 25 years later, and you were imprisoned for 25 years after being taken away by Brainiac. It was only recently that I found out about your clues and rescued you. Don't worry, Uncle, Karl's child is fine, and he may even have his child. You are going to have a grandson, and our Al family will also have one. There is a new generation. Next, Carla briefly told them what she saw later, the scene when Krypton was destroyed and what happened after that, mainly because of her and Karl's wait after they arrived on Earth. Carla didn't want to tell everything in detail. In that case, 3 days would not be enough. She just picked some important periods and told the elders in the family that she and Karl met a kind couple on Earth who adopted them, and they became the children of Earthlings. And they've verified that Kryptonians can get Superman's physical fitness under the golden sun's rays. So I plan to rebuild Krypton, and then rejuvenate our red sun, and make Krypton's sun turn into a golden light. I want to make Kryptonians the Superman of all people. Carla suddenly gave birth to an extremely bold, even daring idea, that is, Superman for all, definitely not Hancock. Since Kryptonians have such powerful genes, as long as they shine on the golden sun, they can improve their overall physical fitness and even reach the Superman level. And Carla's current power is simply at the level of the creator, within the 3rd or 4th dimension, and she can also rewrite reality. Why not do that? She is going to rebuild Krypton. There is no reason to keep a huge amounts of red giant to weaken the overall power of Krypton, right? So she already has a big plan. She wants to transform the star system's star, making it as young and energetic as the solar system's sun. The more than 5 million little Kryptonians who heard this, all looked at each other in blank dismay. Even Carla's parents Zor-El and Alura covered their faces. What happened to this child all these years? Have their children become gods? Even Rui-Ou can't do it. Xiao-El muttered. Rui-Ou, that is the god of Krypton, is also the representative of the sun god. Kryptonians believe that he is the incarnation of the red sun. According to legend, Rui-Ou lives in the core of the sun. Core? Carla shrugged. I've already been there. It's not a big deal. I still have all the information about young sun. Just look at mine when the time comes. My god, is she the incarnation of God? In the city below, countless people knelt down subconsciously and looked up at Carla. It's not a god. Alura lifted Carla's palm. Why don't you explain it quickly? You're going to become the new Kryptonian god. Zor-El even suggested, let's transform us back first. Is this still the effect of the shrinking ray in Brainiac? If you move, it is equivalent to an earthquake for us, and I feel dizzy. Because Carla shrugged just now, the family elders in the palm of the hand almost fell down. Carla just remembered, quickly put them down gently, then turned her head and said to Tomare, trouble you. The device is in the hands of Tormer. Carla has to take care of her compatriots after all. Tomare was also unambiguous, nodded and agreed, no problem. Carla greeted Mago again. Mago, let my compatriots live with you for a while, is it okay? Mago's thoughts directly conveyed to everyone's heart. No problem, even if you can let everyone live on my body. Carla, we are already friends, aren't we? Carla smiled wryly and said hastily, let's forget it. You don't, Kadk, know how advanced the technology of my civilization is, and if you're so impatient, you'll even dig out the ley lines and the core of the earth for you to use as energy. In the end, the destruction of Krypton had a lot of credit because the Kryptonians highly excavated and developed energy, which finally destroyed Krypton. Mago hesitated for a moment, then, forget it. 1. Sometimes humans don't mind letting an ant crawl around on their body, but the premise is that they can't bite themselves. If they are bitten, they will definitely slap them. The conversation between Carla and Mago made the Kryptonians feel shocked and miraculous, and even more impressed with Carla. Not everyone knows Carla, but at least knows that Carla saved everyone. So people's mentality has undergone some wonderful changes. At least everyone is full of gratitude to Carla. Under the reminder of Tomare, Carla and BZZD left the city limits first. This city can accommodate 5 million people, so one can imagine how huge it is. If Carla stays where she is, even she will be affected by then. But BZZD has hesitation before. Why don't you try to be irradiated, and then test whether it can become bigger? It was later stopped by Carla. Small bodies have small benefits. The main reason is that Carla is worried that if it can't bear it and the body collapses, she can't explain it. How unlucky it would be if he was charged with killing his companion. Today was a good day. When everything was ready, Tomare took out a device similar to a laser gun and flew into the sky, and then irradiated the city of Krypton. In a special light curtain, the city that was shrunk enough to fit into a bottle began to grow larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was returning to its original appearance. And as the familiar city gradually returned to its original state, Carla finally recalled the name of the city. Kandor City. This is my home. Carla finally called out the name of his hometown. In the end, Kandor City completely restored the original file size, including everyone in it. A total of 5 million Kryptonians who survived, at the moment, looked at each other in dismay, and then embraced with the family members who gathered around when the disaster struck. For Carla, the end of Krypton was 25 years ago, but for them, everything seems to be in the last second, including being attacked by Brainiac at the end. Carla, Alula's voice suddenly came from the city. After the city returned to its original file size and scale, the distance between Carla and them was infinitely widened. Alura was worried. She was afraid that her daughter, who was in front of her eyes 1 second, would disappear the next. But suddenly, Carla's big face reappeared above the city. The people of Krypton were surprised. Didn't the city return to the original file size? Did it fail? It's not like that, it's just that I've grown bigger. I'm 20,000 meters tall now, that's why I'm so big, Carla explained to everyone in the city. While carefully stretching her hand into the city again, she was too lazy to fly in then fly out, so use this method to bring out parents and uncles and aunts in the palm of your hand. When the elders of the family came out of the city, Carla changed back to the original file size. Mom Carla threw herself into Alura's arms. Alura was taken down by Carla without realizing it, and the mother and daughter fell to the ground. Really, my little cutie has grown up, even this outfit is qualified to wear it. Alu stretched his hand and patted Carla's back, intending to get her up. But it turned into hugging her daughter's back tightly. Just to say that for them trapped in Kandor City, it seems that all the disasters happened in the last second, so how could they not be excited? Zor-El on the side also secretly shed a few tears, muttering, everything is over, it's all over. Jor-El and Laura also embraced each other, but their families Carl was not around, and only Carla rescued everyone. By the way, after a while, Carla pulled her mother to stand up and introduced Tomare and BZZD who came before them. They are my friends. I know, Green Lantern Tomare. He is also a friend of our family, although he is better with your Aunt Astra, Alura said first. This is not referring to the Al family, but Alura's family. Don't underestimate Carla's mother. One of their sisters is one of the highest judges, and the other is one of the highest generals. Tomare did not deceive Carla at the beginning, and definitely Carla confirmed it later, but she still has some doubts about the history and documents of the Green Lantern Corps. Until the mother personally confirmed, Carla, you were supposed to take over your aunt's job and become the commander of Kandor City, guarding Kandor City, and I will let you know Tomare. Unexpectedly, you got to know each other first. No, Alura, I won't let my daughter become a general. What she should inherit is the will of the Al family and bring hope to Krypton, instead of guarding those rotten things, Zoe said. Al suddenly interrupted Alura. Things? Zoe, you're exaggerating, Laura questioned before Alura could refute. As a result, Zor-El retorted, don't forget what you did. Isn't Carl exactly what you hoped for? The first child born naturally on Krypton in 100,000 years. But you've done it too, Zoe. What's the matter with Carla's genes? Even if I don't tell you, you know, we know very well, Jor-El is not to be outdone. Carla opened her mouth, staring at all this in a daze. Wait, what about the brotherhood that was agreed? Didn't she remember that it was like this at the beginning? It's a good thing me and Carl aren't like you guys. Carla was speechless, but wait a minute, I just heard something really weird. Dad? What have you done in my jeans? Carla almost ignored it. In the dispute between her father and uncle, there seemed to be a very important message. The elders fell silent again suddenly, looking at each other in blank dismay. Suddenly, at this moment, a group of soldiers rushed over in a patrol car with suspension vehicle technology, rampaging all the way, seemingly helping themselves. The two Lords Al, Judge Alura, and Judge Laura, the elders of the council are all gone, the soldiers reported, and their tone was full of panic. The status of the Al family on Krypton is unquestionable, and only other ancient families can compete with them, such as Alura's warlord family. However, Kandor City is the origin and residence of the Al family, quite a bit like the fiefdom of an ancient lord. This is the headquarters of the Al family. Apart from those elders, the Al family has the highest status. So the Al brothers naturally took over the command of power. Jor-El asked, has the city been searched yet? Yes, everyone has been mobilized at the first time, but the whereabouts of the elders have not been found in every corner, said the leading soldier, wiping his cold sweat. It seems that the status of those elders and the council is beyond doubt in the hearts of the Kryptonians. Carla turned away, with a casual expression, and pretended to be relaxed and chatted with Tomare and the others about some insignificant topics. But Carla may be too obvious. Alura glanced at her daughter's back thoughtfully, especially Zor-El, who frowned deeply. It seems to be worried. Jor-El is still making arrangements for the soldiers to continue searching to find the whereabouts of the elders. Damn Brainiac, he must have done something to the elders. I heard that he can seize the history and information of other civilizations. Could it be that he has murdered the elders? Laura gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Scolded. Carla's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, when I was fighting Brainiac, I did see some dissecting table-like things, and some aliens made into specimens. Maybe there really existed the elders? I don't know them, so I don't know very well. Allura came to Carla's side and stared at her with serious eyes. Carla panicked inexplicably. She didn't know why. Even though she was her biological mother, Allura was just an ordinary person's physical fitness, while Carla was already supernatural. But Allura still put a lot of pressure on her. Maybe it's from instinct? Or maybe it's from the deep memory of being oppressed by my mother when I was a child. From the previous words, I can also feel that Allura is very strong, and wants to train Carla to be a general and commander, and even inherit her family's warlord status. So in Carla's memory, there was indeed an unbearable childhood past. This mother seemed a little Spartan. Allura glared at Carla, turned around, and asked, if the elders are really killed, what should we do? Should we elect new elders? Or should we take this opportunity to bring about a revolution in Krypton? When Allura mentioned change, Jor-El and Laura were shocked. Only Zor-El remained silent. Zero looking for flowers. Jor-El thought for a while and suddenly made a decision. Maybe Krypton really needs a huge amounts of change. Laura exclaimed, do you think so too? I know that you and General Zod have always been good friends, and you have even been congenial since childhood, and have long been dissatisfied with the procrastination of the parliament. But this kind of thing is not it can be decided with one sentence, and the tradition that has not changed for tens of thousands of years, can it be changed just by saying it? It seems that Laura is a conservative. Jor-El raised his hand, pointing at Carla. Carla was puzzled. Why was she pointing at herself? She didn't speak. Did she expose herself? I heard Jor-El say again, this is the opportunity. Carla saved all of us like a savior. At least she saved the survivors of this city, and kept us Kryptonians from being completely wiped out. We still have hope and can reproduce our descendants. We can even take this opportunity to completely get rid of the code of life, and we can lead all Kryptonians to get rid of the defects in the genes. Laura was shocked. After all, she was Carl's mother, and she also gave birth to Carl herself, and decided to be the first mother who gave birth naturally in 100,000 years. So when Jor-El said that, she couldn't refute it. And the most important thing is, Jor-El looked at his younger brother Zor-El again. This bastard, the genes he set for Carla include everything: workers, scholars, scientists, and even soldiers, generals, leaders, and even those who have already the queen gene that has never appeared in thousands of years. Zor-El remained silent with his head bowed. It seemed that even Allura didn't know about it, and looked at her husband in disbelief. Zor-El finally had to speak up. I'm sorry, Allura, I asked Astra to help me cover, so that I had the opportunity to get close to the code of life. Because I knew from the beginning, our daughter, my dearest daughter, she will be the only savior of Krypton. In fact, Carla was the one who was the most shocked. You are really a real father, and you still bring your own child so badly? Damn, my sister's genes have been ruined by you, right? That's not building blocks and puzzles, old man. So what am I now? Carla was dumbfounded. As a result, the elders of the family looked at her together and said in unison, Queen Chuan of Krypton. In fact, what the Al brothers are doing is almost the same. They are all using their own methods to break the existing society of Krypton and want to change Krypton. It's just that the two brothers' methods are different. Jor-El chose Carl, who gave birth naturally, hoping to let the Kryptonians see a life with unlimited futures and free choices. Zor-El's choice is to make Carla a royal family that Krypton has never had for tens of thousands of years, to overthrow the council elders in a centralized way, and then let Carla preside over the reform and change of Krypton. They even hope that their children will become the savior of Krypton. It's a pity that everything was too late. Carla was only 10 years old, and Carl was just born. Krypton could no longer survive. Originally, their plan should have come to an end with the demise of Krypton. But Brainiac stabilized the collapse of Kandor City at the last moment, and rescued everyone in 193. No matter what Brainiac's purpose is, he must follow him. Say thank you. Most importantly, Carla found them and rescued them all. Now is this opportunity. As long as Carla helps our people build a new Krypton, and even turn the red sun into a golden sun, so that everyone can become a Superman, bringing new hope. She is the savior of Krypton. She is the new god of Krypton, and everyone will bow down to our queen. Zor-El started to talk more and more excited, and finally even brought some madness. You are crazy, including my sister, Allura yelled. Don't look at their unanimous address just now. Carla will become the queen of Kryptonians, but the tone is different. Zor-El is full of hope, Jor-El is a little doubtful, Laura is feeling at a loss, and only Allura feels betrayed. Damn Zor-El, I don't know that my daughter is a scientist and a general, and you have done so many things. She is also my daughter, and I have the right to know everything. You liar, Allura was annoyed, feeling betrayed. Carla nodded from the side, I just found out too. Allura glared at her, and continued to vent her anger to her husband, and she is still a child, we can't let her bear all of this. I will never let my daughter bear the burden of the entire Kryptonian. It's too heavy. Carla was moved by it. Actually, I don't want to be a queen. What era is this? Do you still engage in feudal society? I definitely don't want to be an oppressor or a ruler. Carla, the king doesn't have to be an oppressor. You can also lead your people to hope. You are the daughter of the Al family. You should bring hope to your people. Even Jor-El said so. Especially at this special time, since Krypton has been reborn, don't let it go back to the previous failure history. Do we have to wait until 100,000 years later, when our descendants are enslaved by the code of life again? and destroy Krypton again. But can people accept it? For many years, the elders have been leading all the Kryptonians, and they have made decisions in the form of a parliament. Now that one person rules everyone, will some people be dissatisfied? No problem, Carla said before that she can recreate Krypton and change the sun. Such power will make people treat her like a god. And don't forget that our Al family is the descendant of the god Rui-Ou. Maybe she is really the reincarnation of the god Rui-Ou. And Carla's Queen Jean can easily crush all Kryptonians. Even the baby Carl, who gave birth naturally, will be obedient once she touches it. Carla was dumbfounded again. Didn't my younger brother come from being close to her, but from the suppression of genes? Dad, don't hit me anymore. Carla's 3 views are about to shatter. The main reason is that Zor-El is too much. Carla didn't expect that there are so many secrets hidden in her genes. The Code of Life is the most important life plan of Krypton in the past 100,000 years. With the existence of the Code of Life, Kryptonians do not need to give birth naturally, but use the gene pool for matching. Once they need any offspring, they will give birth to corresponding offspring. For example, if scientists are needed, a child will be born who will definitely become a scientist in the future. Want an ordinary worker, and a worker will be born. Whether you want a soldier, a general, or even an elder, etc., can all be determined by the Code of Life. But in this way, not only will the newborn's genes be injected with absolute loyalty to the mother planet Krypton, but it will even be determined for a lifetime before birth, which is unfair. But this also facilitates the planning of the child's future. For example, Carla, Zor-El sneaked into the control room where the Code of Life was located with the assistance of Astra, and then easily injected all possibilities into Carla's genes. 0. If Carl's future is an unpredictable and infinite future, there will be countless variables in the growth process, and even a small matter will have a great impact. Then Carla's future is an infinite future that can be confirmed, because she is destined to become the best warrior, the best general, the best scientist, the best scholar, the best worker, and even the best queen. It's just that Carla was hit hard. She wanted to be quiet, and turned around resolutely, walked aside, and squatted on the ground, drawing circles on Mago's body, surface, with her hands. It is absolutely unacceptable. Is this too exaggerated? In other words, it's no wonder Aunt Astra loves her since she was a child. In other words, do her genes belong to her mother, Allura, or Astra's? Carla didn't dare to ask, for fear of being beaten to death by her mother who was about to run away. In fact, there is no doubt about the genetic inheritance from parents, but adjustments have been made to Carla's future, so that she can more easily fulfill the mission entrusted by the Code of Life. It's just that Carla remembers a dark history about Superman. For example, General Zod replaced Jor-El's gene, making Superman in a comic book the son of General Zod. That's why I'm thinking wildly. The 4 elders behind are still arguing, but they have gradually become less intense, and have started to discuss together what to do so that Carla can smoothly accept 5.6 for all Kryptonian survivors. Let all greet her as queen. Tomare and the others were completely speechless, but they weren't joking either. Because there are more than 5 million survivors in Kandor City, do you know what this concept is? So it's no wonder they argued so fiercely, and they mentioned Carla as the new queen of Krypton so quickly, precisely because there were too many people, and someone needed to stand up and lead everyone to rebuild their homeland. Carla, suddenly, Tomare quietly approached Carla, whispered, I also think you should be the queen of the new Kryptonian. If you want so many Kryptonians to become Superman like you, then you must lead them, otherwise the entire universe may be in danger of being destroyed by you people. It's thrilling to think about an army of 5 million Supermen. Since Tomare is the Asgardian in charge of the Kryptonian sector, he is definitely more aware of the horror and power of the Kryptonians, especially when the Kryptonians decided to expand, explore, and colonize the outside world 100,000 years ago. Back then, OUA Star was still the 7 Lantern Corps, but in the end, only the Green Lantern Corps was left, and even almost wiped out. This also made OUA Star only have the power of the Green Lantern Corps when OUA Star went to stop Apocalypse Star and Darkseid, and it was almost wiped out again. And now, Carla even plans to transform the Red Sun into a Golden Sun. Once these 5 million Kryptonians have the power of Superman, who else in the universe can stop this army of Superman? At that time, maybe even the new Protoss of Star Apocalypse will have to avoid its edge. So Tomare warned Carla, if you really want to do that, you must be responsible and lead them correctly, otherwise once your people get out of control, it will threaten the crisis of the entire universe. This is not an exaggeration at all, even if other Kryptonians cannot reach the level of Carla and Karl, Clark, they are definitely a force to be reckoned with. Can you imagine Kryptonians invading the Earth? I am afraid that less than 10 Kryptonians and 20 people are needed, and it will not take too long to destroy the Earth. Other planets and civilizations may not be able to block the Kryptonian aggression, unless it is the new gods, or various other old gods. When Tomare warned Carla like this, Carla's parents, uncles and aunts also heard. They glanced at each other, trying to appease Tomare's worries. Krypton has not expanded outside for 100,000 years. We are a peace-loving race, please don't worry about that. All we have to think about now is rebuilding Krypton, and our civilization. But you can't deny that once Carla reaches the level of Superman, as long as you are willing, you can even conquer the entire universe, and it's very easy. Tomare dared not be ambiguous, no one knows the horror of Kryptonians better than him. Even if our green light ring can transform into the light of the red sun and kryptonite, it can't stop you. Once you create a monster like Doomsday again, it will be over. Tomare had to raise his biggest worry. Even if Doomsday has the common weaknesses of Kryptonians, Doomsday, as a biochemical weapon, is transformed from the corpses of powerful Kryptonians who are being strengthened, and is the most terrifying and strongest warrior in the universe. Demon-like army on Apocalypse? It's not enough to look at in front of the Doomsday army. A Doomsday can easily destroy a legion of demons. The power of Krypton is just so terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that Kryptonians still have two fatal weaknesses, this universe would have been surnamed Krypton as early as 100,000 years ago. So Carla, not only do we want you to lead your people, but your friends also know that Krypton needs you and you must take responsibility, Zor-El took the opportunity to say. Allura sighed. With such a careless husband, she couldn't do anything about it. Only Carla is still in hesitation. Otherwise, let Krypton return to its original state. She really doesn't want to be the queen of Krypton, and she finds it troublesome. It sounds very stylish and has a lot of power, but if Carla wants to, she can create her own planet in the universe at will, and then use the method of creating life that Dr. Manhattan has almost finished researching to experience take the feeling that God created the world. If she wanted to, she could really easily become a god on some civilizations and planets. So she didn't want to do it. However, the current situation is very troublesome. Carla, the code of life is no longer in our hands, but has been injected into your brother Carl's gene, unless you extract all of Carl's genetic tissue. Allura reminded Carla in a worried tone, because Al had already stolen the code of life and implanted it into Carl's genes. In this way, it is impossible to return Krypton to the past. When Krypton is rebuilt, all Kryptonian newborns will be born naturally. Even Allura, who was so fierce just now, had to compromise now. Carla, you will bring new life to all survivors, but there are too many unknown factors in it. I don't want you to bear such a heavy responsibility, but it is undeniable that your people do need your leadership. Carla, be the queen of Krypton. After all, Allura helped her husband persuade Carla. Because Allura also knows that the reconstruction of Krypton cannot be separated from Carla's power. They obviously know that Carla is still no longer an ordinary person, and how powerful she is now. Even Allura couldn't confirm it. The only thing that is certain is that with Carla's genes and power, she can absolutely control all Kryptonians. It's better than forming another decadent council of elders. Zor-El obviously had a big opinion on those elders, and said to Chiao-El, and we don't need to use the code of life to create newborns. In the future all children will be they were born naturally, and they can freely decide what to do in the future. We no longer have to deprive newborns of their future and potential. Jor-El insisted on giving birth to Carl, isn't it for this reason? So he and his wife Laura nodded to each other, looked at Carla together, and helped persuade. I'm sorry Carla, we and everyone need you. Carla said in her heart, you all said that the righteousness is awe-inspiring. Is the result just a sacrifice? But can she really escape her responsibility? Just like Tomare's concerns, just like his parents' persuasion, just like what they all said. Can Carla make Kryptonians 900 a supervillain who threatens the universe at any time? Maybe she will be a threat to herself in the future. If Kryptonians expand again in the future, she will fight with her compatriots to protect the Earth sooner or later. Go to war. What's more, in the initial stage of reconstruction, the people of Krypton really need a leader who is enough for them to trust and is willing to follow wholeheartedly. The most important thing is that Carla can't be cruel enough to extract Carl's genes, and then recompose the code of life. She can't do it. Okay, I got it. Carla scratched her hair irritably. If I had known, I would have kept you in a bottle. Anyway, we can meet each other, and I can go in to see you. Why bother me? What is this called? The elders rolled their eyes. But Carla still agreed, and she took over this burden, which can be said to bear the burden of a world. From now on, she may be the queen of the new planet Krypton, and there may be many troublesome and important issues to deal with next. Let's go and inform everyone first. Zor-El couldn't wait to inform everyone that his daughter Carla was about to become the new queen. Chiao-El and Laura also went back together, and only Allura came to Carla and said, you killed those elders, didn't you? Carla, when did you become so cruel? Faced with Allura's questioning, Carla wanted to defend herself at first, but Allura's words made her give up the idea of doing that. You are my daughter, Carla. I can tell when you are lying or trying to avoid something since you were young, even if you just move your eyelids. I know what you look like when your grades are poor. I remember you can't finish eating. Do you want to deceive me by stealthily dumping the rice? It's still hundreds of years earlier. Allura showed her majesty as a mother. Carla suddenly lost her temper. Why did you do that? Allura frowned deeply, and couldn't help but said, so I didn't want you to get too close to Astra. It must be influenced by my sister. She has always been reckless, and even once planned to rebel with General Zod. She is the general who guards Krypton. How can she point her sword at her own people? It is simply absurd. No, it's Mom. You are too rigid. Carla finally made a rebuttal. You clearly know that the elders still didn't care about the lives of our people when Krypton was destroyed. All they thought about was not to let anyone have a chance to escape. Krypton is dead. Dad and Uncle are right. All of you, including me, all people born from the code are defective. We were failed, and only Carl escaped the fate of becoming a Kryptonian slave. I'm starting to regret it now. Should I revive Krypton, or should I watch everyone become slaves to a planet again? Carla is no longer a child after all, although her soul is integrated with the soul of this world, even the memory is completely like his own. But Carla has grown up. She has lived on the Earth for 25 years, and once circled the Earth once and traveled all over the world. And Carla also expanded her knowledge in the universe, and even went to another universe. So when facing her mother regaining her confidence, she raised her own doubts. If the elders made preparations for the entire Kryptonian transfer some time in advance, even if it was only 10 days in advance, how many people would survive? Only 5 million people? Mom, billions of people have died. Who can pay back this debt of blood? Carla reached out and grabbed Alura's hands, noticing that her mother's hands were trembling slightly. She is not as calm as she appears. It's not the fault of the elders, was all Alura could say. But they never thought of other ways to save our people, Carla sneered. With Krypton's technological level, even when Krypton is about to explode, all the people can leave, and at least 1/3 of them can survive. Even if it's only 1/10, that's definitely more than 10 million people can survive, and now, we only have 5 million people, Carla said at the end, her teeth itching with hatred. The reason why she killed those elders was not a personal enmity, let alone a personal grudge, but a real hatred from the entire race and civilization. The elders are the group of people with the highest status on Krypton, and they are also the ones with the greatest power and the most respected by people. Their decisions are like imperial decrees. It was because the elders disagreed with life and death that the Kryptonians should escape from their home planet ahead of time, that's why so many people died. If it wasn't for Brainiac, the stars would have perished. With only 3 or 2 people left, it is certainly impossible to count as the continuation of civilization. Unless Kal-El gets ruthless and activates his own life code. But after that, the Earth will be finished, the Earth will be transformed into a new Kryptonian, and then human genes will be replaced. It seems that human beings have transformed into Kryptonians. In fact, that is a wrong idea. The so-called human genes will be replaced, which means that human beings cannot adapt to the environment that suddenly becomes Krypton, and may be completely extinct. Then on the vacated Earth, the stars will be reborn. This is literally replaced across the board. Definitely neither Carla nor Kal-El would do that. So without Brainiac, Kryptonians would be completely extinct. So Carla always wanted to say thank you to Brainiac, but the other party didn't want to live in peace with Carla at all, and Carla broke in violently from the beginning. Brainiac's reason for saving Kandor City must have been well-intentioned. It's not that Alura doesn't understand these things. The reason why she was persuaded and compromised by Zor-El in the end is because she knew that the elders and the council were corrupt, and she didn't expose Carla's actions. What she was shocked and concerned about was Carla's ruthlessness. How did you become like this? Carla, even if you don't kill them, you can use other methods. Alura raised her hand and caressed Carla's side face worriedly. How did my daughter become like this? Why? To be so brutal? Astra for sure. Carla felt unbelievable. This can also be applied to my aunt? She is your sister, mother, you are too much. It is actually myself. Carla wants to say that it is her own problem. She has seen the cold-blooded and ruthless nature world. For example, baboons will target the newborn deer and eat it alive. Hyenas do not hunt like lions or wolves because of their own bite force problems, and the living environment is full of various crises. Instead, they surround a target and attack from the weakest part of the opponent. That is the so-called dig out. Often when a hyena eats its prey, the prey is still alive and has been alive for a long time, but the hyena doesn't care about anything else, it just eats it into its stomach. Even black bears tend to eat live prey. So many people always talk about loving animals, but in fact, almost all human beings now eat food that is farmed, which is the most common, and most of it has been humanely killed. But what about animals? How many adults consume the buffalo, etc. that a lion eats in a year? Moreover, there are so many carnivorous animals in nature. How many wildebeest died in the mouth of crocodiles crossing the river during the most spectacular wildebeest migration, and how many died in the siege of lions? If you have never seen and experienced the truly cruel nature, you may always think that nature is the most beautiful, and even think that human beings are pests in nature. However, Li Zhao, how many people know that most woodpeckers are harmful birds, not beneficial birds, and some woodpeckers even specialize in attacking the eggs of other birds, and even the chicks that have been born. Woodpeckers do not eat meat, but it's cracking open the skull and sucking the brain. Carla's ferocious methods and ruthless personality are really developed by herself. She once lived with a lion group for a while, and before leaving, she hunted a buffalo herself, and that buffalo was a mother and her own child. There are too many. On the contrary, it is not in human society that Carla becomes like this, but in nature, where natural selection is the most direct manifestation. But Alura's words made Carla dismiss this idea. Because she said, if you want a child, you can give birth to it yourself. It's not that she doesn't have a husband. Really, what's the matter with always robbing my daughter? Well, she won't get involved in your lord's grievances. When Carla and Alura reunited with their mother and daughter, brother Al returned to Kandor and sent a notice. The first is the news that the elders may have been killed by Brainiac, which caused the survivors to panic for a while. But right away, Zor-El announced some good news. That is his daughter Carla is going to resurrect Krypton, and he's talking about building a new Krypton. Then there is Carla, who is going to turn the red giant who has entered the old age state into a golden son of menopause. Even after discussing with Jor-El and Zor-El, they announced the secret passed down by the Al family, that is, Kryptonians can obtain Superman's power zone by absorbing the golden sun's rays. In other words, as long as Karla succeeds, all Kryptonians will become Superman by then. It just so happened that Al-Ura received the news and asked Karla to take her to fly over the city and come to a square in the city in front of everyone. The people of the city have seen some of Karla's tricks before, and she saved the city and everyone. I don't know who started it first. The Kryptonians began to cheer for Karla, and the loud applause spread throughout the streets and alleys, resounding over the entire city of 593. The existence of Karla became the hope of these survivors. They were overwhelmed by the death of the elders, but after seeing Karla, they all calmed down. And everyone's eyes are full of hope. Because Karla promised to rebuild a new Krypton, and transform the red sun's light. They are no longer just survivors who have lost their homeland, but have become hopeful pioneers of the future. Kryptonian civilization has not perished, because we are still there. As long as we work together, we can reproduce the glory of Kryptonian civilization. Under this, my daughter Karla, Zor-El, she will lead. We hold on to hope, and she will lead us to create a better future. Now I declare that Karla Zor-El, the savior of Krypton, will become the new queen of Krypton. Zor-El's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through high-tech equipment, and he was the first to kneel down on one knee in front of his daughter. Karla was about to reach out subconsciously to stop her father. But immediately, Al-Ura also bowed her head and knelt down. Then Jor-El and Laura. Around the square, almost everyone gathered together, 5 million people, occupying all the space around here as the center. One by one, the Kryptonians knelt down on one knee, led by Zor-El. Kryptonian hail, Queen Karla hail. People were calling and Karla was easily accepted. Karla's heart was shaking, and she flew up slowly unconsciously, flying in midair, scanning everyone condescendingly. She's looking, if ever, to find someone who isn't happy with it. But no, everyone is looking up at Karla with fanatical and expectant eyes. Good for her to wear safety pants. Karla, she is now the savior of these people, even she is their god, even if she has not started to show more powerful and invincible power. In fact, it has nothing to do with strength. People need a sustenance and faith, and she is their savior. Among them, definitely also came from the crushing of genes. At this moment, Karla finally felt that there was an out-and-out kingly aura in her genes that was slowly rising and stirring. The crushing from genes made all Kryptonians welcome their queen willingly, even with some fanaticism. Karla looked away, opened her mouth lightly, and said, Kryptonians, our civilization is far from ending. Even if there are gods who want to stop us and destroy us, I will lead you to defeat the gods too. Karla's voice is not loud, but it can be clearly heard by everyone. She didn't deliberately say some passionate words, but just promised everyone that even the gods would definitely not be able to prevent the re-emergence of Kryptonian civilization. For this reason, in order to protect New Krypton, in order to protect you, I can give my life to fight and fight for it, Karla shouted. This is her promise. Unless they betrayed herself, she would never betray herself, citizen, since she has accepted this identity. As the saying goes, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. Karla's previous resistance was not only because she didn't want to be an oppressor and ruler, but she also felt a heavy responsibility. But now that she has taken on, Karla will not evade her responsibility. Kryptonians, the new Kryptonian civilization, I, Karla Zor-El, will be your queen from today onwards, and I will lead you to glory. Karla opened her hands in a gesture of acceptance. Queen Karla? Queen Karla? Queen Karla. At the moment, Karla has won unparalleled support and followers. Even if she says she is a god at this moment, people will firmly believe that she is a god. But Karla is not a god. Amid the cheers of everyone, Karla slowly fell back to her parents. Although the father of this cheating daughter plotted against Karla, she couldn't let her compatriots let her go, so Karla didn't have any psychological resistance. After all, we can't let everyone stay on Mago all the time. She is already an independent life, and we can't rebuild our home on her. So I'm going to rebuild Krypton now. Karla said hello to her parents, and then said fly again. Karla doesn't want to delay. One is that she can't always rely on MOGE, not to mention taking advantage of the high morale now. Karla will always do something practical, not to mention that this matter will not be completed sooner or later. So Karla came out of Mago's atmosphere, returned to the original trajectory of Krypton, and waved her hands to gather the fragments of Krypton as much as possible after the explosion. On Mago behind him, Krypton's high technology allows everyone to watch Karla's every move in a live broadcast, and see Karla's every move with their own eyes. When she gathers the fragments of Krypton, she also uses supervision to make a distinction, and removes all the kryptonite contained in it, puts it aside, and wraps it with the energy shield of the green light ring. Karla didn't destroy so many kryptonite. The reason is that kryptonite is not only the deadly weapon of Kryptonians themselves. What if they encounter other kryptonites as enemies in the future? It is also a weapon for their self-protection. Karla remembers that the Black Death Emperor once mentioned that apart from Karla and Karl, and these people in Kandor City, there seems to be survivors? Maybe it might be needed for a rainy day. Karla started rebuilding Krypton. Moreover, Karla is not only as simple as rebuilding Krypton, but also removes all kryptonite components. The reason why Kryptonians are just ordinary people on Krypton, just like we are just ordinary people on Earth, is that apart from the weakening from the red sun, the most important reason is the hazards of kryptonite radiation. On the contrary, the stronger gravity of Krypton has little effect, but it will make Krypton should be more stable. Perhaps this is also the reason why Krypton can maintain the high-tech consumption of Kryptonians for 100,000 years. Kryptonite not only weakens the strength of Kryptonians, but mainly contains harmful radioactive substances, which will threaten the lifespan and health of Kryptonians. Originally, the lifespan of Kryptonians is not too short, especially because Carla and Karl can soak in the powerful golden sunlight all year round, which makes them age very slowly. Carla is hardly aging anymore now. One is that Carla is more powerful, because she is 10 years older than Karl, and has been on the surface and core of the sun for 5 years. In addition, the Hulin ring is the biggest influence, and Carla can already be said to have an endless lifespan. Not to mention she is also the queen of the quantum realm. In short, it is enough to know that Carla is very strong now. In fact, Carla is also the first time to create a planet with life. After all, there is still a big difference between a fixed star and a planet, even though she had created a fixed star before the Wall of Origin. But don't forget the existence of Mago. Mago is just a young planet full of vitality. If compared with the Earth, it may still be a little sister. Therefore, when Carla first approached Mago, she already thought that she could learn from Mago's composition. Definitely, she didn't want to create another Mago, but a planet full of vitality and vitality. After all, she had already thought of creating a new Krypton when she was on OUA. It's just that the relationship with Mago was not bad later. This is a gentle child. So, if Carla encounters any troubles when creating the new planet Krypton, she can just turn her head and look at Mago. Even Carla's supervision can see any corner of the universe, so it can also learn from the Earth. The Earth is also a planet with strong vitality, and it is very suitable for land-seeing people to survive. You can also see other planets in the universe, including Krypton in the past. Carla has also seen it before, and can open the long river of time to observe it with her own eyes at any time. She seems to exist at any point in the timeline now. Every minute and every second can be the present for her, but only the future picture Carla does not observe. The reason has already been said. She doesn't want to make her future life boring. If you knew what was going to happen every minute and every second, wouldn't it be as if everything was done step by step, and everything was performed according to the script? Some people may say that you can also make changes, but when your thoughts make changes, the corresponding future will also change. And when you can see the future, it is inevitable that you will choose an easy future for yourself. This may be the so-called instinct to avoid evil and seek good fortune. But if he lives a step-by-step life, he will inevitably become the second Dr. Manhattan. It is precisely because he lost his chance to choose that he gradually loses his humanity and even loses interest in the world. While thinking about these things, Carla continued to reorganize and build the new Fasan. She knew that Kandor City behind her was live broadcasting the whole process, and now it was not just what happened to the Al family, but the survivors of the entire Krypton planet, more than 5 million people, needed to witness this moment with their own eyes. They needed renewed hope for a new life and a future, which is why they accepted Carla as their queen so easily. And now, their queen is about to bring them a new home. Finally, in one day, Carla completed the reconstruction of the new Krypton. The file size of the new Krypton is still the same as before, about 3 to 5 times that of the Earth. In terms of gravity, the new Krypton must reach 5 times the gravity of the Earth. In addition, this is a newborn planet. Instead of returning the destroyed Krypton back to its previous state, Carla created a completely new one, and the deadly kryptonite was completely removed. The new home still maintains the original ecology. Carla created all kinds of lakes and seas, and also created a variety of fruits, vegetables, and other foods and grains, as well as many plants such as flowers and trees that are not very useful. There are also creatures. Carla sowed the seeds of life in the sea, mountains, and rivers. She created proteins and single cells, and accelerated the speed of evolution, resulting in the emergence of various creatures in seawater and rivers, in mountains and plains. Various animals also began to appear. Everything is going smooth. Legend has it that it took 7 days for the gods to create the world, but Carla didn't need a single day. There is enough fertile land, rich natural resources, and the air that makes people feel like spring breeze, and all of them. Zero looking for flowers. Cheers came from the city of Kandor. Even Kryptonians haven't seen this before, right? Carla turned around again, not in a hurry to transfer Kandor City now, but turned her head and went straight to the red giant not far away. It is not far away, but it is actually farther than the distance from the Earth to the Sun. After all, the red giant star is much larger than the Sun. If the distance is not enough, Krypton will already be in danger of being swallowed. That is not far away compared to Carla. She has already come in front of the red giant star in an instant. That is a gigantic fixed star countless times larger than the Sun, and it is no exaggeration to say that it may be more than tens of thousands of times larger than the Sun. Because when the fixed star transforms into a red giant star, its mass will also expand countless times compared to the original mass. So even if the original file size is about the same, there is a big gap now. Carla thought for a while, but did not change the file size and quality of the red giant, because if the distance from fixed star is too far, the temperature on New Krypton will drop a lot, and maybe an ice age will usher in. Carla doesn't want to turn her new star into a hockey puck. Sun, actually you can't call it the sun, but Carla is used to it, regenerate your vitality, and rebloom your dazzling golden brilliance. Carla pretended to read a passage, but in fact there was no need to do so. Because Carla didn't want to recreate the fixed star, so now she just uses the blue light ring to emit boundless blue light to completely wrap the red giant star. The blue light ring possesses the power to revive the vanished fixed star, not to mention only transforming the state of the red giant star back to its youthful state. As Carla's immeasurable and terrifying power came into play, the brilliance of the red giant star began to change, from red back to golden little by little, until finally it was completely indistinguishable from the sun of the solar system. As Carla retracted the energy cover of the blue light ring, when the golden sun's rays fell on Magoo's Kandor City, all Kryptonians couldn't help raising their heads bathed in ample sun. In an instant, all 5 million Kryptonians began to ascend, an invincible army was forming, and they were finally Carla's, and after seeing their queen accomplish it all, they were absolutely devoted to her. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Carla asks them all to sacrifice their lives now, they will show no hesitation. The premise is that Carla will not ask them to do that. Krypton was finally rebuilt, and with Carla's transformation of the Red Sun, all 5 million Kryptonian survivors felt a sea change. Under the brilliance of the sun, everyone is rapidly becoming stronger, gaining incredible power that can be called Superman. Even when Carla returned to Magoo, 5 million Kryptonians floated into the sky, and they met their queen. Please let us contribute too, her lady queen, someone said impatiently. Especially those soldiers, they came to Carla's side spontaneously, posing as a dedicated guard. But Carla shook her head amusedly. You just got strengthening, and you haven't even mastered this strength yet. So let me do it. Saying that, Carla turned into a ray of light and disappeared. No one in 987 could keep up with Carla's speed, and they couldn't even see her trajectory. At this moment, Kandor City suddenly shook violently, and in the next second, the entire city rose into the sky. It turned out that Carla flew to the ground and lifted the whole city up. In Carla's eyes, even the quality of a city with a population of 5 million is not a problem. The key to the problem is how to lift a city. Fortunately, Carla has her own biological position. She can wrap the whole city, which makes her not grab a certain part of the city alone, but is equivalent to holding the whole city in her hands. The next moment, Carla flew up with Kandor City. The Kryptonians above the city fell back to the streets of the city without noticing for a while, and then they were easily held by Carla, and went straight to the new Krypton not far away. During this process, because it left Magoo's atmosphere, it also entered a section of vacuum space. But it doesn't matter, all 5 million Kryptonians have started to become Superman, and it is not fatal to enter outer space for a short time. Perhaps this is why Carla is in a hurry to transform the sun. Before Kryptonian people feel uncomfortable, Carla has brought them into the atmosphere of New Kryptonian. Everyone was looking at the ground that was getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but get excited. For them, the thinking still stays in the memory of the Kryptonian explosion. 25 years of freezing and hibernation made them seem to have just slept. So no one is more excited than them. Carla is equivalent to the savior who saved Krypton, especially for those of them who seem to have experienced the end of the world in the last second and ushered in a new life. Carla found a suitable location to put Kandor City down, and no one can transfer the whole city by this method. Because Brainiac's method can shrink the entire city of Kandor away, without destroying the integrity of the city, but only destroying the roads leading to other cities around the city. This allows Kandor City to maintain the greatest integrity, such as electricity, network, and even various things. Even the water sources, such as the drinking water and other tap water stored in Kandor City on weekdays, can last at least a month without worrying about it. There is also food, and the storage in many cities is enough to support 5 million people for a year. Regarding these matters, Carla's parents and the Jor-El couple have found someone to help Carla deal with them. Carla is the queen, not a storage official. With the social structure of Krypton, all walks of life have their own professionals, and Carla doesn't even need to worry about how to manage them. Soon, Kryptonian people began to adapt to the new life, while continuing to feel the improvement and strengthening brought by the golden sunshine, while returning to the original work position and life rhythm. The whole city seemed to come alive. In the sky and on the streets, suspension vehicles passed quickly, and people became busy, especially the construction team and engineering department. The edge of the city is inevitably damaged, and Brainiac dug the entire city out of thin air, resulting in no connection between the city ground and the ground below. It's okay now, if there is an earthquake or something, the whole city will be shaken away. What's more, there are all kinds of underground pipes and water pipes that draw water from the ground, including solid foundations. In short, there are all kinds of problems that need to be dealt with. But the most important thing at present is still related to Carla, that is to find a time for her to officially ascend the throne. Carla is only a verbal queen now. If there is no ceremony, it would be too pitiful. Now is the critical period when all businesses are waiting for prosperity. Don't waste time because of such insignificant matters. Let everyone settle down in the new home first. After a month, when everything is stable, let's talk. Carla, this is how it was decided. 0. Alura patted Carla on the head with relief, and realized that the daughter in front of her was no longer a 10-year-old child. Even at Carla's current age, she is almost catching up with her parents. If Allura gave birth to Carla at the age of 20, when Carla was 10 years old, Allura was only 30 years old. And Carla is 35 now. As soon as Allura and Zor-El are 40 years old, Carla will catch up. It always feels weird to be caught up to my own age by my own children. And Carla has become the queen of the new planet Krypton, and Allura should pay attention to it, so she opened her arms and hugged Carla instead. Zor-El was responsible for conveying Carla's words, which immediately attracted cheers of "The Queen is wise." The Kryptonians began to unite and work together to repair and rebuild Kandor City. There is no need to worry about the buildings in the city for the time being, but they must fit the city's foundation and surface perfectly as soon as possible. There is also the understanding and construction of the new Krypton, which requires manpower, material resources, and time. Even all the things they need are very urgent. Now they can only consume the original reserves in the city, but sooner or later they will be empty. Standing on a tall building, Carla looked at the scene where the whole city was busy, and felt a ray of peace and comfort 5.0 in her heart. At this moment, a crooked figure flew over quickly from a distance. It was a girl with beautiful pink hair who looked only about 10 years old. Carla was surprised at first, then delighted, then lowered her head with black hair, and shook her head with her hands on her forehead. Carla? Is it really Carla? The girl has come to the front. Maybe she has just mastered the flight ability, and she almost fell. Carla quickly grabbed the girl's little hand, sighed, raised her head with a smile. Terry. The girl's name is Terry, a girl from Krypton, and she is also Carla's good friend. I mean, she used to be Carla's classmate and best friend. It's just that one is 35 years old and the other is 10 years old. It's back. It's all back. Carla looked at the familiar city in front of her eyes. This was her hometown, her family, and a friend who was a 10-year-old child. Carla. Terry hugged Carla and shouted excitedly, "I thought I would never see you again. I thought everyone was going to die, but after awakening came, you became the savior of all of us. You come save us. Oh Rio, god of Krypton, I can't believe this is real." Speaking of Carla, how did you become an adult? Tari clearly had a lot to say, but Carla didn't know where to start. Terry, I'm 35 years old now, and 25 years have passed while you were sleeping. Oh, what a tragedy, Tari murmured, before suddenly asking, so you missed your match. Adaptation? Carla thought about it for a while, and couldn't help but frown. It is the most advanced technology on Krypton. It is adapted based on each person's genes, and the system selects the right partner, so that the two become partners. Definitely, for Krypton executives, if you have someone you like, you don't need 20 adaptations. Carla shook her head, I don't need any suitable partners, and now I just want to lead everyone to rebuild their homes. Taylai, we still have a lot to do. Taylai looked up at Carla and said sincerely, Carla, you have become a real adult, and you have also become our queen. Carla smiled, but I'm still your friend. The premise is that you have to grow up quickly in Taylai, and then you can help me. No problem, Taylai agreed with a sweet smile. After that, Carla bid farewell to Terry and flew from New Krypton to Mago. It would be rude to leave them alone all the time, and the new Kryptonian and Kandor things don't require Carla to do everything herself. Sorry, I left you aside. Carla apologized to Tomare and BZZD, and reached out to pat Fear Mago's surface. Thank you, Mago. Carla threw Kandor City on Mago before, and most people can't bear this. Mago's voice came, it's okay Carla, if you need my help, please don't hesitate. Carla agreed, I understand. If Mago needs my help, you must tell me. If anyone dares to play Mago's idea, I will kill him. Tomare reminded with a black line, we are the Green Lantern Corps, and Green Lantern's code of conduct prohibits easy murder of other lives. Carla shrugged, that's why she didn't want to be Green Lantern, the color alone made her very uncomfortable. So, Carla, you're going to be enthroned soon. BZZD, who didn't have too much sense of presence, flew in front of Carla, landed on her shoulder, and congratulated Carla. Among our race, the queen is very important. Importantly, it can lead a group to glory. If there is no queen, the group will also perish. She is a bee after all. Carla was amused, even though that wasn't the case. By the way, if you are free, you will come to the ceremony at that time. 1 month later, Carla extended an invitation to them. Carla doesn't have many friends, and almost all of them are from the Earth, but she can't reveal her identity. I'm sorry for Jennifer, Danny, and Bruce. Having said that, Carla thought of Carl. Such a big event happened on Krypton, and Carl must not be kept from it. It seems that we have to find a chance to return to Earth. There are also the parents of the Earth, and even Carl's children and so on. But what about Louise? I always feel that it is very annoying, or should I not disturb the Earth for the time being? Although Krypton has been revived, Carla does not plan to bring Carl back immediately. Compared to Krypton, Carl is obviously more familiar with life on Earth. What's more, Krypton doesn't have to have Carl. On the contrary, Carl can't help much. It seems that I have to discuss it with my uncle. Instead of making the decision herself, Carla plans to talk to Carl's parents. Then Carla chatted with Mago and the others for a while, and Tomare also said that if Krypton needs help, he will bring assistance from his own planet. As the Asgardian of this sector, Tomare was originally a member of this sector, and his planet seems to be in a nearby fixed star galaxy. Generally speaking, the choice of Green Lantern will be selected from the sector, and some have even become exclusive to a certain family, and they aim to be Green Lantern and feel honored for it. Tomare is both the Asgardian and the alien of this sector, and his family has been Green Lantern for generations. The manga included Tomare's son who later became his successor. In the Green Lantern Corps before, there was no setting of Earthlings. Rahul Jordan was the first Earthling to become a Green Lantern. In fact, there was a setting in which Li Zhong, a Tang Dynasty man, became a Green Lantern. Sometimes Carla thinks, the Green Lantern Corps isn't great, but it's a big deal. Who do you look down on? If you look down on others, who can look down on you? Although the Kryptonians also became Green Lanterns at the beginning, they almost all gave up later, and only one Kryptonian continued to go to the Apocalypse sector as a Green Lantern in order to repay OUA planet. And that was the time when the Green Lantern Corps was at its peak. Except for the 243 Kryptonian Green Lantern, the sector of Apocalypse no longer belonged to the little blue people. No wonder the Asgardians have always wanted to win over Carla to become the official Green Lantern. With her originally powerful power and the holder of the 10-lamp ring, if it were her, she would definitely shock Xiat Yan. Too bad Carla wasn't fooled. Tomare, Mago, and BZZD all promised Carla when they left, and if they were fine by then, they would definitely come to Carla's enthronement ceremony. Tomare also explained to Carla in advance, I will report to the Asgardians about the new Kryptonian matter, and even the fact that you will lead and restrain the Kryptonians as the new Kryptonian queen. Please understand. After all, you almost all of the 5 million Kryptonians have the power of Superman, and even the Red Sun is gone, and if there is another conflict, you can easily destroy the entire universe. This is not an exaggeration at all. 100,000 years ago, the Seven Lantern Corps was destroyed by the Kryptonians. The little blue people have always boasted that their legions and rings are the most powerful armies and weapons in the world. As a result, the Kryptonian army was stronger than them, and Doomsday, as a biochemical weapon, also made them terrified. So Tomare and the others may have been entrusted by the little blue people from the very beginning. Maybe they came to witness the whole process? After a busy day, Carla is not tired, but when night falls, she always has to go home. That's right, just go home. But instead of returning to the home on Earth, it is to return to the place of one's own biological parents, to return to the real, original home. New Krypton will also revolve and rotate, so New Krypton will definitely have day and night. When the first night of the new Kryptonian fell, many Kryptonians did not rest, but continued to rebuild their homeland in full swing. And because of being strengthened by the golden sunshine this day, almost everyone has become a Superman, and this exhaustion is nothing. It is also because as the strength and speed become stronger and stronger, it becomes easier and easier to work. Including Krypton's original high-tech also makes work easier. Carla predicts that within a month, Kandor City will be completely stabilized and return to its original life. In front of a tall tower, Carla slowly flew over, and finally stopped outside the window. Through the transparent glass, Carla saw the situation inside. The two families of the Al family got together and were busy at Carla's house. Alura and Laura are busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, and brother Al is discussing the work of the day and the next arrangement in the living room. The 4 people in the room at the moment can be said to be the peak of power under Queen Carla. If Carla hadn't been chosen as queen, the 4 of them would have become members of the new Council of Elders, but they didn't do that because they all knew that the corruption of the Council of Elders was not suitable for the new Kryptonian. Miss Carla, at this moment, a small intelligent machine came to Carla and said to Carla, your mother, Alura, the presiding judge asked you why you didn't go home but stayed outside. With Krypton's high-tech, almost every household has its own smart butler, which can help the owner complete the most basic management of daily life. In addition, if the authority is high enough, these smart housekeepers also have the authority to call Krypton's general database, which contains many materials and information. Even the smart housekeeper also has various functions such as games and players, and even assists in learning and so on. Now even helping Alura take on the task of bringing her daughter home. Carla felt speechless, she just wanted to take a look outside first, but she didn't say she couldn't come back. Help me open the window, Carla said. The smart housekeeper acted immediately and opened the smart window for Carla, and Carla flew in through the window. Carla, why don't you go through the door? Alura's question came from the direction of the kitchen immediately. As mentioned earlier, in Carla's memory, this mother has always been a Spartan education method, which is simply very sturdy. Carla said casually, don't you know I'm outside? Isn't it that Alura asked the smart housekeeper to call Carla in? But I didn't let you in through the window either. Do I have to go out again? Are you starting to talk back to me? Alura poked her head out of the kitchen door with an incredulous expression on her face. Carla reminded, Mom, I'm 35 years old. She's not a kid anymore, okay? Then you are also my daughter. Don't think that you can resist me just because you are the queen. Alura snorted, and went back to take care of the kitchen. Carla is very helpless. It seems that her mother is a very serious control freak. Turning around, Carla came to her father and uncle. I don't want to tell Carl the news about the new Krypton, and I don't want to disturb his life on Earth. At least for now, it's better not to let him come back, Carla said after all about his previous hesitation. Carl has gotten used to life on Earth, and even he is slowly accepting the world, and the world is about to be ready for the birth of Superman. If we bring Carl back now, wouldn't all previous efforts be wasted? Can't do that, that's too selfish. In fact, the reconstruction of New Krypton does not need Karl at all, and the only benefit of bringing him back is that it can completely reunite the Al family, which can only be for their own selfishness. But that's not fair to Karl. Zor-El glared at Karla. Jor-El looked at Karla and reminded his niece, but you said that Karl already has his child, that is the descendant of our Al family, and also the descendant of Krypton. How can we keep our child on Earth? Karla wants to ask, who sent their children to the Earth? What happened to the Earth? Did you eat your rice? But Karla understands in her heart that the Kryptonians actually look down on the Earth, not the people on Earth, but the technology of the Earth. As early as 100,000 years ago, the Kryptonians had already entered the cosmic era, and even explored and almost colonized the Earth and the Moon. Including now, the old outposts left by the Kryptonians can be found somewhere on the Moon and the Earth. With Earth's technology, it won't be able to reach the level of Krypton in another 100 years. Among other things, Krypton has even mastered the technology of the Phantom Zone. The Phantom Zone is a special area that transcends time and space, and Krypton built a Rodsburg in the Phantom Zone, where many dangerous cosmic prisoners were held, and most of them were sent by Karla's mother. Allura went in. Karla, Mom has offended many people. Now even General Zod and General Astra are imprisoned there. There are many, many more. The Earth can't even explore the Moon clearly, let alone the technology of the distant universe. When the Earth can develop the technology that can send people to other planets, or even exceed the speed of light, it will be possible to be compared with Iron Star. Jor-El was worried about nothing else. He wanted to bring his own grandson back to Krypton to raise him himself. At least bring that kid back. I don't know what his name is yet. Jor-El just remembered that he didn't even know his own grandson's name. Karla said the child's name. His Earth name is Jonathan Kent Jr., and I gave him, Zhao, another Kryptonian name, Kent Clark. Alba. Jor-El didn't know the meaning of these two names, but at least he knew what Al meant, and Jor-El looked at each other and nodded in satisfaction. At least Karla hasn't forgotten that she's from the Al family. Because he is a child of the Al family, he was brought back to receive the most elite education in Krypton, said Jor-El, who still seemed unwilling to compromise easily. Karla was very helpless. You guys are really stubborn. It's not that Karl can't raise his own child, it's his son. Uncle Joe, can you stop meddling? What is this called? Zor-El rolled her eyes. Did this girl count herself in? Allura in the kitchen yelled even more. Are you taking the opportunity to complain about me? Huh? Miss Karla? I have time to exercise in the evening. Mom, don't meddle. Now you can't beat me again. What? In order to help Karl continue to live his life on Earth, and to protect his children from being robbed by these family elders, Karla fought hard with reason. But this topic has not been recognized by the elders. Karla had a headache, and she couldn't convince the elders until the end. She was even worried that Jor-El and his wife might fly to the Earth in a spaceship overnight. Thankfully they didn't. In the evening, after the family dinner was over, Karla changed her clothes into Kryptonian-style pajamas, and went back to her previous room to rest. At this time, the door of the room was opened and Alla walked in. Karla is very helpless. In this family, the authority of her parents is definitely much higher than her. Karla does not have the authority to lock her parents out. But she also needs privacy and personal space. You seem very dissatisfied with me coming to sleep with you. Allura walked over angrily and stretched out her hand to push Karla, letting her go to the seat inside. Then she lay on the side by herself, and hugged Karla. My little cutie has grown up, said Allura until this time showing her love for her daughter and her gentle side as a mother. When she is in front of outsiders during the day, she has always been a strong image of the presiding judge. She needs to do that. Only if they are more determined, the people below will have more confidence. If even they are full of confusion about the future of 803, how can people believe them? But Allura is also a mother, and it was only then that she hugged Karla tightly and showed her truest feelings. Karla closed her eyes comfortably too. It's time for you to find a boyfriend. No. Karla opened her eyes again. Only this point she will not compromise, and I am the queen now. This is the only point I have the final say. Don't even think about it. Arola pinched Karla's cheek. I don't know how you have lived these years, but you dare to confront me. You really deserve to be my daughter. It's a lot of flaws. Karla wanted to ask if her mother was so rebellious too, but it cannot be said to be rebellious. Don't blame your uncle and the others. After all, they sent Karla away out of helplessness. Now that you are back with us, they must also want to bring back their own children, especially when they suddenly learn that Karl has not even had children. It's all there. You have to understand their feelings and mood. Allura suddenly mentioned the controversy at the previous family gathering. Karla turned around and faced her mother. Karla said, but you also have to understand. Karl was sent away from birth. He grew up on the Earth. He has parents on the Earth. His parents he has grown up on the Earth for his entire life. It is unfair and irresponsible to rush in and disrupt his life. Instead of being angry, Allura smiled and reached out to help Karla straighten the hair that ran to her face, and sighed, you really have grown up, Karla. She has been sighing with emotion, because what she experienced today is too unimaginable. Allura was far less calm than she appeared. Okay, go to bed, there are still many things to do tomorrow. The mother and daughter hugged each other and fell asleep after chatting for some night time. Poor Zor-El. Waking up early the next morning, Karla originally planned to put on her original battlesuit. But Karla found that her battlesuit had been packed away by her mother. Why? Carla was baffled by the clothes belonging to her mother that Alura threw casually. You haven't completed the assessment yet, Carla, so you are not qualified to wear the family's battle suit, Alura said, returning to the state of the strict mother. Dad. Carla turned to Zor-El, you gave me the battle suit, right? Zor-El shrugged, and brought a cup of hot drink to Carla's hand. You still don't know your mother's stubbornness? I think you should follow her wishes and find time to pass the Al family's assessment. Carla's shoulders drooped, their family's food chain was already very clear, and Alura was at the top. In order to meet her mother's so-called qualifications, Carla had to follow Alura to a certain facility after breakfast. This was originally a place to provide assessments for those fighters. Although the code of life can determine the genes of newborns, they still need to grow up after all. Therefore, only after passing the assessment can one officially become a qualified fighter. Carla now also has to participate in the assessment here. First of all, warrior, Carla, since your genes have all the qualifications, I hope you are the most perfect. As a queen, you must have the ability to protect your people, Alura told Carla. Carla is very helpless, but at the same time, she doesn't take it seriously. With her strength, will she care about a mere assessment? What's more, don't forget that Kryptonians were just ordinary people on Krypton before, so she didn't take the assessment seriously at all. When the mother and daughter found the person in charge of the facility, the other party knelt down on one knee and gave a big gift to Carla. See Her Majesty. Carla was in a trance for a while, not fully adapting to her current identity. I should cancel this outdated way of saluting. Carla made a decision, and when she was enthroned, she absolutely must announce the news. She didn't want others to kneel in front of her. Actually, it didn't exist at all. The person in charge of the facility stood up and explained after hearing Carla's words, this is the spontaneous behavior of all of us. You are not only the queen, but also the savior of everyone. You even rebuilt Krypton. You have transformed our sun. You are not only your majesty the queen, but also our new god. God Rui-O-U, we have not abandoned or betrayed you, but Queen Carla has become our new faith. Carla covered her face with her hands, so ashamed. Say no more. After Alura explained the purpose of coming, the man stopped praising and allegiance to Carla, and brought the mother and daughter to a special room. Actually, Her Majesty doesn't need to be assessed anymore. Everyone has seen Her Majesty's strength. Besides, Her Majesty is not a fighter. I think this is a bit redundant, even that person said. Carla looked at her mother triumphantly. As a result, Alura said decisively, even if she is the queen, I am also her mother, and I have the final say. Well, you are the mother, you are the sky, you are the biggest. Carla sighed helplessly, trouble dead. The person in charge could only shrug his shoulders helplessly, and while instructing Carla to lie on a bed, he turned on some settings. Carla was also held on the head by the man with a helmet-like thing. Carla thought about it, and it seemed that she had participated in such an assessment in her memory. She remembered that this helmet seemed to come from a virtual device. It's like the one in the online novels of all virtual games, which can make people's spirits plunge into a virtual reality world. The advantage of doing so is that even if they die there, they will only wake up in a dream. But wait a minute, in this way, wouldn't it be meaningless no matter how much power you have on your body? Carla still underestimated her mother too much, and Alura also became stronger because of the light of the golden sun, and also possessed the power of Superman. How could she not know what Carla was thinking, and couldn't help snickering several times along the way? At the moment, on the wall of the room, the original wall suddenly turned into a screen, and the picture played was exactly what Carla was experiencing now. Carla's spirit has been immersed in the virtual world, which is an extremely real world, at least in Carla's sense of body, that world is very real. The only thing that allows her to tell that this is not the real world is that she has lost her super ability now. That's right, Carla suddenly became an ordinary person. All the power she was accustomed to disappeared, and the 10-lamp ring on her hand also disappeared. The control over the prince's domain seems to be still there. For some reason, she is the only one who can use the power of the quantum realm. Maybe even this virtual reality world cannot escape the connection with the quantum realm. So even if Carla loses her Superman power and 10-lamp ring now, she is still the queen of the quantum realm. Regarding this point, Alura still miscalculated. She thought she knew her daughter's strength, but Carla had lived alone for 25 years after all. What's here? Carla began to look around, and after getting used to this world, she calmed down. In fact, even without the power of the quantum realm, Carla didn't panic at all, because she knew that her mother would not harm her, and she was even more aware that this was just a false world, and she could go back anytime if she wanted. This world can't trap her, and there is no setting that can trap her. It's not that kind of death game. This is just a mock assessment. The main purpose is to let the soldiers complete the assessment, so the people inside can decide whether to stay or not, and one thought can be the end. In Carla's eyes, this is a huge amounts of space, surrounded by a piece of white ground, white roof, and even white walls. Suddenly, a row of weapon walls appeared in front of Carla, and a wall full of various weapons appeared in front of Carla out of thin air. Those weapons are all high-tech future weapons, laser guns with nuclear kinetic energy, electric sniper rifles that can easily provide the power consumption of the entire Earth for a day, and so on. Carla has the knowledge of these guns in her memory, but because it has been too long, she is not very clear about how these weapons are operated. In the end, Carla focused her eyes on the two flashlight-like things hanging beside her, and chose them decisively. Buzz. In Carla's hands, two dazzling blue flames suddenly appeared from the front of the two torches. It turned out that this was a laser sword, and what it radiated was not flames, but some kind of special energy with terrifying power. Are you sure you want to fight with this weapon? Alura's voice suddenly sounded in the room. Carla nodded. That's it. As Carla confirmed the weapon wall in front of her disappeared again. The next step should be the formal examination, right? Carla held the laser sword in both hands, making a defensive posture. As a result, in the next moment, Alura's figure appeared in front of Carla. Isn't it? Carla felt powerless. Does Mom really want to clean herself up? Alura's voice came in. Carla, that's not me. Look clearly, it's your Aunt Astra. Alura and General Astra are twins, and sometimes even the family can't tell the difference between them. But for Carla, it was recognized quickly. At the same time, the image of General Astra also spoke. Examiner Carlazo. Al, I am your chief examiner, General Astra. Next, you will face the potential enemies and dangers of Krypton. I hope you can pass the assessment smoothly and become the force to protect the people of Krypton. Then, the image of General Astra simulates the image of a spaceship with huge amounts of Rodsberg in front of Carla, which is the prison made by the Kryptonians in the Phantom Zone. There is no death penalty in the laws of Krypton, so the biggest punishment is exile to Roseburg. And this prison was developed by Carla's mother Alura, who designed the spaceship, and almost everyone in it was judged by Alura. Definitely also includes General Astra, Carla's aunt, who is also Alura's sister. Carla subconsciously turned her head and glanced, as if she could feel that Alura was watching everything she experienced from her own perspective. There was a look of sadness in Alura's eyes. The younger sister's voice and smile are still in front of her eyes, but the real General Astra has already been sent into the Phantom Zone by her own hands. Zero looking for flowers. Carla also felt a bit unnatural urged, hurry up and start. This General Astra is just an image, because before the demise of Krypton, there is no time to replace the images of other generals, and it has nothing to do with General Astra himself, just use the image of the general himself. Then, the image of General Astra began to introduce Carla to the people in Rodsburg, where the most brutal prisoners in the galaxy were imprisoned, and they and their civilization were the potential enemies and threats of Krypton and Kryptonians. As for Carla's assessment, apart from understanding these, the most important thing is to fight them. What Carla is facing is not real criminals, but simulated virtual opponents. What Carla has to do now is to defeat them. 0. In the absence of super ability, Carla didn't panic, and when her enemies started appearing one by one, Carla sprang into action. Under normal circumstances, ordinary soldiers only need to defeat one enemy in a one-on-one situation to pass, defeat 2 enemies to be excellent, and defeat 3 or more enemies to get an excellent evaluation. But Carla is different here. She has met almost all the enemies in Roseburg. In Roseburg, there are various races from all over the galaxy, some with powerful physical strength, some with high-tech cash weapons, and even mind control with super ability. Alura is right, if the Kryptonians are just ordinary people, it will be very difficult to deal with those people. I really don't know how they were captured in the first place. It seems that Alura is not easy. Now that Carla faces these difficult enemies, she does not use the power of her quantum field, but only fights with the power she can use now. When Carla encounters an opponent with advanced weapons, she will use the laser sword to knock down the enemy's attack with the reaction speed of Planck time, and then quickly kill the enemy and make a fatal attack. When Carla meets those opponents with strong physique, it is easier to start melee combat, and she can always find the enemy's weakness to attack. Only the guy with mind control is kind of hard to deal with. But Carla also has psychokinesis. After offsetting and shielding the enemy's attack, the battle is easily ended. That's it. In fact, Kryptonians do not have super ability under the original Krypton and red sunlight. They are just ordinary people just like the Earthlings on the Earth. But there are many capable people and aliens in Fort Rose, that is to say, many aliens have super abilities. One thing to take into consideration, though, is that Krypton's gravity is 5 times that of Earth's. Someone once made such a bold guess that if the Earthlings find a planet with a gravity much lower than that of the Earth, then the Earthlings can also become Superman. So when aliens come into contact with the strong gravity of Krypton, some will be greatly affected, which also allows Carla to successfully end all enemies without using super ability. Don't forget that she has mastered almost all fighting techniques and kung fu on Earth. There is also Carla's super reaction. She can even split the attack of 590 with a weapon far exceeding the speed of the fastest bullet with a laser sword. This kind of assessment couldn't be easier for her. When Carla woke up from the virtual reality world, Alura also had to say, "Carla, you are far more than I expected. If your aunt sees it, she will definitely recruit you into it without any hesitation." Her army. In fact, the relationship between Alura and Astra is not as strange as she makes it out to be. Maybe we can release her, Carla suggested suddenly. But Alura shook her head and refused to talk about this topic. Because General Astra and General Zod committed the same crime, as the 2 highest-ranking generals on Krypton, they turned the sword that should have protected the people at their own people. That is an unforgivable crime. Even if General Astra was stopped in advance, it would be enough to sentence him to decades of exile. General Zod and his group were even exiled for up to 300 years. Alright Carla, as long as you complete the next assessment, you will be eligible to wear that battle suit, and besides that, I will give you a car. Alura began to play tricks to deal with children. Go deal with Carla. Carla said in her heart that I am not a child anymore, okay, but think about those handsome suspension cars, well, it smells good. Next, Carla also conducted a knowledge assessment. It seems that Alura really treats her as almighty, and along the way, whenever someone meets Carla, they will willingly kneel down on one knee and salute Carla with the highest etiquette. Carla has said countless times that she doesn't want this, and she doesn't like it. But at least in a short period of time, she is unable to stop the piety of the people. Because Carla is more than just a queen, almost everyone regards her as the new god of the new Kryptonian. Thinking about Carla creating the world in one day, it seems to be tantamount to being a god. On the way, Allah took Carla to pick out some clothes. Because Kandor City still retains its integrity, many things in the city remain the same, even the shops are still intact. And Carla found that the clothing style of Krypton is actually not too different from that of Earth, but there are differences in details. After all, the appearance of Kryptonians is almost exactly the same as that of Earthlings. If you don't consider the difference in genes, you can't tell the difference at all. Even Kryptonians and Earthlings can give birth to hybrid offspring, which shows that there is a certain connection between the two races, and it may be distant relatives. So the aesthetics are similar, good-looking things are good-looking. They didn't spend any money on the things they bought. When they saw that the queen was coming, everyone wished they could kneel down to greet her, and they did, so they didn't even ask for money. With the technological level of Kryptonians, they have already achieved the level of virtual currency. Alura originally wanted to pay, but was rejected by the store owner with all his strength, so he had to give up. Taking time out, Alura took Carla to get a smart butler that belonged to her. It was a small thing like a mirror. It can be used as a projector to communicate with others, and it can also be used as a projector to play movies, and Carla can also use it to retrieve information about Curry, etc. Including when Carla has her own home in the future, it can help manage all the smart devices at home. For example, command the intelligent sanitation robot to clean the room, adjust the indoor temperature at any time, monitor the food in the refrigerator at any time, and pay attention to whether Carla is sleeping late or not. 0. What's the last one? Carla expressed dissatisfaction with her mother, saying that she was no longer a child and was still sleeping late. Alura just laughed. She still doesn't understand her daughter? Carla is very embarrassed. Sleeping late has nothing to do with age. Who doesn't want to sleep until they wake up naturally every morning? In this way, the mother and daughter acted together for a day, and Carla later realized that the mother just wanted to get closer to her. So Carla also joined in getting more and more relaxed with her mother. In the following month, many changes took place in Kandor City. With the joint efforts of more than 5 million people in the city, first of all, the city and the surface finally fit together perfectly. It is no longer just like putting a building block on the ground, the two have no connection. The current Kandor City seems to have been established here from the beginning, with an unbreakable foundation. There are also all kinds of equipment underground in the city, all of which have been completed. The city's drinking water and tap water have also been solved, because it is a new planet, so the water source does not have to worry about pollution, it can be drunk directly, and it is even very sweet. This really solves a lot of trouble, and there is no need to consider the method of water purification for the time being. In addition to the construction of the city, those Kryptonians who are responsible for the work of the farmers have also planned the surroundings of the city. With their current strength, they have easily opened up dozens of huge amounts of farms. This is a new Kryptonian planet with a primitive ecological state of 4.5. The city and population are only in Kandor City. They don't have to worry about food. Before the food reserves run out, the farms planted can replace the food they need. In addition, the soldiers also explored the entire new Krypton, and brought back animals that could be kept in captivity. Not only agriculture, but even animal husbandry were developed. There is also a nearby lake, which has now become a fish pond for the Langsing people. In short, everything is developing in a good direction, and the physique of people on Krypton is getting stronger and stronger. Carla is not worried that someone will betray her, even if there is no allegiance to her in her genes. Carla is now the only true god of New Krypton, and she will be deified by her own people. What's more, no matter how strong Kryptonians become, they are still not as strong as Carla. Carla just doesn't worry at all. A month later, the survivors of Krypton have recovered their original life trajectory. And in this month, the reconstruction work of Kandor City has been completed, as well as various other tasks. It's time for a formal coronation ceremony for Carla. In such a long time, the Kryptonians have completely accepted their queen. If it is another civilization, there may be some hidden dangers to some extent. But Kryptonians will not, at least in this generation. Kryptonians still have to obey the influence of the code of life in their genes. So they are extremely loyal to Carla, not to mention Carla is their savior. In the most central area of Kandor City, there was originally a large-scale square, and a royal palace was built in at the moment. According to Carla's wishes, the scale of the palace is not large, it looks like an ordinary villa. This is because Carla doesn't want to be too dramatic, and she doesn't plan to live here forever. Except for necessary regular meetings or when something needs to be announced, she will work here, otherwise she prefers to live at home. Carla from at the moment was wearing a blue dress. She originally wanted to wear her own battle suit to attend the enthronement ceremony, but was rejected by Alura. In the end, she could only choose this dress according to her mother's wishes, but she chose the color herself. Like Alura, both mother and daughter like blue. But in order to highlight Carla, Alura, who is with Carla, specially chose other colors. Escorted by 2 teams of guards on the left and right, and accompanied by Alura, Carla walked from the empty street. The surrounding area has long been besieged by Kryptonians, and even the sky is full of people who came to watch the ceremony. A total of more than 5 million Kryptonians put aside everything today to witness the enthronement ceremony of their queen. Carla looked to the distance ahead. In front of the royal palace, the remaining officials from various Kryptonian departments were all waiting outside. There are also a few outsiders: Green Lantern, who is close to Carla, Tomare, BZZD, Hal Jordan, and Mago, who has been shrunk countless times specially. Hal is the only person on Earth. Carla didn't inform her friends after all. She didn't want to reveal her true identity. Mago's diameter is now only 1 file size, which allows her to participate. Even a couple of Asgardians showed up to save face. With all the eyes on her, Carla came to the palace. One on the left and one on the right, Jor-El and Zor-El came to Carla, looked at each other, then lifted 2 things together, and knelt down and raised their hands in front of Carla worriedly. Zor-El is holding a crown, and Jor-El is holding a scepter. The crown symbolizes the throne, and the scepter symbolizes that from now on, the power of Krypton will be concentrated in the hands of Carla, and the power of Krypton will no longer be jointly controlled by the elders. Carla stood there without moving, while Alura on the side stepped forward to pick up the crown for Carla to wear on top of her head. Laura also came out from behind Jor-El, took the scepter and handed it to Carla. Carla took the scepter and walked on. This time, she was the only one left to walk up the steps by herself. In front of the palace there is a very high step, and Carla came to the top platform, and then turned around abruptly. Her fluttering long skirt and long hair made her look so beautiful. Carla couldn't help getting a little excited, looking at the pair of hopeful and loyal eyes, holding the scepter in her right hand and raising it high. She shouted, "Starting today, I announce that Kryptonian civilization has entered a new, higher era. Carla Queen hail, Nitrogen hail." The city suddenly sounded like a mountain roar and a tsunami. With such firm faith and loyalty, the 2 Asgardians looked at each other, and both saw the worry in each other's eyes. They came here in person to witness the situation of New Krypton and these Krypton survivors. They are very worried that Carla is too ambitious and will not be satisfied after becoming the queen of the New Krypton, and may launch an invasion of other civilizations. There are many civilized races in the Milky Way alone. For example, the hometown of Abinsu and Tomare are both in the Milky Way. There is also a civilization that exists on a planet called Black Dwarf. 1. The Asgardians know that once the current Kryptonians are allowed to rush out, the Milky Way is basically hopeless. Especially for Carla now, if 2/3 of the 3,600 Green Lanterns could still see Darkseid after they died, then on Krypton, even if all the Green Lanterns were accounted for here, they wouldn't be able to see it. To Carla, starting today, the most powerful army in the universe has changed its name. Facing an army of 5 million Superman, who dares to fight? Who can fight? When Carla put on the crown, held up the scepter, and stood there to be cheered by the people, she officially became the new queen of Krypton and Kryptonians. She was only a verbal queen before, but now, she is a real queen. "Now I want to announce some of the most important laws," Carla said again. Her voice overwhelmed everyone, and the Kryptonians immediately fell silent, waiting for their queen to say the first thing after she ascended the throne. "First, Krypton has since abolished the laws of genes and the code of life. We must regain respect for life. We no longer need to use the code of life to determine the future of our children. From now on, everyone must manage your love crystallization with their lovers, and all children in 617 must be born naturally." Carla's first article shocked all Kryptonians, which almost fundamentally rejected the history of the past 100,000 years. But immediately, the people of Kryptonian cheered even louder. Their generation is the representative of the victims. Who wants to be determined from the first day of birth? To put it bluntly, who doesn't want to be a general? Why are they just workers? Carla's announcement is tantamount to completely liberating the fate and shackles of the Kryptonians. Second, Krypton abolishes the kneeling rule. Even if you see me, you don't need to kneel. Even if you see me, it doesn't matter if you don't say hello. There is no need for someone superior to others. Even if I am your queen, I won't either. Higher level than you. The Kryptonians were all quiet again, and they had never seen anyone who voluntarily gave up the corresponding privileges after gaining a higher status and power. But in this way, Carla won the hearts of the people even more. Third, Carla continued her efforts, saying we have obtained the new Krypton. We have a young son. We don't need to expand outward, at least until the new Krypton is in danger of extinction. All manual work is prohibited. The act of invading other civilizations. Definitely if someone wants to bully us, that's another matter. Carla looked at the 2 Asgardians. Now you can rest assured. After Carla took the throne, she took the lead in issuing 3 declarations. First, she chose to release the genetic shackles of all Kryptonians. The code of life seems to help Kryptonians choose a more suitable and secure society. However, the code of life deprives fairness. Human nature should not be determined from the very beginning. Even if a person wants to be a bad person, that is his own decision and freedom. Definitely, the bad guys will be punished, there's no doubt about it. And the second, Carla has given justice, everyone is equal, including herself, even if she is the queen of the new Krypton, she will not have any privileges. The third is to assure Asgardian and all neighbors that the new Krypton has enough resources, so the Kryptonians will not expand outward, nor will they invade other civilizations and planets. The premise is that no one will come to endanger the safety of Krypton, otherwise they can't guarantee it. These decisions were made by Carla herself. She never planned to be the queen from the beginning. If she hadn't been responsible for these people, she might have left after rebuilding Krypton. She also has a home, family, and friends on the Earth. She spent most of her life on the Earth. The first 10 years were on Krypton, but the next 20 years were on the Earth. There are 5 years on the Sun. At most, she will persuade her parents to accompany her to move to the Earth to settle down. But it's not going to work now, she has to be responsible to her own people. Except for these 3 items, Carla did not overhaul the original laws and rules of Krypton. As a developed civilization and society, Krypton's laws are still very sound. Although Carla also wanted to propose the restoration of the death penalty, her parents stopped her in the end. But Carla will not give up, the death penalty is indispensable for a truly sound law, otherwise, it will fall into a vortex like Gotham City. Prisoners are arrested for crimes, then escape, and then get caught for crimes, and then escape again. As a result, people have been injured all the time, and many people have even died. Most importantly, if killing is not illegal, who will uphold justice for those who died? For example, Joker killed dozens of people and was arrested, then he escaped, and because he killed dozens of people, he was arrested again, escaped again, and killed again. Only innocent people are punished? What are you guys playing? Carla didn't want that, and sooner or later she would resume execution, sooner or later. When it comes to the issue of punishment, Carla took the initiative to bring up the issue of fort rods on the 3rd day after assuming the throne. Alura knew why Carla suddenly asked Rodsburg. She wanted to ask about General Astra and her favorite aunt. Carla, I was actually going to tell you, Alura said with a serious expression. Carla had a bad premonition, could it be something happened to Roseburg? Alura shook her head. Or is something wrong with my aunt? Alura shook her head again. What's the matter, Mom? Carla couldn't figure it out. Since Rodsburg and her aunt were fine, why did her mother have such an expression? As if something happened. Alura sighed, they escaped. I got the news that it should be half a year ago that Roseburg was transformed into a spaceship, and then they escaped from the Phantom Zone, until now don't know whereabouts yet. It turned out that when Carla was still on the Sun, great changes had taken place in Fort Rods, and the people inside turned the prison that was used to imprison them into a spaceship and escaped. After all, Rodsburg originally came from a spaceship. That's great, cough cough cough, Carla almost leaked, and coughed dryly, then we have to investigate their whereabouts as soon as possible. Alura gave her daughter a funny look, and said, I know how to do it. Anyway, Astra and General Zod's original purpose of action was to save Krypton. If their thinking has improved, it's okay, it's not that we can't bring them back. After all, we also need to have their rich experience to lead the army. Krypton has just been rebuilt, and in fact, it is not very comprehensive in terms of planetary defense. It is better to say that it is an undefended primitive planet. Only Kandor City still retains various high-tech products. If it weren't for the mighty power of the Kryptonians, the Asgardians wouldn't be worried about them invading others, but they should be worried about whether the new Kryptonian would be bullied by other civilizations. So General Astra and General Zod became important again. Carla nodded, but she didn't take it seriously in her heart, she didn't have to worry about anything. After that, Carla followed Alura to complete some documents and other approvals. In fact, Carla's work is very simple to say, this is the modern, even surreal future era of technology, and it is certainly not like the ancient emperors who have endless memorials every day. And at least in this generation of Kryptonian society, everyone has their own responsibilities and jobs, and there is nothing to worry about or deal with at ordinary times. Coupled with the help of Carla and her parents and others, there is no work. If it weren't for the fact that the little sister in Taylai was too young, Carla could go to play with her every day. Terry and Carla used to be the same age, and they went to school together, and the relationship between the two adults is also good, so they have been good friends since childhood. It's just that a lot of things happened in it, and she and Carla are too old to play together again. Although Terry will still come to Carla. Just when Carla was thinking about finding a chance to go back to Earth because of her increasingly boring life, suddenly, Carla's green light ring flickered. Carla, Mago's voice sounded, and said with a little panic, come and help me, BZZD. She was attacked, it was the Yellow Lantern. Sinestro betrayed the Legion, and he formed the Yellow Lantern Corps fire. Carla was taken aback, she had heard that Sinestro had left, the Li Hao, before, but she didn't expect that he actually established the Yellow Lantern Corps. By the way, didn't that guy get a yellow light ring? Carla remembered that when she went to OA for the first time, she happened to bump into Sinestro taking the yellow light ring from the Asgardians, and she had taunted at that time. Those damn little blue people knew they were unreliable, so they really wouldn't be reconciled until something happened, wouldn't they? What makes Carla more concerned is the Yellow Lantern Corps. Could it be that Parallax is dishonest again? Mago, where are you now? I'll go there right away. Carla hurriedly asked Mago's location. MOGE was also unambiguous, and immediately sent a piece of coordinate information. Carla stood up to leave. Wait a minute, Alura hurriedly grabbed Carla, and before Carla could speak, Alula said, don't forget that you are the queen now, even if you go to rescue your friend, you must bring your army with you. Go let the universe see the history of the Kryptonians. In the void of the universe, there is a planet, a green planet that is flying fast. If it is just an ordinary planet, it will definitely not be able to reach this speed, and ordinary planets will have their own trajectory, and generally they will not easily leave their own trajectory. Obviously this is not an ordinary planet, because she is Mago, which is a planet with self-awareness. She is also a Green Lantern of the Green Lantern Corps. Originally, Mago was a brave and gentle good girl, but now she looks more like running away. Because behind Mago, there is a team of people wearing yellow battle suits, each with menacing eyes, chasing him. The leader was the original Sinestro, but he was no longer Green Lantern, but a Yellow Lantern warrior wearing a yellow battlesuit. In the years since he left the Green Lantern Corps, Sinestro has gathered his own team from nowhere. And now, the reason why he suddenly led the team to attack Mago was not without reason. As a planet, Mago's power of thought can be said to be one of the best, even Sinestro is very concerned about Mago's strength. Sinestro is not chasing and killing Mago, in fact, he wants to win Mago over. If 860 Mago can become a member of the Yellow Lantern Corps, it will definitely make the Yellow Lantern Corps' Luong stronger. He needs this power. Surround her, don't let her escape, Sinestro shouted, commanding his men to block Mago by taking advantage of the large number of people. Sinestro succeeds, with a female Yellow Lantern blocking Mago's escape route. Her name is Jor-El, and she is the only woman in the Yellow Lantern Corps. I saw that she has almost the same appearance as a human being, except that her eyes are all black, even the whites of her eyes are black. Besides, she has no lips, but a mouthful of horribly sharp teeth. She is some alien who always eats only meat, and I don't know where Sinestro got it. I saw that the yellow light ring on Carol Hill's hand suddenly shone brightly, and then 3 terrifying beasts appeared around her. The yellow light ring is similar to the green light ring, which can manifest energy into what the user wants to form a barrier, weapon, or prop. Its holders often have a strong personal touch. For example, some people are good at creating nightmare-like mythical monsters and wounding scenes, and some are shaped by the breeders of fierce beasts to create a herd of beasts that they have grown into since childhood. Jor-El is like this. Those 3 scary monsters are like Jor-El's family or clan, although she is not actually a member of the monsters. And Sinestro himself is better at creating cold weapons such as tomahawks and putting them into close combat in person. Jor-El glanced at Mago's file size, and the 3 huge monsters around him also began to increase rapidly, and finally all reached almost the same file size as Mago, and then opened their bloody mouths to use Mago as food eat up. Moge was startled, and immediately wanted to go around. But the left and right were also blocked by other yellow light fighters. Sinestro's Yellow Lantern Corps is also full of talents, among them is not only a big guy named Akalo, that is a terrifying savage monster, especially Disporis. Disporis is a virus from the 119th sector of the universe. On a planet, scientists here wanted to develop a new type of virus as a biological weapon, so they constantly iterated the virus, but they did not expect that the supervirus Disporis finally produced had its own feelings. Then Disporis went on a rampage across his planet, killing almost everyone. Later it was selected by Sinestro's Yellow Lantern Corps and became one of them. As a virus, Disporis originally only has a file size of dust, but don't underestimate Disporis because of this. In fact, it is Sinestro's biggest killer to subdue Mago. For example, at the moment, in fact, Disporis has sneaked into the surface of Mago silently, and has begun to infect CABG from the atmosphere. By the time Mago notices, it may be too late. Mago, we need your strength, join us, Sinestro loudly issued an invitation to Mago. But Mago didn't even think about it, and directly refused. Sinestro, I will not join you, and you betrayed the Green Lantern Corps Guardian will not let you live happily ever after. Ha 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 ha, Sinestro raised his head and let out a burst of laughter. Are you talking about those cowardly people? It's so funny. Originally, I still respected them and thought they were noble Asgardians in the universe. But since I've seen it clearly in that, and they have fears too, when faced with a powerful force, it turned out that they would also compromise and show contemptible behavior. From then on, I understood that power is everything, power is truth, and power is justice, said Sergei. Nistico shouted frantically. Sinestro, are you holding grudges against Carla? Mago suddenly asked with emotion. Don't mention that woman to me, Sinestro roared. The humiliation she gave me, I will take revenge one day, and I will make her kneel down and beg for mercy. Ho! At this moment, a door of space suddenly opened beside Mago, and Carla put on the battlesuit of the female Superman again, stepping out step by step through the void. Carla squinted at Sinestro after she came out, and said with a sneer, Are you arrogant? I didn't kill you last time, so I won't let you run away again this time. As soon as Carla finished speaking, the space door behind him opened wider, and a row of 10 fully armed Kryptonian warriors came out, and there were 10 rows in total. There are 10 people in the first row horizontally, and there are 10 rows in total vertically, which is equivalent to a team of 100 people. Moreover, after the first team appeared behind Carla, 99 such space doors opened in the surrounding space, and another 9,900-man teams appeared, and spontaneously lined up behind Carla. This is an army composed of 10,000 Kryptonians, and they don't speak, just standing there is enough to shock people. Moreover, the people on Krypton are not equipped with advanced weapons. It is better to have no weapons at all. They are all dressed in pitch-black armor, but that's all. Originally, they would also wear helmets on their heads, which could also act as air shields. But now none of them are wearing helmets, but are directly exposed to space. There are many people in the Yellow Lantern Corps, and it can be said that they are full of talents. However, compared with Carla's Kryptonian army, both the number and quality have become nothing worth mentioning. Leave none, Kal-El waved his hand, giving the command to attack. In an instant, the Kryptonian army moved into action, one by one turned into black lightning and went straight to the Yellow Light Warriors. The battle ended in an instant, and all of them except Sinestro were killed cleanly. Carla did what she said. She said she would not let Sinestro go. She really didn't let go, and issued an order to exterminate the Yellow Lantern Corps. There is still no death penalty in the laws of Krypton, but the Kryptonian fighters believed in their queen's order, and without any hesitation, they carried out an anti-siege against the Yellow Lantern fighters who were still surrounding Mago just now. The Yellow Lantern warrior didn't give up immediately, but wanted to struggle and resist. But how do they know who the enemy they are facing is? Although these Kryptonians are definitely not as powerful as Carla, their genes are specially born for warriors, and in some respects they may be able to surpass the current Kal-El. Facing such a powerful enemy, they don't even have an advantage in numbers. Except for the 100 people behind Carla who loyally guarded their queen, the other 99 teams. That is to say, 9,900 Kryptonian warriors sealed off all the surrounding space. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the yellow light fighters were wiped out. Sinestro was also escorted to Carla by 2 Kryptonian warriors. He still wanted to fight. However, the weapon embodied by Sinestro's power was completely unable to harm the Kryptonian warrior at all, and he was captured after 3 blows, 5 divisions and 2. Coming before Carla, Hanisto was forced to kneel in the void by the terrible force. It's strange how to kneel in the void? There is no solid floor below. In fact, it is also very simple. The 2 Kryptonian warriors use their feet as sights, and let Sinestro's calf kneel on their feet. Sinestro wanted to fight back, but when there were 2 horrific pops in his leg bones, he fell silent. The expressions of the Kryptonian warriors were extremely cold. They heard Sinestro's clamor before. How dare they threaten their queen like that? They are looking for death. Your Majesty, this person is from Kruka, the planet where Sinestro was born. We can, a Star Wars 10 seconds break down the origin of Sinestro. Don't underestimate Krypton's technology and information. But before the soldier could finish speaking, Carla interrupted. If you are wronged, you will be punished. Generally speaking, I will not harm my family unless there are too many hidden dangers. What's more, as I said, no easily invade other planets and civilizations. Yes, the Kryptonian warrior immediately bowed his head and withdrew. Carla looked at Sinestro. Why bring him in front of me? Just kill him. She didn't take Sinestro seriously. The 2 Kryptonian warriors looked at each other, and they were about to mention Sinestro and turn around to deal with it elsewhere. But at this moment, BZZD's voice sounded in Carla's ear. Carla, be careful, he is not alone. No, I mean he has more than 1 ring of lights. Carla was stunned. Isn't it a light ring? It should mean that Sinestro still keeps his green light ring? In fact, it doesn't matter. Carla waved his hand, letting the 2 Kryptonian warriors continue to carry Sinestro and leave. As a result, BZZD's voice came again. Carla, he has been approved by almost all lantern beasts, and he has also been awarded almost all lantern rings. Be careful. What? Carla was finally surprised. Just at the moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from Sinestro. Originally he was only a yellow light, but now, Carla finally noticed that Sinestro clearly wore all the light rings except the blue light, including the green light ring. Carla. Zor-El, you didn't expect that, did you? I deliberately lured you out, and I'm going to kill you. Sinestro broke out suddenly, and the leg bone that was kicked off immediately recovered, because even after several days he already has the lamp ring. 9 colors of light rings, except for the blue light. Sinestro has 8 of them. Carla snorted coldly. It's just 8 kinds of lantern rings, but I have 10 lantern rings, and mine is the original lantern ring. How can you fight me? What if we add our strength? Suddenly, a bright red gust of blood came straight to Sinestro, which was blood-butchered bulls, and finally sank into Sinestro's body. The other lantern beasts followed suit. As BZZD said, almost all lanterns recognized Sinestro and came to merge with him. Except for the blue lantern, green lantern, and yellow lantern, all 6 of the 9 lantern beasts have come, including the spirit of existence of the white lantern. They had also been enemies with Carla before, and now they jumped out to make trouble for Carla. All the lamp beasts at the moment have not entered into Sinestro's body, so that Sinestro's power has suddenly increased to the limit. Carla, although you have the original lantern ring, you are at most equal to us. When Sinestro has our power, even you may not be his opponent, the Black Death Emperor clamored. 0. The spirit of existence also said, at least Sinestro has been approved by me. Carla, you don't deserve to be approved by the white lamp. Stop talking nonsense and kill her. Shwetu Niu was the most irritable one. It's all mine, it's all mine, it's all mine. Carla, she's mine. Carla, you're mine too, the python shouted. For some reason, it suddenly poured all its desires into Carla on the body. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Carla was not panicked at all, but she still had the time to complain to BZZD. I said, "Little B, you put such an important thing at the end? You said it from the beginning what?" BZZD's voice came, "Don't talk to me, Mago is infected, the Yellow Lantern Corps has a virus that became the Yellow Lantern Warrior, it is infecting Mago, I must help." It turned out that she also had important things to do. But Carla felt strange, the rings of the Yellow Lantern Corps were all separated from Sinestro's hands. Looking at Sinestro's appearance now, the other people's lantern rings should no longer work, right? Although Sinestro has 8 of the 9 lantern rings, the first lantern definitely doesn't count, and the blue lantern doesn't have one, the green one is because it was there at the beginning, but 3 of the 9 lantern beasts didn't appear. Blue light, green light, and yellow light. So it stands to reason that in the absence of parallax monsters, the power of the yellow light ring has been weakened to the minimum. It's the black lamp, Carla, only you dare to underestimate my strength, the Black Death Emperor cried out, never having been so humiliated. Also at the moment, other Kryptonian warriors came to report, "Your Majesty, those who were killed have all been resurrected, and they have become completely black. According to our judgment, the enemy may have a kind of ability that can be resurrected continuously. Ability, it is recommended to focus on suppression and blockade." Carla agreed, "Just do it." The zombies revived with the black light ring, those former yellow light fighters, were immediately repressed by a group of more than a dozen people from the Kryptonian War before they could show the horror and intractability of the black light ring. Since they can't be killed, then don't kill them, subdue them by force, so that they can't move. As for Sinestro, Carla waved everyone out of the way, "Let me call." Now, no Kryptonian will doubt any decision of Carla, even if she says she is the god of Krypton, even if she says she is the reincarnation of Ryu, even if she says Ryu is her, or she says Ryu doesn't exist at all. Yes, she is the god of Krypton, and everyone will believe in it. The soldiers, including Carla, were not worried that their queen would fail, so everyone stepped aside so that Carla could face Sinestro alone. "You really don't have a long memory, remember to eat but not to fight? Did I say it? If you dare to appear in front of me again, I will definitely taste what you are like." Carla shook her neck, "I have been active, since I became the Queen of Krypton. As a king, she is actually housed in the palace more often, and then her own mother stares at her to deal with a pile of documents. Or watching her parents and uncles and aunts discussing some things there, she has to sit there and listen to things that are obviously 167 and have nothing to do with her. So actually Carla is also a little bit interested." He raised his right hand and hooked his fingers at Sinestro, "Don't let me down." Sinestro's expression contorted and struggled for a moment, and being possessed by so many lantern beasts at once would definitely not feel very good. It stands to reason that the power of being possessed by a lantern is already strong enough. If Hell is possessed by a parallax and becomes a parallax, almost one person can wipe out the entire Green Lantern Corps. Not to mention Sinestro's current state. And because they are attached to one person at the same time, the power of the lantern beasts can act on Sinestro's body at the same time, which is equivalent to concentrating all their power. Unlike last time, although they also besieged Carla last time, their strength was too scattered. No wonder Sinestro and the lantern beasts mustered up the courage to set this trap. They are very confident, right? Carla sneered secretly. What is a group of mobs gathered together? A rabble? Sinestro's struggles calmed down immediately. Carla can see that Sinestro's state is very wrong, he has lost himself, and now he is not acting with self-awareness at all, but giving his body to the lamp. Them. How stupid. Carla, you have to pay the price for what you did before, and I will pay back all the humiliation you gave me. Sinestro let out his own last cry, and then he was completely lost. Roar. From Sinestro's mouth, there was a beast-like roar, and immediately after, Sinestro didn't say any more nonsense, and went straight to Carla. In midair, a huge black scythe appeared in Sinestro's hand, and it rushed towards Carla's neck and chopped it off. When sparks flew, Carla narrowed her eyes slightly, raised her right hand to block Sinestro's attack with her flesh and blood, steel, body. That's it. Carla tilted her head, her appearance was beyond cute. But no one would think she was cute, because Carla immediately fought back, swung a punch with her right hand, and hit Sinestro's face accurately. Puff. Sinestro didn't fly out, but his entire head and upper body were smashed by Carla's punch. Carla's attack did not create too much momentum, nor would it knock people into the air. Instead, it condensed to a point terrifyingly, a bit like punching and punching. The 8 lantern rings are also irresistible. Sinestro has actually opened up a defensive barrier, but it is of no use at all. Could it be that the battle ended so simply? Did Sinestro die? Not at all. A piece of black blood wrapped Sinestro, and in an instant, his fatal wounds recovered intact, even his shattered head recovered. You can't kill me, I am. Before he finished speaking, Carla punched again, this time to the heart. With a poof sound, a big hole appeared in Sinestro's entire chest, and nothing was inside. Carla asked, "What did you say?" "You can't kill me," Sinestro roared. That obviously no longer belonged to Sinestro's own consciousness, because it was the will of the Black Death Emperor, because I am death. "That's it," Carla said with an expression of "that's how it is," and stretched out her left hand to grab Sinestro's right arm, and her right hand grabbed his left shoulder. Before the lantern beasts in Sinestro's body could react, Carla pushed hard with both hands. "Open it for me." Sinestro's body was torn in two by Carla abruptly, and large black blood spilled out. But Sinestro still didn't die. When Carla let go, it seemed that there was an inexplicable force that condensed the two halves of Sinestro's body together, and Xia Yuan died from the wound. 008 070 1020 Fila 10257238. Hey, it's not an option to keep being beaten by her like this. We're not here to abuse you, said the voice of an unknown lantern beast from Sinestro's body. Nonsense, but I can beat her. Damn it, why is this woman so powerful? Obviously she didn't even use the power of the lantern ring this time, and we plan to devour Chu Deng's power in reverse, but what if she doesn't use it all the time? The lantern beast started arguing through Sinestro's mouth. Carla, who was right in front of her, held the elbow of the other hand in one hand and rested her chin in that hand, showing a thoughtful expression. It turns out that you are eyeing the power of my first lamp. I said earlier what? Fuck, she found out, you idiots. Stop talking nonsense with her, kill her, kill her. Accommodating almost all the lantern beasts at once, at the moment was quite lively in Sinestro's body. Carla was amused, and patted Sinestro's shoulder with her hand, smashing half of his body with one blow, and smashing the other half with a second blow, leaving only one head there. Are you here to talk about crosstalk? Or are you here to make me laugh? Are you trying to make me die laughing so I can inherit my sister's ring? Carla almost suspected that the lantern beasts were here to make a joke. At the moment, Sinestro has turned into the host of the Black Lamp Ring, which allows him to have a so-called immortal body. 3.8 No matter how severely injured he is, he can recover in a cloud of black blood. Logically speaking, that's right. By the way, have you forgotten that I have all the lantern rings? Or do you think I don't know that I don't need to use the first lantern at all, and the white lantern is the deadly natural enemy of the black lantern? Carla sneered. Immortal? There is no so-called immortality in the world. And she knows that for the lamp, the white lamp is its greatest restraint and natural enemy. There is no need to use the power of the first lamp at all. Carla already knows that the phantom beasts may be rushing to their own first lamp this time. So Carla neatly activated the power of a white emotional spectrum, surrounding Sinestro who was about to recover again. If the so-called immortality of the black lamp means that people who have already died will not die again, then just resurrect Sinestro and kill it again, it will not be troublesome at all. Through the self-explosion, disclosure, of the lamp beasts, Carla knew that they still had such and such purposes. I don't know what they thought of, but they wanted to take away Carla's Hulin ring. Perhaps it is to take away the power of the first lantern ring, or to deprive Carla of the identity of the first lantern. Carla didn't care about the power of the lantern ring at first, but it seems that she seriously underestimated the power of the lantern ring. Maybe Green Lantern feels very weak, especially the stock of after 5 must be destroyed. But in fact, it is that Green Lantern originally's willpower is not strong enough. For example, Mago, with her strong willpower as a planet, can destroy OA Star and the entire Legion by herself if she wants. In other words, the power of the lantern ring is actually beyond imagination, but whether it can be exerted depends on the willpower of the holder. Especially Chudeng. Chudengxia can even live for more than 10 billion years. This lifespan is enough for Carla not to give up and not to abandon. Do you think I can't really kill you? Do you think I really don't know anything about the power of the lantern ring and the 20 emotional spectrum? Carla sneered. She has been to the Wall of Origin, and even looked at it past the outside of the Wall of Origin. So when she learned that the lantern beasts had such a plan, she was a little shocked. How dare you calculate yourself like this? Then you can't keep them. Especially Sinestro, who is the carrier of the lamp beast. It turned out that this was not the Yellow Lantern Corps at all. In fact, under the cover of the Yellow Lantern Corps, it had already become the Black Lantern Corps. Especially Sinestro, as the carrier of the Black Death Emperor, he couldn't die easily. But is that really the case? White light suddenly burst out from Carla's hand, and Basinisto was completely wrapped up. In order to prevent him from resurrecting infinitely with the power of the Black Death Emperor, Carla used the power of the white lamp to suppress the black lamp, and before Sinestro could reorganize his body, he raised his hand and slapped him. Black Death Emperor, right? Come out, shouted loudly, and Carla forcefully pulled out a black breath from Sinestro's body. That's not chi, or should I say black light. In short, Carla pulled the power of the Black Death Emperor and the Black Lantern ring out of Sinestro's body with a casual grab. Be careful, Your Majesty, but at this moment, Fosun War Development not far away issued a warning. Carla held the Black Death Emperor in one hand and looked forward. It turned out that Sinestro's body was still reorganized. Although Carla forcibly took away the power of the Black Death Emperor and the Black Lamp ring representing death, don't forget that the white lamp represents life. This time, Sinestro turned out to be a real resurrection. It's just that as Sinestro lost the power of the Black Lamp ring, his legion finally died completely and quietly. BZZD also brought good news. She helped Mago get rid of the virus infection. In fact, it was Carla who saved Mago. In Carla's hand, the Black Death Emperor slowly revealed a humanoid body from the black light of the Black Lamp ring. Whoosh! A scythe appeared from the hands of the Black Death Emperor, and unexpectedly cut Carla's neck. His Majesty. All the Kryptonian warriors were startled, and immediately arrived at Carla's side one by one at a speed exceeding the speed of light, and dozens of hands had already grabbed all parts of the Black Death Emperor's body. In an instant, the Black Death Emperor was forcibly torn into pieces. This is the Black Death Emperor. If it were any other lantern beast, apart from the spirit of existence, even the lantern beast would be severely injured. The power of the Kryptonians is terrifying. But looking at Carla again, she stretched out her hand to take off the sickle with a nonchalant face, and there was not even a trace of where it was cut. With her body of steel, in a few years, she may even be able to survive the Big Bang. At that time, even if she ran to the center of the Big Bang, she would be unscathed. But Carla still showed thoughtful eyes. The attack of the Black Death Emperor not only exists in physical damage, but also has death rules. Even he seems to be able to clear the power of the lamp ring. It's just that Carla's power doesn't depend on the emotional spectrum. She knows that the power of the emotional spectrum is not simple, but so far she still doesn't focus on the power of the emotional spectrum, so it doesn't feel very big. I can't give you another chance. Carla didn't take it seriously. If you suffer a loss because of carelessness, wouldn't it be a shame? So Carla no longer gave the Black Death Emperor any chance. In fact, the Black Death Emperor did not die, but was condensed and reorganized in Carla's hands. He thought about taking the opportunity to reorganize his body elsewhere, but he didn't know how Carla did it, so that he couldn't escape. Your Majesty, let us help you. Kryptonian warriors were still worried about Carla's dragon body after all. Carla shook her head indifferently. It will be over soon. Saying that, Carla shot again, and when Sinestro had just been completely revived under the power of the white light ring, he raised his other hand and slapped it with the power of the black light ring. Once again, Carla killed Sinestro and overwhelmed the white lantern ring with the power of the black lantern ring. Come out for me too. With a light drink, Carla took advantage of the opportunity to pull out of Sinestro's body, and the spirit of existence was pulled out by Carla uncontrollably. The spirit of existence is a beautiful little girl, but now Carla has no sympathy at all. She is holding the spirit of existence by the collar and handing it to the other hand, and is pinched together with the Black Death Emperor. The Black Death Emperor and the spirit of existence definitely won't be caught without a fight, but Carla has a thought, and the unparalleled power immediately controls them firmly. That was Carla's psychokinesis. Under the feelings of the Black Death Emperor and the spirit of existence, it was as if the weight of the entire universe fell on them, and they couldn't move at all. All of a sudden, Inistor could no longer be resurrected. Moreover, Carla's power frightened the lantern beasts. They once besieged Carla together, but failed, and were easily crushed by Carla alone. They thought they could compete with Carla by concentrating all their power on Sinestro, but they naively thought that Carla's power came from her rings. In the end, he was easily wiped out by Carla again. He only made one attack, and then he was tortured to death by Carla. This is a real life and death struggle. The lantern beasts were terrified, and even at the moment, which represented anger, was silent. Run away, the Gaezong octopus shouted, turning into a cyan light and trying to escape. Several other lamp beasts also turned into rays of light and fled in all directions one by one. But they forgot that the surrounding space has long been surrounded by Kryptonian warriors, and they dared to hurt their queen. There was no need for Carla to speak. The Kryptonian warriors easily captured all the lantern beasts that wanted to escape, and escorted them to Carla. Carla laughed deliberately. Are you running away?